17th, 2015. I appreciate your patience with us. For those folks at home, we've had a little bit of a power issue that we've had to deal with. And we, for the most part, are up and running and hope that it stays that way throughout the day. The clerk does not have power. She's going to take the best, the two of them are going to take the best notes possible, and then they will review a tape of this meeting later when they do their final notes. That's a hint to those interested in any case today that I suggest you review the minutes when they come out in draftable form before they're adopted to make sure that your understanding is what our understanding is. What we're going to do this morning, we are overflowed into 2 rooms plus hallways. Building maintenance, building has been told that if the issues of folks in the hallways become a problem, they're going to have to be removed for fire safety and life safety issues. So what we're going to do is we're going to hear from John's overview of how the day is going to proceed, and then we're going to move to OB11, and then we're going to move to Z2. There will be counts on the other cases prior to Z2 being called, but not prior to OB11. So with that, we ask for your indulgence, and if you would, let's begin the day.
Pledge.
Yeah, come on, let's do the pledge.
Guess there's any invocation.
I'd like to have a do-over. We're going to have, I'm going to have a mulligan in it. Yeah. I'm sorry, sir. Somewhere in here, I'm sure I have your name. The minister coming forward to do the invocation first. If you'd give us your name and where you're from, that'll be followed by the pledge led by our officer.
Thank you, Brother Chairman. I have always been called by a different name my whole life, and so my name is Rusty Womack from Lost Mountain Baptist Church, and certainly let me pray for all that happens today. Let's pray together. Father, you say that this is the day the Lord has made. We should rejoice and be glad in it. Lord, as Americans, we thank you for how you have blessed us. Lord, we thank you for really your unmerited favor for allowing us to be born in America. God, we could be born in Matipato in the deep jungles of Kenya. Lord, we could be born in Iran or Afghanistan or even Iraq. Lord, we could be in some other very difficult place. But Lord, today we stand in what we consider your blessing. We thank you, Lord, for the shoes on our feet. We thank you for the clothes on our back. And Lord, we thank you for a country that we say that we are one nation under God. Lord, we thank you for how you have watched over us and how you have blessed us. Lord, we thank you for the place that we call Cobb County. We thank you, Lord, for your blessing. We thank you for the prosperity of it. And Lord, with that, we just ask you that you would help us to keep everything in mind. I pray, Lord, that you would watch over our commissioners today. I thank you, Lord, for these clerks, Lord, our county officials. I ask you, Lord, that you would help us today to do the very right thing. We love you, Lord. We ask you for your blessing. We ask you for your leadership. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oops, that's got you way
Thank you very much. We'll now call this meeting to order. John.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called, and the applicant is requested to stand and signify that they are in attendance so they can be counted. Then we're going to call for any opposition to signify that they are here also so that they can be counted for the zoning record. After the counting of the opposition, the applicant and any opposition will be asked to come forward to be sworn in so they can present testimony to the Board of Commissioners. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to know that each side gets 10 minutes to state their case of concerns. There's not a rebuttal process, and there's not a process to reserve your time, so convey all your information to the Board of Commissioners within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if more than one person wishes to speak on an issue, you might want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes, and you don't want to cover the same information twice. Then after both 10-minute presentation periods, the board will start to discuss the matter at hand. From the discussion, let me request one more of the speakers to come back to the podium for additional information. After that, the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. There are a number of cases on today's agenda which have been withdrawn and will not be heard today. On the printed agenda, rezoning case Z9, Piedmont Land Group of Georgia II LLC. That case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z16, Georgia Kids Project LLC. That case has been withdrawn without prejudice, will not be heard today. SLUP 4, 1965 North Park Place Holdings LLC. That case has been withdrawn without prejudice, will not be heard today. Other business number 35 of 2014, North Atlanta Soccer Association. That case has been withdrawn, will not be heard today. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, there are a number of cases that have asked to be withdrawn also. Rezoning case Z22 and SLUP 3, Butler Brothers Tire Company. Mr. Chairman, the applicant is asking that this be withdrawn without prejudice.
Which one, say it again, Z which?
Z22
Z
and SLUP 3.
Okay, guys, one at a time, please. Yeah, let's hear from John. Which one is it again?
Z22 and SLUP 3, Butler Brothers Tire Company.
Okay. Commissioner Cupid.
Yes, I support that and make a motion that we approve that withdrawal
And that's
Without-
without prejudice.
without prejudice.
So motion and second, call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Additionally, Mr. Chairman, there are a couple of cases on today's agenda, or there are more than a couple of cases on today's agenda which have been continued or held and won't be heard today. Rezoning case Z86 of 2014, 01 LLC. That case was continued by staff and will not be heard until the April zoning cycle. Rezoning case Z8, Winsong Properties. That case was continued by the staff and will be heard in the April zoning cycle. Rezoning case Z17, E-Rock Development LLC. That case was continued by the Planning Commission and will not be heard until the April zoning cycle. Rezoning case Z20, BK Properties LP. That case was continued by the staff and will not be heard today. And rezoning case Z26, James Beverage. That case was continued by the Planning Commission and will not be heard today. That will be heard in the April zoning cycle. Additionally, there are two cases on today's agenda in which the applicants are asking for continuances. First one is rezoning case Z27, Linwood Development Group LLC. Mr. Chairman and Board, the applicant is requesting this be continued for 30 days so they can work on their plan a little bit more.
Commissioner Ott.
I make a motion to continue Z27 for 30 days.
Second, any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. The second, the other case?
Yeah, I got one more case. The applicant for Z12, Michael B. Kennedy, needs this case continued for 30 more days, Mr. Chairman, to continue working on the plan. So we need a vote by the board to continue this case.
Commissioner Cupid.
Yes, motion to approve.
Nope. Motion to continue
Thank you. Motion to continue.
for 30 days.
for
There's a
30
second.
days, yes.
Any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to ask the people in today's audience to please turn your cell phones off if you have one. The ringing of the cell phones does interfere with the broadcast and presentations. So if you have a cell phone, please turn it off. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm ready to start the other business item we're gonna hear first today.
Okay, well, let's start with that other business item we identified.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is John Peterson with the Cobb County Zoning Office. Item number 11 is to consider amending the site plan for Kevin Castlebar regarding rezoning application Z77 of 2014, property located at the southeast intersection of Shaliford Road and Trickle Road in land lot 338, 339 of the 16th district.
John, I'm gonna make this point real quick. If there's anyone in any of the other rooms that are here for other business 11, would you please make your way into this room, into the main room? Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. By way of background, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the subject property was rezoned in 2014 to NRC for a Dunkin' Donuts store. At that time, the store was 1,750 square feet with 22 parking spaces. The applicant has finished the final planning of the project and needs to increase the store size to 2,210 square feet with 24 parking spaces. The entrance drives, building, and parking spaces are all in the same relative location as the approved plan in 2014. If approved, all previous conditions would remain in effect. And staff would ask the Board of Commissioners to conduct a public hearing to consider the proposed site plan amendment.
Thank you. Excuse me, is anyone wishing to speak for or against other business item number 11? Other business number 11. The Dunkin' Donuts, come forward, sir.
He's the 11.
Z11. This is other business item number 11. What is staff's recommendation? The public hearing is closed. Staff's recommendation is,
Mr. Chairman, the staff would recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the request, subject to the site plan last revised March 17th, 2015, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications, stormwater management comments, and all previous conditions not in conflict.
Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you. Because we had some discussions with DOT on the right-of-way, I think all that has been cleared up with the most recent email this morning. Eric Meyer is here, but in the essence of time, because I think Fred Bentley and Eric have given it their blessing, I would like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve other business item 11. And I would like to just make one additional stipulation that the exact driveway design and layout be determined at plan review with final approval of the site plan, final site plan by the district commissioner. And all other comments, recommendations, and stipulations remain in effect.
Is a motion, is second. Is the applicant okay with that? Just raise your hand.
Yes, he is.
She is okay, okay. Thank you very much. Any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Amanda.
Now, we're going to move to our consent agenda. I'm going to take counts, folks, but I need you to be mindful that we're going to go through consent first to get through with that. Then we're going to go to Z2, take counts associated with that. Then we're going to clear the room. We're going to give everybody a chance who's downstairs that may be here for other items to come up so we can take counts for other issues as well. So if you would, Z10, please.
It's on. Okay, thank you. Cobb County Board of Commissioners, zoning hearing consent agenda for March 17th, 2015. The zoning case Z10, Cornerstone Associates Incorporated, request rezoning from CRC and HI to RM8 for the purpose of townhomes in land lots 934 and 935 of the 16th district. The property is located on the north side of Old 41 Highway at the terminus of Kennesaw Avenue. The Planning Commission recommends approval of the rezoning request to the RM8 zoning category and CRC, subject to the following conditions. Letter of agreement conditions for Mr. Garvis L. Sams Jr. dated February 26, 2015 and March 12, 2015. Letter of agreeable conditions for Mr. Garvis Sams dated February 20, 2015. Application of Cornerstone Associates, packet from Mr. Garvis Sams Jr. dated March, or submitted March 3, 2015. Garages may not be converted to living spaces. Fire Department comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict with the letter of agreeable conditions for Mr. Garvis L. Sams, dated February 26, 2015. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations were not otherwise in conflict with the letter of agreeable conditions for Mr. Garvis L. Sams Jr., dated February 26, 2015. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict with the letter of agreeable conditions for Mr. Garvis L. Sams Jr., dated February 26, 2015. Cobb DOT comments or recommendations not otherwise in conflict with the letter of agreeable conditions for Mr. Garvis L. Sams Jr., dated February 26, 2015. And the owner-developer to enter into a development agreement pursuant to OCGA 367113 for dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z10? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Before we go forward, Mr. Sams, could you come forward, please? And Deborah, I'm gonna need your help with this, okay? As you know, this project is, it's a good project, I understand that, but adjacent to this and towards the rear is what?
To the rear,
Yeah, to the rear.
there's a railroad tracks and self-service storage facilities running Cobb Parkway. And then to the east is C.W. Matthews and a plumbing company.
Okay, so what what I want to get to is require your client somehow to notify folks prior to sale that A, there's a railroad track behind them, and B, that their neighbors sometime will conduct business at 3 in the morning and may create noise adjacent to them. How can we make sure that potential buyers know that, Commissioner Ott?
We actually have that covered in our stipulations, Mr. Chairman.
March 12th, we added here on the sheets.
Bear with me just a minute. I don't have a March 12th.
Yeah, the March 12th letter, it requires us on all of the closing documents, the marketing documents, the contracts for sale, and then subsequent conveyances of the property to have a specific recital on there that the property is being purchased in close proximity to industrial and commercial property. Very similar to what we did on Riverview Road, if you'll
Yep.
recall, Mr. Chairman.
I'm with you. I didn't have this in my file, so not an issue. Thank you so much.
I'm not sure Mr. Peterson included the March 12th letter in his readout.
I did.
You did? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So you're here, you're good. There's no opposition, right?
That's right.
Okay. Z24.
Rezoning case Z24, Williamson Properties LLC, request rezoning from NS to NRC for the purpose of retail in land lot 660 of the 16th District. The property is located on the east side of Kent Road, south of Liberty Hill Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval to the NRC zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received December 30th, 2014, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. All parking to be striped to county standards, meet all Kent Road design guidelines, Planning Division comments and recommendations, Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, and Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z24? Let the zoning record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z25, 1965 North Park Place Holdings LLC. Request rezoning from O&I and CF to O&I for the purpose of medical offices in land lot 804 of the 17th District. The property is located on the northwest side of North Park Place, north of Windy Hill Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval to the O&I zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Let's see here. Site plan received by the zoning division on December 30th, 2014, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Letter from Mr. Garvis L. Sams Jr. dated February 11th, 2015, and February 17th, 2015. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z25? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Moving into land use permits on the consent agenda. LEP 7, One World Spiritual Center, request a land use permit renewal for the purpose of childcare in land lots 390 and 391 of the 16th District. The property is located at the north intersection of Shallow Road and Wesley Chapel Road, and on the south side of Fricks Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval of LUP 7 for 24 months, subject to the site plan received by the zoning division on December 31st, 2014, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. And Cobb DOT comments and recommendations, and Cobb DOT to approve the traffic circulation plan. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 7? Let the record show there's no one opposed, and that completes the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, I'll bring forward a motion. We approve the consent agenda as presented. Is there a second? Any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. So what we're going to do is Z2 is going to be the next case. We've asked, there's been a request for a count. Clearly, that's going to take a little bit of time to make sure we count everybody in this room and the other two rooms in the hallways. So at this time, John, let's go ahead and start our count, and you let me know when we're ready to go forward.
Mr. Chairman, before we start Z2, I've had a request for an earlier head count for rezoning case Z12. The board continued this a few minutes ago, but the people here want to be counted for the
Okay,
zoning
we're gonna
record.
have to, I'm gonna wait until after Z2 to make that count, because there's folks in the other room that are here for some of the other cases, and I wanna be able to get Z2 out of the way so we can bring folks in and get an accurate count.
Okay.
I realize it's been continued, and I appreciate their indulgence for a little while. Shouldn't take more than 3 or 4 days to get through the Z2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, rezoning case Z2 of 2014, Isaacson Living Communities LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to CCRC for the purpose of a continuing care retirement facility in land lots 965 and 966 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Roswell Road, across from Providence Road, and west of Robinson Road. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to the zoning case? Please raise your hands.
These are all on one side.
Okay. Thank you.
What was that? 71 in here, we got the other 2 rooms being counted.
Okay. Yep. Gotcha.
Okay.
We'll let the record show there are 178 people altogether here in opposition to rezoning case Z2. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of this rezoning, this application? Please raise your hands.
Is this yours?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we'll let the record show there are 164 people here in support of the application. And we
The
need to re-
numbers, numbers I have is 164 in support, 170 in opposition.
Well, and 2 more people came in, so we have 180 people here in opposition.
How many?
180 opposite.
180.
180.
Okay, your mic is make sure you get close. No, don't quit hitting it.
Okay.
Let's
All
call
right.
the case.
All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Just 10 minutes. Hmm? I want to remind folks while you're being sworn in that we're going to stick with the 10 minutes. The applicant is going to have 10 minutes, the opposition is going to have 10 minutes. Okay, so there's no way we're going to get through everybody unless you got 10 seconds each. So please make sure and coordinate your speakers. Mr. Isaacson, Mr. Moore.
It's close. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, thank you and good morning. My name is Kevin Moore. I'm here on behalf of the owner and the applicant in this rezoning application. This rezoning case certainly has received its share of attention and a lot of attention, and rightfully so. The rezoning application is to rezone this property, which is currently zoned R20, to the CCRC, Continuing Care Retirement Community zoning category here in Cobb County. The property is located at Roswell Road, signalized intersection of Providence Road, and I've placed a site plan up on the screen so we can go through that and go through the various aspects of this application that we think are important for your consideration here today. First and foremost, this property is approximately almost 54 acres. Has long been a property that has high visibility on Roswell Road, as have others, especially along this stretch of Roswell Road, which I would consider the stretch to be from Old Canton to Robinson Road intersection and then to Johnson Ferry. This property is located immediately to the east of East Cobb Park, immediately to the north of Fuller's Park. It's also located immediately to the north of Hidden Hollow, which is an R20 subdivision to the rear or the bottom of your screen. To the right, however, that property that's fronting along Roswell Road, sharing the same type of space that the subject property is sharing, is the RA4 subdivision, as well as you have commercial property that is low-rise office and daycare center located directly across the street, as well as the Wellstar Health Complex and building and health park that's located also across the street from Roswell Road. Even though that did not have to come through the rezoning process, that building, its use, its existence is taken into consideration as part of any zoning consideration, just like a school or just like any other type of public or institutional type of use would be. The proposal is for a total of 481 units, but it's important to note as you follow through on this site plan what those units are and what they comprise. You'll see that there's the light brown units that look like small houses. Those are what we've called the cottage product. There's a total of 65 proposed cottages. Those are all 1.5 and 2-story homes that would be within the CCRC and would be part of that community and full members of that community and full residents of that community and subject to all the rules, the regulations, and the operations of the continuing care retirement community. In addition, you have 318 villa units. Those are the units which are contained within the buildings. Those are the buildings that are in the dark brown colors on the site plan itself. Those buildings are, by Cobb County code and definition, 3 stories. Those buildings do primarily, except for Building J that's located on your site plan, have underground parking. That's an important component of any CCRC. It's an important component of any type of senior retirement community because that is what those types of homeowners who would be moving in here are looking for. That's what they want. And that's made for a number of reasons, to provide for ease of access, to provide for covered parking, so that they too can have a home, have a covered parking, and not have surface street parking. That's why it's so important to have that underground parking. And those buildings do have underground parking. Though we have provided in our stipulation letter that underground parking is only exposed to less than 50% of the exterior of the building. Those are built into the sides of the hill as that topography is coming from right to left across your screen or from east to west. Those are built in just like a daylight basement would be on a 2-story house that's from the street, and you go around to the back, it's 3 stories because there's a daylight basement on the back side. That same type of construction is being utilized here to provide for structured underground parking, which is a vital, important, critical, necessary aspect of any type of continuing care retirement community.
Beyond that, we have Building J, which is an assisted living component. That's 3 stories on grade. There's no underground parking in Building J, and that's because as you're getting closer to Roswell Road, you're bringing that height down. Further, when you get to Building K, that houses the remainder of what are considered the healthcare units. That's a 2-story on-grade building. Again, as we get to reach the exteriors of this site plan, heights go down. Heights are 3 stories in the middle, and then they go down as you move to the outside as you get closer either to Roswell Road or the adjoining residential neighborhoods. Building K is the healthcare center, as I said, that houses memory care and skilled nursing. J houses assisted living units. Those are a total of 98 units that are devoted to healthcare as a critical component. What sets apart a CCRC with its host of amenities, including full-on healthcare that's provided as part of a continuing care retirement community. In addition, we've gone through, and I want to show you these because it's important to note what Isaacson Living has done in response to the concerns and questions. This is a fully detailed buffer plan, and you'll see the dark green is undisturbed land, which totals approximately just over 20 acres that'll be left undisturbed on this site. You'll see in light green, both along the southern boundary against Hidden Hollow and along the eastern boundary, you'll see light green. That's additional evergreen plantings that have been taken and spaced and appropriately placed, as well as detailed landscaping along Roswell Road. Again, this is a further exhibit that shows you just exactly the extent to which you have over 20 acres of undisturbed space that will be a part of and is included within the stipulation letter that you get with this type of development that other types of development would not provide in this instance. Lastly, you see the detail of landscaping that's been planned and promoted as part of and included within this application to create a beautiful setting, residential community, which a CCRC is. It's a continuing care retirement community of residences dedicated and built for the purpose of seniors as they age in place. Again, we've been fortunate enough to have the design professionals to provide a real-life, true-to-scale representation of what this community would look like from the intersection of Roswell Road and Providence Road. As you can see, heights are not dominated at this location. In fact, it looks like a beautiful community, and it looks like East Cobb. Again, as you continue going west along Roswell Road, again, you see heights do not dominate given the distance from Roswell Road. And again, this is East Cobb. This is a CCRC, and this is what a CCRC looks like. We also have provided detailed architectural drawings that show both buildings, which contain abundance of stone, brick, and other materials to provide a quality look, as well as the cottage product, which shows you the 1.5 and 2-story products and cottages that, again, incorporate the style dominant in East Cobb today. As it relates to heights, you can see we've done this cutaway that shows the distance both to Hidden Hollow existing homes to the rear, as well as the distance to buildings which become in the center of the property. You can see the great distance and the amount of vegetation that is between those when you have additional vegetation as well. And again, speaking to height, height is relative. Height along Roswell Road, you have Wellstar, which at its highest point is 75 feet. These buildings at their highest point are 52 feet. Heights along Roswell Road of office buildings at their highest point, 51 feet, 44 feet, 42 feet, 47 feet. Those are heights along Roswell Road. That's East Cobb along this section, height. That's what you see from Roswell Road when you travel this section, is those heights of buildings, and our buildings are right within that same range and very close to it. Again, you can see cutting from east to west, that's the Glenside RA4 subdivision. You can see heights do not dominate Glenside. The height that dominates Glenside is the approved self-storage on the other side of Glenside on Roswell Road. Lastly, I want to show you this again. This is what Trip Walk, this is what a CCRC looks like. It does not dominate, it does not overpower, it is not too intense. This is the perfect place for a CCRC. It's in a residential area, but dominated by a major east-west road, Roswell Road. It's adjacent to a park. We don't need to put seniors in industrial areas. They live among us. They need to be a part of our communities. They need to be integrated into our communities as part of providing housing options as we go forward. And with that, we have a rapidly aging Cobb, and we need to find a place for a quality CCRC. Isaacson Living is the right developer, owner, and operator. This is the right property, and this is the right project. And with that, I'm going to conclude and let these others that want to have a chance to speak come forward.
Speakers that are in support, please come forward. We have 1 minute.
1 minute. Oh, my goodness.
1 minute, ma'am.
Commissioners, thank you very much for hearing us in this long and lengthy process that we're in. I'm happy to represent so many seniors in our wonderful community of Cobb County. I would like to point out that seniors are an asset to any county, and in most counties throughout the country, they are vying to have us live in their counties. We're productive citizens, we're good citizens. I represent many people that would like to live in a community such as this. We want to stay near our families and our homes. I was the widow for 8 years, and I had a farm up in Dawson County. I was isolated after my husband died, and I know what it's like to live without a community of other seniors. It was a very lonely time.
Okay, if
So-
you're gonna let the other people speak, you're gonna
So I
have a
really would appreciate your consideration of passing this for our seniors. Thank you.
Okay,
I'm Susan Phillips, and I've lived in Chimney Springs since 1977. In addition to what everybody else has said here, I think it's important to say it matters who develops the first CCRC in Cobb County. Isaacson Living is a homegrown family business with deep roots in Cobb County. They've demonstrated their ability to promise and then deliver a first-class senior living product, Park Springs, that has been thriving for more than a decade. Isaacson Living has proposed an appropriate, environmentally responsible plan for the development of this beautiful property, consistent with the vision of the Tritt family. Isaacson Living has a lot at stake in Tritt Walk. After all, Cobb County is their community too. I urge you to do the right thing for Cobb County and approve this application as presented. Thank you.
thank you, ma'am. Sir, please, quickly.
Mr. Chairman, appreciate the opportunity. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you. Reasons, I moved here 40-something years ago after evaluating a number of counties. Decided to build a home here, and recently, in the last 10 years, built a second home. The reason I did was because I thought Cobb County was the best county. It was ahead of the ball on development. It was ahead of the ball on everything that was going on. I think we would need to continue to stay ahead of the ball and go with this type of approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll hear from opposition. You'll have 11 and a half minutes, please. First speaker.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Jill Flam, and I am Case Manager as well as ECCA's representative to the CCRC Code Committee. I'm going to address two sections of the CCRC Code on which ECCA is basing its recommendation to deny Z2. The first section, entitled Purpose and Intent, covers CCRC in all land use categories, and I quote, "The transition from the project to neighboring open land and residences must be carefully buffered and have adequate building setbacks to protect the quiet enjoyment of adjoining property," unquote. I would contend East Cobb Park is open land purchased by and meant to be enjoyed by the citizens of Cobb County forever. There is no buffering proposed for this two-story Building K, three-story Building J, and three-story plus visible parking depicted in orange Buildings G and K. This is where the existing tree buffer is the thinnest, the land rises up quickly from the park, and no additional plantings are planned. In the second half of the slide, trucks of all types will be traveling on the road parallel to the park, as this is the point for all deliveries and trash hauling per the applicant's drawing for the complex. These trucks, with their backup beeping and banging of trash being loaded, in addition to cars, will be seen and heard by people in the park. Second, and I quote, "Higher facilities should be in the center of the project. The three-story overparking buildings are not all located in the center. They run from East Cobb Park to within 285 feet of the eastern established residences. 10 out of 11 of these buildings are 3 stories or more. The purpose of the statement in the code was to provide a transition from smallest to tallest to smallest, with the smaller buildings buffering the larger ones in the center, not just to have all tall buildings over 2/3 of the project. Finally, under LDR section of the code, and I quote, "Maximum height of the buildings will be 2 stories unless it can be demonstrated due to topography, etc., that a greater height does not impact the view shed of the adjacent residential property." The topography of the land rises over 74 feet from Roswell Road and peaks toward the back portion of the property. It cannot hide a tall building. It only makes a tall building look taller. The tallest building in this application, B, rises approximately 108 feet above Roswell Road. The homeowners will demonstrate that the additional stories do impact their view shed, and as I stated before, that of East Cobb Parks, and therefore only 2 stories should be allowed. There are no unique attributes of the land that would allow for the additional stories. CCRC projects are unique, and while they can be considered in any future land use category, not every CCRC project design fits in every land use category or piece of property. We can only consider the project as currently proposed to us. ECCA recommends denial of this proposed CCRC. It does not fit with the surrounding communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Doug Rohan. I live in the Hidden Hollow subdivision just south of this project. Here is a petition that we have containing 2,700 signatures in opposition to Z2, and this is in addition to the 2,600 petitioners that opposed Z43 previously. From May 5th, 2014 to March 3rd, 2015, the opposition has steadily increased. At least 171 people were present at a planning commission meeting in opposition to this proposal. We understand that Ms. Tritt has every right to sell her property for development, and additional senior living projects are absolutely needed in Cobb County. However, the proposed development and the requested zoning changes to facilitate such a massive project should not be allowed as it has been presented. It will negatively affect the surrounding low-density residential communities by way of height, view shed, and intensity. The CCRC project is too intense for this area. Through these 22 months of meetings between Z43 and Z2 and multiple hearings, the community has consistently asked for several changes to be made to this plan. We have asked that the applicant limit the height of the buildings to 2 stories, as recommended within the highly debated CCRC code. We have asked for a reduced number of homes, and we've asked for an extension of the tree buffers to the surrounding neighborhoods. In a sense, make every effort to fit in with this low-density residential area. We appreciate that the total units has been reduced from the original plan in Z43 of 1,000 units down to this 481 unit proposal, but the total footprint has actually increased over that time. What is presented here are 10 3-story buildings over parking and 65 what are termed cottages, which are larger than many surrounding Cobb County homes, on a piece of property encircled by and actually zoned for single-family residential homes. We have a project asking this board for over 1 million square feet of air-conditioned space, which is more air-conditioned space than in Cumberland Mall. In addition to the scope of this project, we are concerned with the risks inherent of such a massive development. While we do not have time to address Peachtree Hills Place in this few minutes, what is the plan in the event of the worst-case scenario? What happens if this ambitious, never-been-done-before in Cobb County project doesn't succeed? We have and are still requesting a reversion clause to mitigate the risk of such a failure. With respect to topography, as briefly mentioned, the elevation of this highest point, which was previously referred to as Mount Bethel, is one of the highest points in East Cobb. The topography does not support extending 3 stories to this project. The higher elevations show that the building elevations you were given today is the building height. On top of a 100-foot ridge line, which will be blasted away, you still have a ridge line that measures at 108 feet over Roswell Road. These huge apartment-style buildings will be seen from every angle of the adjoining properties, most notably Robinson Walk, Glenside, Hidden Hollow, Wintergreen, and East Cobb Park. The buildings themselves are massive. Building G alone, at over 178,000 square feet, is bigger than the Wellstar building across the street, which, as has been mentioned, did not need to go through the zoning board. This is only one of the 11 multi-story buildings proposed. The cottages were supposed to help block these bigger buildings from the adjacent views of the neighborhood and park space. However, the large number of them have simply compounded the intensity of this project. Closely packed 2-story homes over basements will be visible from Glenside, Wintergreen, and Hidden Hollow lots adjoining this project, with a large multi-story building overshadowing it from behind. The view sheds depicted by the applicant are from the basement levels of these adjoining properties, but the living levels will show a much thinner canopy of extended undisturbed land where these projects will be relatively evident. In comparison to this project, Park Springs, at 54 acres and 474 units, is next to a 3,000 acre Stone Mountain Park, a golf course, and an expansive commercial property. Buildings taller than normal homes fit in this area, which is not surrounded by low-density residential subdivisions. This project here is roughly the same number of units on the same amount of property. However, the nearest residential home over in Park Springs is more than 2,000 feet away. Here, less than 55 feet separate the property line to the nearest proposed building. East Cobb Park is buffering only 21 acres as opposed to the 3,000 acres. Within 2,000 feet of Tritt Walk, there will be 14 subdivisions containing 2,500 low-density residential homes. Tax revenue should be a major concern, not a benefit. Be aware that Park Springs paid their first tax bill, but then fought for and won a substantial reduction. They even went so far as to request that DeKalb County pay their legal bills. At this date, the applicant has failed to address the changes in stipulations proposed by the Planning Commission, nor any of our concerns about the effect of blasting on our foundations, restriction on construction hours, deliveries, and maintenance. Regardless of what you call this, it is a major commercial development with hundreds of employees. We've been asked if not this project, then what else would fit in this area? What other type of development would leave this much green space, be acceptable to the community, match lot lines? At each presentation, the projected number of homes that could fit on this property has continued to increase from 85 to nearly 200. So I wanted to know what the answer would be. I asked a certified land planner to draw a plan within these guidelines. This is what he proposed. This plan calls for zoning the current R20 to a combination R20, RA5, and RSL unsupported. The total number of units is 128. The plan takes into account all the same buildable land, preserves the same green space, and it meets the seller's need for increased density from the R20. It also meets the need for additional senior living so our friends can age in space. Finally, it fits within the surrounding low-density subdivisions. Those of us who frequent East Cobb Park appreciate the donation of 9.5 acres of land, which are unbuildable. This plan would preserve the same amount of parkland to be donated. We again ask that Z2 be denied as proposed. A substantial reduction in height, intensity, and green space buffer is required for these neighboring subdivisions. In the alternative, a combination of R20, RA5, and RSL unsupported would be the appropriate method for achieving the intended results.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Rosenbaum. I'm a 20-year resident of the Glenside subdivision, adjacent to and directly backing up to the Tripp property on the east side. What I'm asking the commissioners to do is to strongly consider what is on this land now, and then from your visit to Park Springs, consider what that land would look like on this property. Also, please envision what a potential failed CCRC would do to our neighborhood. Senior living communities remain strongly supported in our community. However, while I cannot support the mass intensity, uncertainty, extensive blasting expected for this proposed CCRC project, I can support the current single-family home zoning for the site and the suggested idea of a multi-zone, single-family home concept, much more in keeping with the surrounding areas, which would provide a smooth transition to the then surrounding neighborhoods following the contour of the land and provide for the needs of seniors within the community. Respectfully ask your denial of this intense CCR rezoning request, and I thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, quickly, please.
My name is Laura Espino, and I'm a Hidden Hollow resident, and I back up to this property. So mine is very short, but I would support the conceptual plan that you were given that's more in keeping with our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Warren Ballou. I'm representing the Rutledge Place Homeowners Association. I'm a former resident of Glenside as well, and I'm also a former volunteer for the board for Friends of East Cobb Park. And I'm here to cast the vote on behalf of all the Rutledge Place residents in opposition to the zoning restructuring. And I will make one brief comment on behalf of my organization. And our position is that we believe there are plenty of other locations for such a facility. We have no objection to that. I'm a senior citizen myself, as are a lot of our residents in our neighborhood. But there is no shortage of other sites, but there's only one undeveloped watershed of this caliber in East Cobb, and so we'd like to lock this in for future generations. Thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Thank you. The public hearing for opposition is closed. Kevin, they have 35 seconds over. Do you have any comments? Thank you. Commissioner Ott, would you lead our conversation, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I want to thank both sides, those people in favor and those people opposed, for all of the time that you have taken and your efforts and attention over a very long haul. I also want to acknowledge all of the emails, phone calls, petitions that the board has received. There have been quite a few. And so I just want to acknowledge the fact that we got them, we read them, we listened to your comments. First thing I'd like to discuss, there's been a lot of discussion, especially in the emails, about the park bond from 2009. In 2009, the citizens voted to authorize a $40 million park bond. That was based upon a no tax increase pledge from the board at that time. The downturn in the economy prevented the issuance of that bond due to the fact that it would have involved an increase in taxes. Each year, as the county moves away from 2009, there is less money that could be issued as part of a park bond. And that is because in the original bond language, it said that the debt service would have to be done by the year 2023. So each year the amount decreases. The current amount that could be issued in a park bond is $29.8 million. Although the Tritt property was on the list of properties recommended by the citizens for consideration by the Citizens Committee that was formed to review all the properties, it did not make the final priority list issued by that board, or that committee. The reasons that it did not were, number one, the price. At the time, it was $22 million. The location next to East Cobb Park. Also, the fact that it was more than 50%, or it would have represented more than 50% of the $40 million bond. And it was believed by the committee that it concentrated parkland in one small part of the entire district and county. Today, the price is the same. However, that would represent 74% of the $29.8 million that is available for a bond. That cannot be justified. I do not believe that it would be prudent on the part of the fellow commissioners to take 74% of that bond and put it where there is already a park. So I just think that the folks that continue to talk about a park happening there, it's not going to happen. I'd like to talk a little bit about the CCRC zoning category itself. Back last year, the Board of Commissioners had a concern after the first filing, Z43, and requested or put in place a 6-month moratorium. The board also reconvened the original committee, which was a mix of developers, planners, senior service representatives, and homeowners, to review and address the concerns that the Board of Commissioners had back at that time. That committee was unable to reach consensus, and the document that the board got back, this is one of the paragraphs in the conclusion, said, after very productive and informative debate and discussion about the potential amendments, the committee was unable to agree on a consensus document. The committee was also unable to agree that protection criteria in the existing ordinance were adequate and that decisions should remain at the discretion of the Board of Commissioners. Those concerns back then are very much the same concerns that the board hears from all of you that are in opposition. Let's talk a little bit about the needs of the seniors. I had the opportunity to meet with some seniors last week. For many years, the county has wrestled with finding the best way to address seniors' needs. There was a suburban condominium zoning category. RSL has been tweaked numerous times. The county has spent many, many long hours trying to find the best solution, working with the community and the seniors. Things that the county hears, that seniors want to live near their current location, age and place. They have a desire to continue going to their doctors, stores, pharmacies, and their places of worship. They want something that's affordable. They want differing levels of service that they can move into as their needs change. And they don't want to be put in some complex on some highway away from everything. And basically, they also want to be close to their medical providers. and they want to be a part of a community or close to their family. On the other hand, the needs of the community that the board has heard over the last year and a half is that they're concerned about the overcrowding in the schools. They're concerned about density and intensity that the CCRC code allowed. They want something that fits into the community. They are not opposed to senior living. They just want something that fits. I'd like to kind of talk a little bit about the characteristics comparing, because you've heard some folks suggest that it should be a subdivision, others want senior living. A senior living facility is age restricted. It has different traffic cycles than a neighborhood. It has less traffic than other developments, and it has no or little impact on the schools. Developed as a subdivision, the history of the good schools here in Cobb County, particularly East Cobb, attracts families with children. It also, Walton is over capacity. The school board is wrestling now with trying to build a high school for 3,700 students that produces more traffic, and it produces continuous traffic throughout the day versus a senior traffic cycle, which is different. Kind of moving over to Isaacson Living, I have visited Park Springs, not just kind of driving it around as a commissioner, but I went there with my mom. And Kevin gave us a great tour. I'm extremely familiar with the product that they offer. I'm very familiar with the financial model that they use, and they do a good job. Just a little bit, I've been working on zoning for over 16 years. Started as a homeowner rep, as many of you out in the audience. I spent some time as the East Cobb Civic Association president. I was on the Planning Commission for 4 years and have sat here on this board for 6.5. And over the 16 years of zoning experience, this is by far the most difficult case that I have had to deal with, and I think the rest of the board would agree, due to the many complexity of the issues and the many competing factors. With my motion, or I actually have a couple options here, I'm going to try to take into account everything that I've discussed and that the board has heard. Although I may not agree with everything in a recent letter to the editor, letter that was in the local paper, I do agree with the following statement. And now the writer and I may be on different sides of some of the issues, but the writer wrote, quote, "A bold leader listens to all sides of an issue, but then adds the experience and wisdom that they have personally gained, sometimes painfully, over the years. A bold leader votes for the right thing," end quote. I agree that it is very important to work with the seniors to help them age in place and be able to continue using, as I said, their doctors, their stores, their places of worship. But I also think it's equally important to make sure that each development fits into the community it wishes to be a part of. I have a concern about the potential flaws or issues that have been brought up with the CCRC code, as previously discussed last year. I believe that there is possibly another alternative in the county code that would address the concerns and needs of the senior population while also taking into account the needs of the community. It was touched briefly on by the opposition, and that is residential senior living. There are two parts to the residential senior living code. The first, non-supportive, which was shown in the opposition's plan, is very similar to the cottages proposed in this plan. It allows all the amenities that are proposed in the current application. Those products can be purchased. They are age restricted. They are permitted in low-density residential, and they account for the floodplain and wetlands as are illustrated in this property. The second type of residential senior living is a supportive. It too is age restricted. It allows for assisted living. It includes provisions for assistance with transportation, medical care, food preparation, just like the current proposal in front of the board. It also has similar activities like the proposal for the residents. It allows for the ancillary uses, such as barbershops, hair salons, that the current proposal, and that is for both the residents and their guests. In part, the RSL code was developed to ensure older Cobb adults can live in housing appropriate to their specific needs and to facilitate development that addresses decreased mobility and changing health in an aging population. The job of the Board of Commissioners is to balance the competing interests of rezoning applicants and the adjacent and nearby property owners to ensure what is approved fits into the character of the area while still giving the applicant a constitutional use of their property. And as I see it, Mr. Chairman, I have two options to recommend to the board. One is to do something similar to what the opposition did and the Planning Commission did, and that is for this board to basically design a community, which I have reservations about. We are supposed to be looking at developments instead of doing them. The other option is to just go with my feeling that I'm concerned about this particular project and recommend denial. And so at this,
Please.
at this point in time, I will make a motion for denial.
Thank you. Is there a second? Guys, is there a second? I'll second for the purpose of discussion. Is there any other comments from the board? I'd like to make a couple comments before we go forward with the vote. What? Go ahead.
I forgot to add something to my motion. Can I do
Sure.
it? Okay, in addition to a motion for denial, I would instruct staff to bring to the Board of Commissioners at our next meeting a moratorium on any new CCRC applications until the board has had an opportunity to review the existing code.
Thank you.
Is second okay with that?
Second, the second is fine with that. My comments are this, Cobb County has always been proud of doing a lot of what I call bold moves first in the region, in the state. We were the first to have a CID. We were the first to bring forward the opportunity for seniors to live here without, with an exemption to their property tax, which our schools are now suffering significantly from as a result of that exemption, but nevertheless quite attractive to the senior communities. This community, Cobb County, has been very, very supportive of our senior communities and tried to be our best to blend it in. We were the first to even come up with a code that addresses the characteristics that Commissioner Ott talked to about that are different in a senior community than we are with the traditional subdivisions. Seniors are an asset. Someone mentioned that the seniors are an asset. Without a doubt, in my mind, they are the most important asset to this community, as they are the ones that created the opportunities we enjoy today, and they are the ones that are mentors for our children who are trying to struggle with the crazy world we live in. They're a constant, they're a comfort, and they're a good group of folks to keep around us at all time. And I also agree that developers do matter, and that comes into consideration often when we consider what's in front of us. There's no doubt that Isaacson is the best in the region in the southeast at doing what they do. We need to solve this issue. This is the first application for CCRC. When we designed it looking forward, not through the rearview mirrors of what's been done in the past, because quite frankly, there was no past to look at. So we put our efforts together, the professional staff and the community, and tried to come up with what is the best. And it needs a little tweaking, as this is shown. I think we should applaud the Isaacson development for bringing forward this proposal and giving us a chance to understand the strengths and weaknesses so that we can build towards being a better community in the future as we decide what's the best way to go forward. I believe that we need to take off when we come up and deal with the CCRC and a revision to the RSL, which I think needs to be looked at. I think we need to take off our immediate, not in my backyard, isn't important to me, and look at what's in the best interest of our community overall and what this population means to our success as a community, as a high quality of life that makes us attractive to so many folks. We have 700,000 plus folks living in this community, and a big percentage of those are over the age of 55. And as we move forward, we're going to have two audiences to deal with in Cobb County: seniors and millennials. Everyone else will not matter. And if we sit back and ignore those two characteristics and not plan for it, we'll be reacting to it. If we react to it, I guarantee you our solution will be much poorer than if we take the time to move forward. So as that, I agree with the commissioner's comments, and I support the denial. Is there any other questions or comments? Commissioner
Yes,
Cupid.
a comment shared. I strongly defer to the commissioner with this development being in his district. Have some questions with respect to the issue of intensity, because I believe that the chairman shared, there is general support to see additional development that's supportive of our seniors. The proposed development is quite intense, as was displayed with the area development. There was another option that was provided by the opposition, and there was someone else who spoke, I believe an area resident, who stated that she was not opposed to what the opposition shared. I, like you, don't believe it's the board's place to be designing what should occur on somebody's lot, but believe that there may be an option other than denial to get closer to what can achieve both objectives of having a less intense development and also providing additional opportunities for seniors.
All right, let me address the intensity, and I think it'll be real easy to see where the two zoning categories differ and how you get to the intensity levels that some people think is in the CCRC versus RSL. And the big difference is that in CCRC, you are allowed to include floodplain and stream buffers in your density calculations. So in this particular property, you would have at least 9.5 more acres, but you can't build on them. So what happens, you may have an overall density of 8.95, I believe it says in the book, on the entire property, but when you actually build it, because you're not building on 20% of it, the intensity increases because all of that is put in one place. The residential senior living zoning category, on the other hand, does not allow the inclusion of the floodplain and wetlands, so that the density calculations are for the actual property that will be built on. Okay. And so that's where I think you get a less intense development under RSL than you would under CCRC.
Thank you. Any other comments?
May I provide a
Sure.
follow-up? Okay. Again, getting back to finding some middle ground, not having a CCRC. If there is denial of this application, what options are available to still consider this type of development for this area? And if there aren't any, I would ask that we at least consider the additional option that was provided.
Go ahead.
Basically what happens with the denial, more than likely, because the applicant has filed a constitutional challenge with their zoning application, the likelihood of an appeal by the applicant to the Superior Court is, I would say, probable. They have 30 days to make that decision. If an appeal is filed and it goes to Superior Court, what is then required by the Superior Court process is mediation with the, automatic mediation with the Board of Commissioners, which involves, typically the way the board operates is the district commissioner sits down with the applicant and sees if something can be agreed upon, then it's brought back before the Board of Commissioners. That is up to the applicant to decide if they want to file the appeal. With the proposed moratorium, that gives the county the opportunity or the breathing room to not have any new applications come forward, and allows community development staff and the commissioners to sit and look at the CCRC code, and I think, as the chairman said, compare it to the RSL code, because as I mentioned in my comments, the RSL code, when combined, which I think it's important to note that the county has never used the option that is in the RSL code today of combining supportive and non-supportive. Typically what's come in front of this board is either supportive by itself or non-supportive. And the board has never really taken a look at what happens when you put the two together. I mean, I actually had considered a motion that would have done a hybrid of the two. But I just felt, like I said earlier, that I did not think it was our place. I thought it was more important to say, let's take this one, put it aside, go back to the drawing board, and look at both the CCRC and the RSL combined, and see, you know, it may be that instead of keeping the CCRC, that the RSL code can be tweaked and work in all situations for seniors, where you can do RSL supportive, or you can do RSL non-supportive, or you can do a combination of the two. And that one code, which the county has a lot of experience with, having done it in many different parts of the county, that may turn out to be the better option. Or it may be that the CCRC does have its values by itself. But I think that what the board needs to do is, I think there's a lot of agreement that this is just too intense. The applicant did a great job in trying to create something that, I mean, it's a beautiful complex. I just personally don't think this is the right place for this intensity. So hopefully that answered.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrow.
I too feel compelled to speak. We've had numerous meetings for almost 2 years with both sides, for and against, the applicant, the opposition. I've sat in Laura's living room and stood in Lisa's backyard, and I even visited Park Springs because I wanted to see, since it was comparable in size and acreage. I do feel strongly as well as the chairman about our seniors and taking care of our seniors. But as I've said all along, I don't think CCRC is inappropriate for this property, but I do think this particular project is too intense. So I just want to thank everyone on both sides and all parties involved for their endurance and participation in this process.
Commissioner Weatherford.
Thank you, sir. I think we may be confusing intensity with density. I think the property may be density, but the intensity won't be the same as if it was the same property developed with R20 or any others. I myself has some experience in Ackworth as a city councilman there, that we approved a similar facility, although smaller, with 120 residents, 3 stories, in a neighborhood, and it's been very successful. They're adding more to it because of that success. So I would be somewhat hypocritical if I say I'm not supportive of this type of development. And we have found that that development, although smaller, but comparable on smaller acreage, the intensity is certainly not there if you put the restrictions and the type of facility there and allow more density. So I think this is a great facility. I'm not certain if this is the ideal location, but it certainly appears that the applicant has done a lot of work to try to make it and lord it over and over and over again. And I was not here when those decisions were made. But I feel that the intensity of a project with this amount of density is not the same as another project. And I think we need to concentrate on looking at the intensity. I know I have several RSLs in my district, and we're concentrating on intensity, the different travel patterns, less impact on schools, different travel times, et cetera, et cetera. So I agree with Commissioner Ott that we need something like this. I'm not sure if this is exactly what it is or where it is. We need to revise it, but I think that this project as presented has a lot to offer seniors in our area, and it's severely needed. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will call the question at this point. Motion carries
I thought you were going to repeat them.
3-2. I can't read the board.
Cupid and Weatherford.
Cupid and Weatherford in opposition. Thank you. Next, we're going to take a 5-minute break to clear the room and move on to the next cases, where we'll begin first by making a count for Z12.
Upstairs?
Yep. Thank you. We are back to the March 17, 2015 Board of Commissioners zoning hearing. We have just completed case Z2. There are other cases in which we need to take a head count. I think we've given sufficient time for folks that might have been in the other rooms to come up. So let's go ahead, and I know that wanted to take a head count for Z12, although that's been continued. So let's start there and follow through the rest of your request, Mark.
Okay. Can I get a show of people
Mark.
here who are opposed to rezoning case
Sorry,
Z12,
John.
Michael B. Kennedy? Please raise your hand and stand.
With Z12, those in opposition to Z12, please raise your hand.
Let the zoning record show there are 5 people here opposed to rezoning case Z12, and that case has been continued. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I've had a request from the applicant for other business item number 15 to continue this case until your April zoning hearing. So I can get a vote from the board to continue that?
Thank you. So I'm going to repeat what Mark is saying, because his mic doesn't seem to be Mark, whoever it is, John, Alice.
I know.
It's hard to undo. So you are John, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to repeat what John said. Other business item number 15, the applicant has asked us to continue that to our April meeting. Commissioner Burrow will need a motion.
Commissioner Ott. Sorry.
Commissioner Ott.
All right, make a motion to continue other business item number 15 until our April zoning hearing.
Second.
Any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Were there other cases that needed a head count?
No, sir, that's all I had in my list.
John, thank you. So let's start with Z90.
Yes, sir. And does the board want to hear Z90 and SLUP 22 together?
We do.
Okay, I'll call them together. Rezoning case Z90 of 2014, Magellan Pipeline Company, LP. Request rezoning from GC, HI, and R20 to HI for the purpose of petroleum operations in land lots 839 and 864 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Anderson Farm Road, south of Powder Springs Road, on the northerly side of Ewing Road, and at the terminus of Elm Street, and at the terminus of Ash Street. Additionally, SLEP 22 of 2014, Magellan Pipeline Company, LP, requests a special land use permit for the purpose of complementing area petroleum operations and enhancing gasoline supply in land lots 839 and 864 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Anderson Farm Road, south of Powder Springs Road, on the northerly side of Ewing Road, and at the terminus of Elm Street, and at the terminus of Ash Street. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to these two applications? Please raise your hand.
To start with.
Let the record show there are 28 people here in opposition to these two cases. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
So those wishing to speak in opposition need to come forward and be sworn in at this time, please. Mr. Moore.
Once we're ready.
Sorry. Okay. I was trying to accommodate my district commissioner's climate needs.
I'm fine.
No problem.
Go ahead.
Thank you again,
Sorry.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Kevin Moore. I'm here on behalf of the owner of this 58-acre tract, Colonial Pipeline, and the applicant, Magellan Pipeline Company in this application for rezoning and for a special land use permit, and I appreciate your indulgence in hearing those together, since they really do go hand in glove as part of this application for rezoning and for SLUP. The property, as I said, is 58 acres. It's located on Anderson Farm Road, just south of its intersection with Powder Springs Road and just west of that intersection of Powder Springs Road and the east-west connector. It is located directly across the street from property owned and operated by Colonial Pipeline for its tank and storage facility known as Atlanta Junction. That was first constructed, developed, and purchased in the 1960s when Colonial chose this site as one of its major intersections or hubs or a junction for providing its pipeline system as it pipes and provides for the gas pipeline from our Gulf Coast through the southeast and hits here at this location. They call it Atlanta Junction for just that reason, because then from here it then does service the southeast and continues to service the eastern seaboard up until areas of Pennsylvania and that far northeast. So this is a major site for Colonial as part of its infrastructure that has been here now for nearly 50 years. The proposal is 58 acres. It's zoned, the majority of the property, as you see on the screen above you, is zoned heavy industrial already. There's also a small section of property to the west that's red, and you'll see that's zoned general commercial, which is still a portion of the property. You'll see even to the west of that, the large general commercial red area. That's actually zoned general commercial, but is some neighborhoods as well as some commercial properties that front on Powder Springs, even though they're all zoned general commercial. And then in the yellow, you'll see that there's a small section of the property that's actually zoned R20, even though it's surrounded by heavy industrial and CRC and NRC. It's just simply left over. And Colonial's owned this property for a good number of years, set aside for purposes of adding to its existing facilities, as is Colonial has been one of our better and indeed is one of our excellent corporate citizens for Cobb County. The purpose of this application is to provide for two tanks for a blending, butane blending operation. I'm going to turn to the site plan and go through that and then hit on some of the things that Magellan, who will be operating in conjunction with Colonial, the facility, some of the highlights of it and what they've committed to do in this instance. Thanks. And it's best seen with an aerial with the site plan overlaid on it. And this again is a revised site plan that was submitted some time ago. But here you have Anderson Farm Road as it approaches Powder Springs. Here you have the location of the two tanks that would hold butane for the butane blending operation that would occur. Those are connected by underground pipes to the existing Colonial facilities, blended into our gas pipeline. There has been a lot of information that has been provided to the county as what that operation entails. And there certainly aren't any questions about that from a chemistry standpoint or from a very technical standpoint. We have the people here from both Magellan and Colonial that can answer that. But suffice to say, what it does is it assists in the increasing the volume of our gas supply and our gas capacity for those pipelines, and it's done all over the country. In fact, Magellan has been doing butane blending projects for over 25 years and operate currently 42 such blending, butane blending projects as part of both their existing pipeline facilities and others across the nation. So it's important to note that this is not new science. What this is new for right here in this particular location as part of what Colonial wants to do in a joint project with Magellan to bring in what's known as one of the experts in the field and operating, and do that in conjunction with Colonial and their facilities here. But here you have the 58-acre tract with the two tanks that are located here. You have the entry point, which has now been moved closest to Powder Springs Road on Anderson Farm Road, where the trucks would bring in and offload that fuel here and then proceed to leave and go back out to Powder Springs Road. What's notable is you'll see these circles that are on here, and that's because what's shown here is that this proposal does meet Cobb County's distance requirements of a minimum of 1,000 feet from any residentially used property, not just residentially zoned property. a residentially used property, and it meets that distance requirement. And as a result, you'll see that this is being, this proposal leaves these trees that you see on this overhead, which is why it's important. It leaves all of that in place. And at a location here on Anderson Farm Road, and you can even see the tanks that are lined up here. I think there's 25 existing Colonial tanks for their gas operations there as well. One of the issues that had been brought forward was, or issues of concern, was that there was some sort of safety concern, that this was bringing a danger to the area. And I want to assure the board and others that that is simply not the case. This is heavily regulated. Petroleum and petroleum-related products and their storage and handling is heavily regulated by the county, by the state, and by the federal government, as is the existing Colonial facilities are that have been there. There are a minimum of 14 safety systems that will be implemented as part of this project, all which are either comply or exceed the requirements of the various applicable agencies. I'm not going to go through those because it's an exhaustive list of safety systems, but suffice to say there's systems and redundant systems to provide fire protection, to provide leak or any type of catastrophe type of protection. Those safety systems are here. They are proven and tested, and they work, and Magellan and Colonial are the best at them. In addition, there are 24 different design codes just under the federal regulations that have to be met as it relates to this type of operation. That's normal in this industry. That's what they're used to dealing with and making sure that they meet and exceed those standards as well. As it relates to the land use, again, I can't overstate, this property is zoned. Far and away, most of this property is already zoned heavy industrial. With the stipulation letter, I was able to provide you a copy of that, and that's been submitted. That's dated March 16, 2015. Magellan and Colonial are making significant contributions as far as what they are willing to do. As I already stated how this site lays out, stated they're providing for the deceleration lane, sidewalk, and tree landscaping along Anderson Farm Road. Also, they've provided and committed to perform a traffic study to address any truck traffic issues and provide that and coordinate that traffic study with Cobb DOT. They're not going anywhere. They're here and want to be a part of the community. They've committed to formulate a community outreach plan that would be submitted to staff and the district commissioner that would include community meetings in order to outreach and provide information about this project as they go forward. Those types of stipulations, those types of commitments that are being made aren't present if tomorrow a permit is applied for to develop this site as heavy industrial, which it can be. It will have no buffers. HI does not buffer from general commercial, so there would be no buffers. There would be nothing more than the possible uses under heavy industrial, such as truck terminal and other heavy industrial types of uses that could occur tomorrow. Instead, what's being proposed here by Colonial and Magellan is a use that's already there, the storage of petroleum and petroleum-related products as part of Atlanta Junction and Colonial's overall project and facilities here. That's already there. And it's there, and this property is there to provide for that use and to provide for that industrial use. And I think that can be reflected in the staff's recommendation for approval, where they highlighted that the land use plan shows this as heavy industrial, and in fact calls this specific area priority industrial area, so that it can, in fact, the projection for this specific property is that it would be used in conjunction with Colonial's existing facility, just as being proposed today. And that's why staff recommended, I feel, for approval. I feel like that's why the Planning Commission likewise recommended for approval, because this is what is supposed to go here, because all of these safety protections are in place, these regulations are in place, the distance requirements are in place, and that's what's in place there is the Colonial existing facilities. And for this project for Magellan and Colonial to do a joint project and bring this to this site is exactly what should go here, with the stipulations that they put in place and committed to, which would not be in place otherwise if this property is developed under its current heavy industrial zoning. None of that occurs. With that, as I stated, we have the representatives from Colonial Pipeline that are here that can answer any potential questions. We have the representatives of Magellan, which are here, who can answer any potential technical questions that I might not be able to. And they've been very helpful. We've conducted the community meetings, and while certainly there are those who disagree, we think that this exactly is what is needed here for this Colonial facility and for this Magellan project to occur. With that, we would respectfully request your approval of both the rezoning of the property and the approval of the special land use permit so that this project can move forward. With that, we thank you for your time and consideration today. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Opposition, please.
Hello, I'm Daniel McCampbell. I'm a lifelong resident of Cobb County. I used to be a fireman here in Cobb County, and I've been there a time or two when they had fires. They're proposing now to add butane tanks. They want to blend to make their gas more volumized. They're not really adding any gas, they're just pumping it up. So they're not adding gas, they're just adding space. They're also going to have to change the nature of this from a pumping and holding station to the EPA requires it to be a refinery. I don't know if HI is qualified to put a refinery there or not. I don't know. I also live about 1,200 feet from the corner over there. That tank, they're 110 feet tall, like 180 feet wide, 60,000 gallons of butane, liquid butane in each one. Butane's very explosive. And any fire prevention system you got, it ain't gonna work. Once that stuff goes off, it's gone until what we used to call a controlled burn, because that's all that you have left. You can't put it out. The water just heats it up. It's at 150 degrees below zero. If you want to gasize it more, you heat it up. So putting water on it just heats it up, makes it worse. The neighbors, you're talking about seniors, which I'm one of, that whole area is surrounded by senior citizens. Most of them had no idea of what was going on here. I found out by watching Channel 23, and I contacted Commissioner Cubitt about it. And at that time, only one person knew about it because it'd been in proper notification. I even called Kevin, because usually Kevin's done a lot of zonings with us and on different projects. And I was told that it was an inert gas fuel additive, no smell, and that's kind of dangerous because if it leaks, you're not going to know it. Butane's a heavier than air gas. It's going to sink down. It's going to find its lowest spot until it gets an ignition source, and then it's going to blow. And you can see the location of it. They're sitting across the street from probably 200 million gallons of gasoline. And in today's world, that's a dangerous situation. You're opening up a potential target for terrorists or whoever, some other maniac that wants to disrupt the whole East Coast of the United States. We're opposed to it, period. I mean, I don't think that there's anything that they can do to improve the looks of it. Would you want a 150-foot tall tower in your backyard? They just bought that. They bought that property in 2006. No, they haven't had it for 60 years. That particular piece we're talking about there, that was bought from the Henson family in 2006. And they paid taxes on it up until then, but there has been no taxes paid on that property. As best I can tell, and I've been told that Colonial pays taxes according to the land use plan, or I'm sorry, the tax assessor's page, they don't pay taxes, property taxes. Now, they may pay ad valorem taxes and other things, but I couldn't find, and I tried, the Marathon has a pumping station up there, and they do pay taxes, but nobody else seems to be, and nobody at the state can tell me why. I've asked Ms. Cupid, and she said they told her 1.2 million too. But again, I'm personally opposed to it. All of my neighbors are opposed to it. We think it's dangerous. We're mostly seniors over there. We want the area, the traffic over there is terrible. We'd like to have, the roads need to be improved. We have a lot of things over there that we need, and that tank is not one of them. And I'll let the next gentleman speak. He lives in the subdivision contiguous to this property and is most affected. Mike?
Thank you. I want to remind the speakers that you have 5 minutes and 23 collectively left, so please plan accordingly.
I'll try to be quick.
Thank you.
My name's Mike Worley. I live at 3786 Cedar Drive. I'm here to speak for the Flint Hill subdivision, which is the residential area that borders the western point of their property. I have here a copy of the 15 criteria that Cobb County says that Magellan has to meet to get approval for special land use permit number 22. I've gone through every one of these, and all these directly affect my subdivision and all the people live in it. I've lived in it for 39 years. We have people that lived in it for 50 years. And we're all older, retired people. We paid taxes for 50 years. And in this, and we weren't notified of any of this happening. The first time we find out is when we get flyers from Mr. McCampbell here. And who's representing us we have no voice in this. This is the first we've been able to say anything. Nobody has come or notified us or let us know what's going on. Of the criteria that you said they have to meet, we disagree with many of the criteria, and we have concerns with a lot of other criteria. We feel like we have no voice in this. This is just being done, and as taxpayers and landowners, we're being ignored. So we'd like to have you put this on a hold until we can have a proper way to voice our opinions on this and make sure that, that everything's answered and we're represented fairly in this issue. And that's all I'm asking for 30-something people that live on that street, on those 3 streets.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Dale Mack. I'm the treasurer for the Dogwood Place Homeowners Association. Dogwood Place is a subdivision of over 54 homeowners. We have lived in that community, raised our families, support our schools. The Dogwood Place Homeowners Association is against this zoning. This zoning request is before you for one reason and one reason only: to increase profits. Colonial Pipeline has been in this area for some time. The tank farm, I do understand, but we already have high numbers of trucks coming in, fuel trucks on a daily basis. I have one teenager who's a driver. I'm about to put a second teenager on the road, Lord forbid. But there's a lot of traffic in there. The gentleman spoke about trees. That used to be an orchard. They are sparse trees. It's mostly grass and deer and other wildlife that are in that area. There is new development going in. There's a daycare that's being built right across the street. Venture Properties is putting up a new subdivision on Flint Hill and Anderson Farm, and we oppose this. The gentleman earlier talked about the threat to the homeland. As you're aware, terrorists are looking at soft targets. In the applicant's request application, they indicated that they would put in a fence for security. Last week, I was at a training at the Y-12 facility in Oak Ridge, and there was a group who took fence cutters and breached that fence to breach the Y-12 facility. We oppose this. One of the commissioners earlier, and I would quote, "Be a bold leader, do the right thing, oppose this for the homeowners who live and raise our families in this area, and we are not concerned about the oil companies wanting to increase profits by adding butane to gasoline to increase profits." Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, 1 minute, please.
Hello, my name is Stephen McCampbell. I'm actually a certified residential appraiser in the state of Georgia and a broker as well. Just can't state how much this is not going to have one positive impact for any person who owns property around there other than Magellan and Colonial and Marathon. This is been suppressing this area for the last 60 years. This is what you said, it was up for about 60 years. Well, it's been suppressing this area from growth for about the last 60 years as well. And to put it in, well, it'll probably detour other growth from coming around the area that would be a positive income for the county. This I am pretty sure of. I have no comparables to compare it to because the only one that they told me that existed that they could tell me was in Houston, Texas. I tried to find out where it was located so I could call some appraisers over in Houston, Texas to see what kind of negative effect it had on the market of the property, the marketability, the resale of it. I can only think that if you got a 110-foot tower in your backyard, it's not gonna, and you got a comparable down the street, they're not gonna go rushing to that 110-foot tower. They're gonna go running away from that 110-foot butane tower, especially if you put two there.
Okay, I'm gonna need you to conclude to give we're over time, and I want this last gentleman to have an opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, well, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I hope the gas tanks don't expand.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
My name is William D. Brown. I've lived in the community for over 70 years. And the people are opposed to these butane tanks and the zoning, which is Z90 and SLUP 22. We're opposed to it. And the reason we're opposed to it is it's dangerous. Magellan is not your friend. They're not our friend. They'd like to be, but they can't be because their only motive is profit. They don't care about the community. If they did, they would locate these tanks somewhere else other than an urban area. They are located in a rural area. And we've given you a petition with 90 more people on it, at least, as opposed to it, and they all live in the area. And we want you to vote against this rezoning. Colonial has polluted some groundwater there. I recently drained my lake. One of the reasons I drained, it's not the total reason, all the reason, but it's one of the reasons, it was polluted with what smelled like petroleum runoff.
Okay, sir, I'm gonna need you to conclude, please.
Okay, and I just want you to vote against it. That's what I'm asking you.
Thank you. Kevin, there's, Mr. Moore, you've got about a minute and a half if you'd like to speak again.
Yes, thank you for that opportunity, and I only want to correct when there's just outright falsities.
Sure.
Number one, as it relates to taxes, we had provided that information and provided that Colonial, in fact, does pay taxes to the tune of $1.2 million a year, and I think that's important to note because they do pay it. And we provided the checks that are made out to the Cobb County Tax Commissioner, so I think that's important. Also, I think it's important that
Sorry.
Oh, no, not a problem. But I think it's important because they do pay that money, and Magellan will, as part of this new project, will likewise pay $1.2 million as the estimated tax revenue that will be generated from this site on an annual basis. So to assert that somehow somebody's not paying their taxes or that there's no taxes assessed when in fact they pay $1.2 million, which is a significant sum, I think that needs to be corrected, and so I wanted to address that, as well as all notice procedures were followed in this case. We have very strict notice procedures in Cobb County. We provided the notice forms and what was the notice letters that were sent to the 1,000 feet from this property, just as we do in every zoning application. That was verified by Cobb County zoning staff. Signs were posted. The notice procedures were in place. Everybody's been notified. We stuffed mailboxes for an original community meeting in November that was held. We had one person attend. Since that time, through direction of Commissioner Cupid's office, coordinated another town hall type community meeting in Dogwood, and when over 70 or 80 people were in attendance with DOT signs being placed out there. So the full opportunity to be notified has been made. And I just wanted to correct those two things because those stand out because Colonial and Magellan have done those things and have paid. Thank you.
Thank you. The public hearing is closed. Commissioner Cupid, would you lead our conversation, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank both the applicant and the residents for meeting with me and sharing with me either your support or your concerns with respect to this project. Part of the challenge I have with this project is being able to fully address everyone's concerns in a way that they are understood. There are some concerns which were shared today, which I will try to address. There were some concerns that were addressed that I will ask for the applicant, or perhaps he may have some people from Colonial or Magellan address. the difficulty is thinking that this forum is going to be adequate to allay all of the concerns that the community has. I'm going to do my best to at least address those concerns. There's some concerns that I think may not be allayed, but I think it's important to address it because this is a quite unique operation here in Cobb County, and there is a lot of concern with the type of substance that is at issue here today. And I think it's important for the quality of that substance to be addressed publicly, for the benefit of those who are tuning into this and for the benefit of those who are here. Even though we did have a public meeting, there were a lot of people in that room, there was a lot going on, and I think this forum might provide a better avenue to do that. So Chairman, if you would indulge me in asking those questions. I would like for the applicant, and you may do this with the support of those who are with you, to address the issues with respect to placement of the tanks on this particular site. Why here? There was a concern shared that putting the tanks on this location shows a disregard for the residents that do live in this area.
Sir, we're not going to tolerate it, so please don't do it again. Thank you. Please continue, Ms.
Yes,
Cooper.
thank you. Thank you, Chairman. So if someone can please address why we are looking at this particular site. And for the close proximate distance, and also why here versus not rural in another
Sure.
completely different location.
And I can address both of those questions.
Thank you.
First, as I stated in my presentation on the front end of it, this site is actually known within the system as Atlanta Junction. Atlanta has a long history dating back to its initial founding of being a hub. It was a hub for railroad, it's a hub for airports, and it is in fact a hub for our gas pipeline system. It's called Atlanta Junction because that gas pipeline from the Gulf Coast comes to here, and this is the junction point when then it can be sent to the various areas around the southeast. It sounds just like our train system when we were founded as Atlanta. It sounds exactly like our airport system, and that's in fact the same type of infrastructure that's used here in this instance. So as of why here, in terms of why the Atlanta Junction Station, is because if you're going to do that, if you're going to have the blending operation, which is a necessary part of what they do, what they want to do going forward, it has to be here, else it cannot get where it can service the areas it needs to service, and that is the remainder of its pipeline system from this spot. The more specific question was why this spot? Why this particular piece of property, this 58 acres located on the west side of Anderson Farm Road? If you can see from that aerial, you'll see the 25 tanks that are there now on the east side of Anderson Farm Road. The issue is one of placement. If you were to place the two proposed tanks on the east side of the road, where you see the tanks now, the issue becomes one of where those could possibly go on Colonial's property, remaining property there. Where they could go, however, would not meet the distance requirement of 1,000 feet. It falls short. The distance that it would hit would be about 750 till it hits school property, which means it doesn't meet the distance, about approximately 750 feet. That it would not meet the distance requirement. And so I certainly would not support sitting here saying that we need to reduce the 1,000-foot distance requirement. It's there for a reason. As a result of that, this property, which Colonial has owned since the 80s, by the way, the heavy industrial tract, sits there, and the two tanks that are being proposed have been located. That way they can meet all safety distance requirements and codes. And we think that's important. Okay. They think it's important. And that's why we have placed them on this track for that reason, to meet the code requirements. And they meet all federal, state, and the local county codes, which in fact are the most restrictive.
Kevin, if you can just excuse me, Attorney
Sure.
Moore, if you can clarify the ownership of the property that's at issue today.
Sure. The property is owned by Colonial Pipeline Company. The project is one that would be a joint project between Colonial Pipeline and Magellan. Magellan, as I said, has 25 years experience and is considered one of the top, if not the top, company for doing butane blending and have been doing that for 25 years. They have 42 other locations. And the two companies have similar corporate structures and similar corporate ideals and visions. And so the two of them are going to do a joint project here at this location. Or
Okay.
what's being proposed anyway.
Thank you, appreciate that. Additional questions. Can you address the difference in the petroleum that's being stored in that area versus butane? What's the difference between both chemicals? What are the properties of this particular material that are generating a different response than the 25 tanks that are there?
Now, that question I'm going to turn to somebody with, hopefully with Magellan, either one of the.
Not gonna
either
answer that one.
I'm not going to answer that one.
What's chemical makeup?
I forgot my high school chemistry, so I'm going to have Ivory Hitz, who's really she is the, she'll give you her time, she's the project engineer and project manager for this particular project on behalf of Magellan, has been intimately involved and can, and was volunteered, I think, to come forward and answer your question, but she can.
Thank you.
Ivory.
Good morning, my name is Ivory Hitz. I'm a representative from Magellan Pipeline. In response to your question, there's gasoline product that is stored on Colonial's property, and then there's butane stored on the apple orchard side, the western side of the property. And gasoline has butane in it today. This is a natural additive that's already part of the product today, so we're just adding more to that and enhancing the product further.
Interesting. And can you talk about the different characteristics between petroleum and gasoline? Because, you know, I want to observe that there is a heightened response to butane, even though there are 25 petroleum tanks that are in the area. And I do want to make it very clear to many of those who are here and that are observing this, whether it be video or TV, that there has been a lot of development that has occurred around these existing petroleum tanks. So if you can speak to why there may be a different response to this particular chemical versus petroleum.
Absolutely. The gasoline that is stored on Colonial's property is stored in an atmospheric tank. The properties of petroleum allow it to be stored in normal atmospheric conditions. It doesn't require additional reduced temperature or reduced pressure or any of those things to keep it in a liquid form. Butane, on the other hand, it needs a little bit of pressure to keep it in liquid form, much similar to propane. If you have a propane tank at your house, it's inside a closed container. It's not open to atmosphere so that it stays in a liquid form for grilling purposes. Butane is similar to that. It needs to be in a closed system so that it can stay in the liquid form.
Okay. What different safety precautions, or what safety precautions can you speak to that will be taken for this particular site to address some of the concerns?
Absolutely. So butane products and products like butane are governed by over 25 different codes and standards. There are industry standards, federal standards, state and local. These standards have been around for over 100 years. API has been around for since 1914. NFPA 58 is a code that is the #1 code for butane and propane type products. It will be celebrating its 75th anniversary this year. These are codes that are updated on a 3-year annual basis, and so they're constantly being looked at as to what are new devices and new inventions that are possible to be able to bring additional safety to our industry in the oil and gas industry. And so these are not codes that are just on the whim developed. They do have a long history, a very safe history, and those are codes that we use. These codes stipulate many different types of safety devices, including the fire suppression system, and we will have sprinkler systems as well as a deluge system, which allows us to bring water to the facility and completely cover the entire surface area of the sphere so that we could be able to keep it cool, extinguish the fire that's around it. The misters also on the underneath side, they're able to provide enough misting effect of water that it basically takes the oxygen and air out of the equation for fire. There's 3 pieces to your fire triangle. Air is one of them. And so if you have the fuel, if you have an ignition point, but you don't have enough oxygen to sustain the fire, then it would go out. So the fire system is very important to it. There's a 36-inch water main across the street that will be supplying water to this facility. We have been working with the different Cobb County Water Department to ensure that it's reliable. Marathon and Colonial are also connected to that system, and they have a very good history of reliability with it. There's multiple pumps that will be used so that if one were down, we have a redundant system, and so that allows us to have even more redundancy and safety in it. The rest of the devices, I would really describe them as very much a layering effect. We have instrumentation devices that are not controlled by humans, if you will. They automatically detect fire. They automatically detect vapor. So if there's anything that's not inside the vessel, inside the storage, it's automatically detected, automatically shuts everything down so that there's no more product coming out of anywhere, wherever it's coming from. We also have devices that humans will notify and see. We have our operators who walk around the facility on a daily basis. If they're out there, they notice anything, they can also activate these systems. They can activate them locally where the device is, there in the storage area or at the offloading area. They're also able to activate the systems remotely from the office. So if they notice something on a camera, or if they just see something going on, they don't feel easy about something, they see something on a screen, they're able to immediately shut it down as well and look at it. We have pressure and temperature devices that allow us to monitor everything that's going on in the system 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. So we know exactly what's going on with our product 100% of the time. To address security, we have security for the facility as well. It will have a perimeter fence all the way around. Truck drivers are trained when they come to the facility. They must prove and pass tests saying that they know where they're supposed to be at, what they're supposed to do. They have access cards allowing who is in the facility, who's not allowed in the facility. And so we're able to maintain security that way as well. We have 24-hour operation there. We'll have employees there at all times so that we can monitor the situation, make sure that everything is going as it should. All of these are devices that allow more safety for the system.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
So when Commissioner Cupid, when you're finished, Commissioner Hahn has a question for you.
Oh, okay, thank you, Chairman. May you provide the safety history of Magellan? Well, first, if you can talk about the number of sites Magellan operates and what kind of incidents may have occurred at those sites?
Absolutely. As Kevin mentioned before, Magellan has operated blending sites for over 25 years, and so we have a 25-year history of doing this. We have 42 different facilities that handle butane and butane blending. We have 10 facilities that handle storage that will be similar to what we're proposing here at Powder Springs. And we have an excellent safety record in operating all of those sites.
You say excellent safety record, so what does that mean?
It means that we have never impacted the communities around us.
Okay.
How many explosions?
Man, sir, that's twice. Okay, with the group. We can have you leave as a group or as individuals, depending on how you want to do it. So please, no more outbursts. Thank you.
Is there anyone here from Colonial who can speak to any incidents that have occurred on that site? Or Kevin, if you can address that.
Okay, before we go there, can we entertain
Sure, I'm
Commissioner
sorry.
Ott's
Yes,
question
I
for the
forgot
young lady?
about that. Please.
I just have a couple questions. With the butane, is there any special fire equipment? Because I know that, yes, you have all the safety things you talked about on site, but obviously the county fire department, and I know that Colonial Pipeline sends some of our firefighters each year for special training. Is there any special fire equipment that would be required of the county with the introduction of butane storage? Because I know that in the past, some fire has required the equipment from Dobbins.
Yes, we have been working with the Cobb County Fire Marshal, and there are no fire systems that they will be required to own or operate or be trained on for this facility, we will work with them and everything will be provided on our site. So we will still develop an emergency response plan together with them. And we will still make sure that they're educated about what we're doing on our site. We will definitely incorporate any of their questions, comments, concerns into the design of the procedures, the plans, the devices that will be there. But there's nothing specific required by them for the facility. Everything will be on our site and able to, with their help or with our help, make sure that it's delivered to the system correctly.
Okay, and my other question deals with, you talked about leak detection and all that, that you have equipment that's built in and it shuts everything down. Are these tanks kept full, both tanks? Because now I know, for example, on the petroleum products, those tanks have the, I know you guys have a term for the moats. I just call them, it's big enough for if the tank were to completely empty, that the petroleum products can go into that tank. Now, we talked about the fact that butane is kept under pressure to keep it in a liquid. Obviously, if there's a leak, it's going to come out into the atmosphere and it's going to go into a gas. So my question is, are these tanks kept full? And if so, where are you going to transfer it to if a leak is determined to be in the tank? Or how do you deal with the contents of a tank if a leak develops?
Absolutely. So we do have a moat, if you will, a berm or containment that is around both spheres so that we're able to hold the 100% containment as if if we had an issue. We've never had that type of issue, but we are prepared for that if we need it. And then in response to it being a liquid versus changing over, most of the time the product will probably stay as a liquid, and we will have the opportunity to gather it back up and get it back into the system. And as it was kind of mentioned earlier, it's heavier than air, and so the vapors will hug the ground and stay within the moat area, within the berm area.
I understand that, but my question is, once a leak develops, is what you're telling us that all the contents are going to have to come out of the tank before it can be dealt
No.
with? Or, I mean, what measures do you have in place? I mean, is it double wall tanks? I mean, is there a way to seal it? I mean, how do you seal a leak?
Correct. So we would basically close off all the inlets and outlets to the tank and thereby secure all of the product that's inside the tank would stay inside the tank. And so nothing else would come out. The steel on the tank is 1.5 inch thick, so the vessel itself is not going to leak. A leak would occur at a flange connection, at a point of connection where there's a piece of pipe and another valve or something like that. And so it's not like the entire contents can come out of the vessel. It would be something that we would be able to control and stop and isolate. And we can control and stop and isolate all that from the sphere itself so that it does not continue to come out.
Thank you. Any other questions for Commissioner Burrow?
Do you have like an in-house or remediation team for spills or leaks, or do you have do you contract with a specialist, or how do you do that?
We do both. We do have in-house experts that will help in developing the plans, the emergency response plans, and any remediation plans. We also do hire third-party consultants and response teams to help us handle and make sure that we keep the community safe.
Okay, so you do have them on site?
On site for this facility?
Mm-hmm.
We will have 24-hour personnel on site, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Kevin, thank you, ma'am. I think there's a question by Commissioner Cupid towards the folks in Colonial, or you, Commissioner Cupid. Do you want to repeat that?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, if we can also address any history at the Colonial site as well.
Sure. As it relates to Colonial and safety or safety-related incidences, there are 2 incidences that have occurred with Colonial over this long period of time. One was a lightning strike, which was quickly contained and without incident at that point in time. Another was a tank was overfilled, which quickly was handled, addressed without incident, and the appropriate systems were then immediately put in place so that would not occur again.
Okay.
Otherwise, Colonial has not had, they're without safety incident as it relates to their operations of the facility there, just like Magellan has had a 25-year history of without safety incident.
Okay. In correspondence, you addressed the instance where, and it was shared in opposition, that there may have been a leak detected, a petroleum leak that was detected.
Okay.
Can you speak to that, please?
Sure, and that was in, there was a comment that had been made, and Colonial was able to respond to that in detail regarding Dogwood Country Club, which is just south of this property, of Colonial's property, really almost adjacent to it on the south side at Anderson Farm and Flint Hill is Dogwood Country Club. In 2004, the owners of Dogwood Country Club were looking to sell that property. They had an offer from a more of a high-density type residential developer to buy it. They were obviously had a good business relationship with Colonial and went to Colonial and said, before we do this, are y'all interested in this? Colonial was very interested in not having that occur on its adjacent border. And so they went about to purchase the Dogwood Country Club property that time in 2004, did their due diligence, discovered on the Dogwood Country Club property there was a small heightened level of hydrocarbons. So they looked at that, met with Georgia, the state environmental division to ensure that all precautions and cleanup or whatever was necessary was done. They were given, and that was taken care of, addressed at that point in time. And appropriate wells and monitoring systems are on site and tested every month to ensure that there is no such leak from that standpoint. So the idea being that, you know, action is taken immediately and it's overboard in terms of making sure anything is addressed whatsoever, and that's been their history.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. What I'd like to do is shift the conversation to the issue of transportation, which
Sure.
has been probably the second top issue which has been addressed with this particular site. If you can address what steps that the applicant will take to address transportation.
Sure. And the transportation question was one that had been raised in the community meetings. There's a concern of truck traffic. That is the trucks that are coming in and out of this particular area. In particular, if you move south of the Colonial property and this property, it moves into a residential area south of Anderson Farm Road. At the intersection of Anderson Farm Road and Ewing Road, there's in fact a sign sits right about that location. It says no truck traffic going south, because that's when it gets residential. Truck traffic is supposed to go to the divided, 5-lane highway of Powder Springs Road right at the east-west connector, so that trucks are using those big roads that can accommodate that and not going through residential areas. Unfortunately, there is truck traffic that goes through residential areas or that uses roads that it's not supposed to in this particular area. Primarily, Colonial does not have a lot of trucks. It's but Marathon, which is a distribution, which is not Colonial Pipeline, it's located on the northern end of the Colonial property, does have a good number of trucks. And it's apparent that that was an issue. These residences, and understandably, and residents are saying, why do I have trucks going through my residential streets? What we're proposing as part of this is because that particular issue is one that, where are the trucks coming from, what are the driving patterns, what can be done overall to ensure that trucks take the proper path. And so both Magellan and Colonial came forward, and it's in our stipulation letter, that in conjunction with Cobb DOT, they would to bear the burden and cost of a traffic study of that area and of truck traffic in particular, and make specific recommendations that they could then cooperate with Cobb DOT going forward. In other words, they're being proactive as it relates to that issue. But I think primarily the issue is no truck traffic should be going south on Anderson Farm Road, and I think if that could be better addressed, then that issue would go away completely. Whether this is built or not, that issue should be addressed.
Yes, and I want to share with those who are here, excuse me, Chairman, I don't know if it's appropriate to address, somebody from the audience has their hand up. Is it?
No.
Okay. Transportation has been an ongoing issue in this area, which was brought to light when we had the public meeting. And that's something that needs to be addressed regardless of this application being approved or not being approved. As was shared, Magellan has offered to do a study of the area, but it had also come to my attention that there was supposed to be a transportation improvement project at the intersection of Ewing and um, Anderson Mill Road, and want to share that in speaking to DOT after our public meeting, learned that they will be bringing forward an agenda item in April to address that traffic intersection. So we will look forward to improvement there because there are some safety concerns. With respect to truck traffic in that area, as was brought to light at that meeting, trucks are not supposed to be permitted in that area. I spoke with public safety, and they have been communicating with DOT to make sure that they will be enforcing no trucks in that area. There has been limited or no enforcement of it because if you look out there, our signage is very small and it's not readily observant. And public safety recognizes that. They're working right now to try to devise how they're going to be enforcing no trucks in that area. So I would anticipate you seeing more public safety vehicles out there regulating that. And I will be continuing to communicate with DOT what we can do to either put in some type of design measure to reduce truck traffic, or at least enlarging the sign so that it's readily apparent that no trucks are there. Also want to add that in this particular application that a deceleration lane is being added to this site so that it's anticipated, and Kevin, please, Attorney Moore, correct me if I'm wrong, but we are directing traffic to come from the east-west connector Powder Springs area into that site and to return back that area, and for traffic not to travel south towards the residential area with that lane.
And that's absolutely correct. And in fact, the original site plan that was submitted with the application at the end of last year had the actual entry point on the south side of this property, closer to that intersection with Ewing Road. That has now been switched, so it's on the northern side, as close to that Anderson Farm Powder Springs Road intersection, so that the truck traffic, and certainly we'll be instructing our trucks to take that route, and that they must take that route, and that is, and by also making it more convenient, that is placing that entrance, the deceleration lane, on the Anderson Farm Powder Springs Road intersection point, so that access can be there and use the east-west connector.
Yeah, so I just want to emphasize again that the feedback that has been provided from the community with respect to this project has been taken into account and has resulted in this particular design change and moving that entrance. Also want to share that the applicant has offered, as was provided in the presentation, to put sidewalks in along Anderson Farm along this route. So there was a gentleman, I believe is here, who was also at the public meeting that we had, that had significant concern about pedestrian safety on that roadway, which I believe would be addressed with the sidewalks. There was also concern about stormwater, and particularly impacted 3865 Sanders Road. And if Dave Braden is here, yes, if you can address what measures will be taken with that property.
Yes, Dave Braden with the Stormwater Management Division.
Thank you.
Yeah, there is a lake downstream that on Sanders Road. You can see it right across from the bus farm there. That I investigated during my site visit and noticed that it was drained at that point in time for some reason, and there are some issues with the spillway capacity of that dam. But it does drain about, I think it's 100 and somewhere near in the neighborhood of 170 acres, where the active portion of this site is only about 10 acres. They're only going to be utilizing about 10, 12 acres of the site. So as far as this development, we're going to have very minimal impact on that lake, but they'll have their own stormwater management as well as the water quality that's provided by the berm around the tank. And then they have an on-site lake that their runoff will go by before it gets off-site. But we will require a downstream analysis from their engineer to determine if there's any impact as far as runoff volume on that existing lake downstream. So that will be part of plan review, right?
Okay, so there'll be some type of pre and post test?
Yes.
Okay.
And a sediment survey as well, that's right.
Okay, thank you. And a final.
Excuse me, does anyone else have any comments for
Sorry.
Dave while he's up?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Dave. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, also another issue which has been brought up in the opposition and was shared during the public meeting is with respect to the impact on property values. And if I can have the applicant speak to that, I think we had somebody who's in the real estate business speak to that.
Let the people live there?
Sir, don't, please, don't. We got this, okay? Commissioner Cupid, who is it you want to hear from?
The applicant.
That's what I thought you said.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes, if you can speak to the impact that this site could have on property values in
Certainly.
the area. Thank you.
I think there'd be 2 points I'd want to make with that. First is the study that was conducted by Magellan and Colonial as it relates to property values. That is residential property values as they are impacted or potentially impacted or not impacted. In other words, not coming to it with a predetermined conclusion as it relates to the location of the Colonial tank facilities that are there. Because if it in fact has a negative impact on residential property values, and that should be able to be seen. That facility's been there for a long time, and there should be differing value trends for a neighborhood that's located adjacent to it versus ones that are located away from it. So they did a study of 3 neighborhoods, one Flint Hill neighborhood located right adjacent, not really adjacent, but in really as close proximity to Colonials as you have a neighborhood, and then did the same value study over a period of time, long period of time, in 2 other neighborhoods to pull values and actual sales data in all 3 neighborhoods to determine, okay, given these 3 different neighborhoods, there's similarities and generally similarities in age and type of home and so forth. Is there any difference? And what that study showed quite clearly was that all 3 neighborhoods showed the exact same types of value trends. In other words, the values increased at the same time over periods of years and decreased during the Great Recession and have come back up at the same basic levels. And in fact, that those trends for all 3 were exactly the same, which demonstrates that in fact a neighborhood near the Colonial facilities has not suffered some sort of detriment as it relates to property values. And therefore, certainly the addition of 2 tanks is not going to detrimentally affect property values. Commercially as well, the proof is in the pudding. You look at what's been developed recently within the last decade around Colonial's facilities on the east-west connector, and particularly on the other side, directly across from Powder Springs. That's where you see the big Walmart that's sitting there that says CRC. That's a Walmart center that was put in within the last decade. You see the racetrack facilities at the front end of that. Those are recent, within the last decade, commercial developments, as well as the commercial developments, the BJ's, the other high-end office and commercial developments along the east-west connector, which are on the other side of Colonial's property, between Colonial's property and the east-west connector. What that tells me is that the development community sees this as still a great area, as a great area for future, both recent past and future development for both commercial and as far as residentially. Venture Homes is going in down the street. We spoke to Venture Homes. They were at the community meeting. They are going in right down the street on the new residential development. They weren't bothered one bit by the existence of Colonial's facilities. So I think that what all of that tells me, and hopefully it tells the commissioners and you, is that neither Colonial's facility or this existing proposal for 2 additional tanks affects property values in a negative manner. That's just not proven out.
Thank you. Anything else?
No.
Commissioner Hott? No.
No, it's not a question. I mean, Commissioner Burrell just pointed out, and I think it's important for the board to know as we have this discussion about property values. If you look in your zoning books, the neighborhood that some of the gentlemen spoke in opposition, it's actually zoned general commercial. It's not zoned residential. So, I mean, I think it's difficult for us to assess whether or not it has an impact on property values relative to residential when it's actually zoned commercial.
Thank you.
And I can't speak to that. I'm not in that business to be able to understand the impact of that. In the midst of all this paper, I don't have the values analysis, but we'll offer that to the clerk to be part of the record that was provided to assess the trend in property values of housing in that area. Correct. And, again, just reiterating that a lot of development has occurred in this area with the existence of the tank farms, which makes it difficult to see how it diminished the attractiveness of people moving into that area, particularly when you have residential moving in that area and other commercial. So with that, unless there are any other questions or comments.
Hey, Mr. Moore, you can have a seat,
Thank
please.
you. I do want to move towards making a motion with respect to this.
Okay, before you do that, man, let me just clarify with Deborah. Do we need two separate motions for the zoning and a SLUP?
They can be brought together.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Commissioner Cube.
Chairman, appreciate it. I just want to give a little bit of personal history with respect to this particular application. I had a medical concern or medical issue back in December when this issue was to come before the board, and had a lot of the concerns which was shared by the community with respect to this project. So I requested for the board and for the applicant to please delay the hearing of this case because I felt it was significant enough for us to flesh out the issues that we took time to address at length here today. I came into this particular project with no premonition of what should occur. My interest, first and foremost, is to protect our communities and those who've invested their time and their families and their businesses here. So I took to heart the concerns of the community. I also took to heart the concerns of Colonial and them investing their business here since 1962, and did my best to weigh the desires, the concerns on both sides. The significant issues which came up at the public meeting and which have come up here today have to deal with safety and transportation and property values. And in asking these very difficult questions, which significant time was taken to respond, I can't say that this project is foolproof. I can't say nothing will ever occur, but I can share that the history of both companies operating here and Magellan operating elsewhere does not give me or does not cause me to have any frightful concern about an incident occurring here. And I believe that with the number of measures that will be taken to address safety, that they will continue in their history of being a responsible business within the community. Transportation, which has been an ongoing concern for this community, will be addressed with this project. It will be addressed beyond the scope of the project because, as was brought to light, there have been continuing transportation concerns. Colonial is not the only HI or heavy industrial business that's in that area. There are others there, and there has been an existing truck route which we've recognized has not been enforced. We will make sure that we are enforcing that. And I'm very pleased to share that this project has brought to light other needs in that area, which will result in improvement to that Ewing Road and Anderson Mill intersection. So we have that improvement that's coming on board. We have the deceleration lane, which will be diverting truck traffic from Anderson Mill from the residential portion of, or the part of Anderson Farm that goes towards residential property. In addition to that, there's a heightened concern about pedestrian traffic. There will be a sidewalk that goes there, which is not there today, that could alleviate any concerns for pedestrians up and down that road. What I want to share is, because of the current zoning too that's on this site, it's already zoned heavy industrial. If we can go back to that zoning map, please. This project will clean up zoning. We have HI, which is depicted in the purple, GC, which is in the red, and residential, which is, they didn't get that, John. But we are going to clean, that zoning is going to be cleaned up to facilitate this project, but no, HI is already there. If a business wanted to come in and put in any kind of heavy industrial that did not require a SLUP, they can do it without public notice. They can do it without any additional improvements. They can do it without coming before the Board of Commissioners. So it's not that this property was always to remain as an orchard. I mean, that's what it was, but Colonial Pipeline owns that property and has some autonomy in ownership of that property and has significant flexibility under the HI category, which already allows great intensity of use. With rezoning the GC portion and rezoning the R20 portion, we now have the ability to move away some of the intensity of use away from the residential area south up north on Anderson Farm, so that track traffic is being diverted there. And I also believe that there will be, as opposed to having GC develop back in that red strip, by having it HI and be included as part of this project, we can better ensure protection of that existing tree buffer that's there. With respect to the tree buffer, that is not a slight buffer. There had been some communication with why are the tanks going at this particular site? And even I had some concern, why not put the tanks over to where the tanks already are so they're not visually seen? But if we can get the hand, I guess, for approximating where the tanks will go, very close to Anderson Farm Road, it still maintains a significant buffer to residential over to Cedar Drive. And this particular site does not go further south than where the existing tanks are, so it's not encroaching on that residential area to the south. And if we were to move the tanks over to the existing Colonial area, and let's say up north where you have some of that open area, now you are moving closer to those sites, which is there by Marathon Circle. And as someone shared, there's a daycare in that area. So we start impacting some other uses, and I believe, as was shared, we start moving into that 1,000-foot buffer. So with moving over to the west side of Anderson Farm, there is still a very strong buffer that is there. And I've also asked for, and I may stipulate, but I anticipate that the buffer is going to remain as is from the applicant. If the tanks go, okay, I'm seeing a nod from the applicant. And this doesn't cover 110 feet of development, but the applicant has also provided that they are willing to provide an aesthetic buffer along Anderson Farm Road. So with all of that, let me back up. I'm still, even with all that said and done, is that enough? I felt as if there's opportunity with this application to create a better relationship with the community. The community still has a lot of concerns, and because this use is very unique to any other use here in Cobb County, we're talking about a site in Cobb that provides gasoline for the entire, for a lot of southeastern states and end users. I think it's important that the community understand the impact of Colonial's operation in the community, and that Colonial also understand more the concerns of the community. So it was shared in the presentation, but it may have been lost, that Colonial is willing to formulate and implement a plan for outreach and distribution of information to the surrounding community relating to the construction and operation of the proposed facility. And further, prior to permitting the site, the applicant will submit a proposed outreach plan to county staff and the district commissioner. But above and beyond that stipulation, Magellan and Colonial have agreed to establish a new community advisory committee, which would meet at least once per quarter or a minimum of 4 per year through the construction of the project. Members of the local community, emergency response personnel, elected officials, and regulators will be welcome to attend the meeting, which would be hosted by Colonial and Magellan representatives. The advisory committee would provide an opportunity for stakeholders to raise questions and for Magellan and Colonial representatives to respond and provide updates on the status of the project and related developments. So the desire is not to keep the community in the dark. The fact is Colonial is part of that community. The fact is the residents are part of that community, and we are still in this area together. And if there's anything I can do is help to facilitate communication so that there is a forum to address continuing issues of both groups. So with that, all of that, I would like to make a motion to approve Z90, and to the HI zoning category and SLUP 22, subject to the letter of stipulations received by the applicant on March 16th, a site plan received by the zoning division on October 2nd, 2014, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications for maximum height storage of spheres up to 110 feet, for storage spheres to be painted muted colors and not used for signage or advertising purposes other than identified, other than identification or other markings required by federal, state, or local regulations, for allowance of 24 operation and staffing on site, for a spill containment plan, noise and air pollution abatement plans, and fire prevention, evacuation, and safety plan to be approved by stormwater management and fire department staff, for incorporation of fire department comments and recommendations, water and sewer division comments and recommendations, stormwater management division comments and recommendations, Cobb DOT comments and recommendations, and for the owner or developer to enter into a development agreement pursuant to OCGA 36-71-13 for dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns, and also to incorporate an email received by the applicant on March 16th with respect to community involvement. I'll provide the clerk with a copy of that, but it addresses the establishment of a community advisory committee, which would meet at least once per quarter.
There's a motion and a second. Any comments? John. Sorry, turn it my way.
Mr. Chairman, there's one thing that needs to be corrected about Commissioner Cuba's motion. She referenced in the staff comments the site plan dated October 2nd, 2014.
Yep.
Mr. Moore's letter from March 16th, 2015 actually has a revised site plan that we received January 28th, 2015. So that needs to be the plan we use.
Okay. So if we could modify that October 2nd date to the January 20, you said 28th?
28th.
Plan.
So we have a motion and the revision to the motion and revision agreement by the seconding. Any other comments? John?
No, sir.
Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. It is 12 o'clock. We are going to take a lunch break and be back at 1 o'clock to take the balance of our calendar. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Board of Commissioners zoning hearing for March 17, 2015. We've had a very robust morning, and we're going to pick up here at Z5.
And
Correct?
before we do that, Mr. Chairman, I've had a request for one more early head count.
Sure.
Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z23?
Two.
Two? All right. Just two? All right, let the record show there are two people here opposed to rezoning case Z23.
Z5, please.
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z5, Wendell L. Fowler. Request rezoning from GC to NRC for the purpose of an auto mechanic shop in land lot 147 of the 18th District. The property is located on the north side of Old Alabama Road, east of South Gordon Road. Oh. Hold on, Mr. Huff. Let me call this first. Can I get is the applicant here for Z5? Let the record show the applicant is present. Yes. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z5? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant and, would the,
Let's start this over. We're calling case Z5. Is the applicant for Z5 McGillen Pipe, no, I'm sorry, Wendell Fowler here? Thank you. Is there any opposition to Z5?
let the record show there's one person opposed.
Thank you.
All those wishing to address the board, please come forward and be sworn in.
It's awfully violent, CP. Good morning.
Good morning. I am just here on behalf of my father, Wendell Fowler. He's currently in a rehabilitation facility, skilled nursing care, and we just had agreed to all the stipulations that were requested at the February 3rd zoning hearing. So it's my understanding that we were all in agreement, and as long as we were willing to adhere to the stipulations, that we were going to be moving forward.
Okay, I appreciate it. Can I get your name for the record?
Vanessa Ball.
Okay, Vanessa, thank you. So what you were in front of was the planning commission. They heard it and they made a recommendation to this body, and then we hear it again, and then Commissioner Cupid at the appropriate time will lead our conversation. So this is a time where you, if there's anything you want to add to the conversation you may have presented then, or anything additionally you want to add for our consideration, this would be the time to do that.
Okay. Well, we have continued to make improvements to the property, and as, you know, per the list that we were given, and we're in the process of working on that. We were given a time period, I believe, of 120 days. And we have been working on that. The building has been painted. Vehicles have been removed. It looks really, really good, especially comparatively speaking to other commercial property that is directly surrounding the area. And so, you know, we'd just like to move forward with what the property has been used for many, many years, which is an auto shop. And it was left without a business in there for a few years due to the fact that my dad's health wouldn't allow him to run a shop himself. And he just elected not to rent it out at the time. And then I guess the zoning dropped. And so we just would like to continue with what it always has been, an auto shop. Our intent for the property is to either sell it with it being an auto shop so that the buyer can buy it and use it for an auto shop, or rent it as an auto shop. So we have listed it for sale. We're going to try that for about 6 months and see if we get any buyers for that, and if not, then we, you know, may revisit the idea of renting it out as an auto shop again. So that's our plans for the property.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If you'd have a seat, and we'll hear from opposition and go from there. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Clarice Barber-Page, and good to be back and seeing you all again. We're not exactly opposed to the Fowler family's zoning, but we were pretty late on making some suggestions, and so therefore we have a couple of stipulations, and I believe Mrs. Cupid or Commissioner Cupid gave you all a copy, but if not, I may have to read it into the record.
Why don't you, if it's short enough?
Go ahead
Or,
I'm always short
Okay.
and sweet.
I know that.
All right. Dear Commissioners, Board of Commissioners, on behalf of Mapleton neighbors, and earlier this morning, there were some other Mapleton neighbors with me, and they've signed a petition, so to speak, in agreement with these two stipulations. But in any event, Southwest Austell Neighbors, or SWAN, is writing to request additional stipulations on any approval of the application for rezoning for an auto mechanic shop on the property of 1884 Old Alabama Road. We have reviewed the stipulations that MIC, which is Mapleton Improvement Coalition, has submitted and requests 2 additional stipulations, and we've modified it since then to 3 stipulations. Professional maintenance of grounds and landscape vignette to include mowing the grass, edging, removing of grass clippings from parking spaces, driveway curbs, and gutters, if any. Second, signage to be limited to the building with occasional portable signage limited to no more than 1 week per month. No marketing or sales materials permanently posted on to fencing, such as banners, flyers, product advertisement, and similar concepts. And the third, which I spoke to Commissioner Cupid about, is we were interested in limiting some of the uses for this particular piece of property. I didn't identify specific uses, but Commissioner Cupid has assured me that she has some in mind. So with that in mind, my closing is, it is because of our past experiences that we asked these seemingly minor or incidental stipulations. However, SWAN asked for these stipulations to help stabilize the aesthetic appearance of our Mapleton neighbors. Sincerely, Clarice Barber-Page, representative of SWAN. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
Any other speakers? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Commissioner Cupid.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Page, if I may get a copy of those stipulations that you read. The police can come and hold you down. That's okay. That'll work. Thank you. Yeah, typically. Thank you, yes. I just didn't print that out. The third one, Ms. Page, can you, Ms. Barbara Page, can you tell me, the third stipulation is to limit the uses to professional? Yes. Okay. Okay. Okay, I believe this particular site comes before the Board of Commissioners as a result of losing its grandfathered status. It's currently zoned general commercial, and because it's not in a commercial activity or regional activity center, it has to come back before the board for another zoning classification. And I believe that the future land use designation for this area is neighborhood activity center, and the applicant has requested neighborhood retail commercial to facilitate the desired use. The neighborhood activity center designation, which is the future land use map designation for the area, provides that the purpose of the center is to provide for areas that serve neighborhood residents and businesses. Typical land uses for these areas include small offices, limited grocery stores. Guidelines for this category are listed below. And the guidelines start off by saying low-intensity office and retail uses should be encouraged to locate in neighborhood activity centers. The fourth guideline under that neighborhood activity center designation provides that a transition in building scale and land use type should be provided between higher intensity uses and adjacent residential uses. Transitional land uses could include low-intensity office uses or higher density residential uses. I share that because the desired zoning for this site is certainly appropriate as neighborhood retail. What is a challenge and may not be as appropriate is the intended use, which is to use it for automotive mechanic shop. If you look at the surrounding zoning, it's zoned R20, there's a church around it. And the zoning, as you can see, is a hodgepodge of zoning, and it shows just that this is a lot of older development, which is under some zoning categories, which I think would also require them to come back before the board if they were to stop operating in their current fashion. Next to this site to the west or to the left on our map is a site zoned neighborhood shopping. On that parcel are 2 residential homes, which are right there, and they share that same access driveway. South of that property is also zoned neighborhood shopping, but that's residential to the south as well. You get to the commercial property right when you get to the corner of South Gordon Road in Old Alabama. If we can bring up that map so we can see that intersection of Old Alabama and South Gordon. Excuse me, everyone. My voice is getting worse and worse due to allergies. I'm hoping the mic is picking me up adequately. This corner here has commercial type uses on 3 of the corners there. One of the corners where Estates GC is a vacant convenience store. To the right of that on the opposite side is a tire repair shop. To the bottom of that is a vacant, what looks to be like a variety or store, and I have some pictures of that we'll show soon. Around this red area is residential property, and if you drive through this entire area, if we were to blow up that map, this is a very large residential community that happens to have some parcels of commercial development along this main corridor of Old Alabama. I'm very concerned about putting in resuming automotive mechanic use right at the edge of this neck because of what was shared in the future land use map, that it's encouraged to have a lower intensity type use when you're next to residential. And again, on one side, we have R20, which is the church, but the NS category, even though it's not zoned residential, has residential property on it. So I am leaning towards approving the zoning, however, limiting the use to a less intense use, as Clarice Barber Page shared. And bear with me one moment. To professional office use, nursery and daycare, and neighborhood retail commonly found in low-scale and low-intensity retail uses that offer basic services frequented by the neighborhood. And that text is pulled off of the NRC language within Cobb County Code. And I think the limiting those uses would help to make this a less intrusive use for those surrounding neighborhood properties. And I just want to put this actually in some visual context. I've been out to that area and took some pictures of what's going on in that area. And if we can pull those up on the screen. I talked to you about residential that's in the area. This is the commercial type of property that's right there at that corner of Old Alabama and, thank you, Chairman, at Old Alabama and South Gordon. We have this variety thrift shop that stores its goods outside. And this site has actually been up before, or at least has some violations before code enforcement due to the way that they are storing property. If we can go to, this is another shot of that. This is on another corner that was labeled GC. This is a vacant convenience store that's on that same corner. Another shot. We can go to another. This is the tire shop that's across the street. If we can go to the next shots, we can look at, this is the residential product that's right there. This is the other residential product that's right there. Another residential product there at that corner. Another residential product. Those homeowners have to drive by that corner every day when they go home. And I think it's because we are not robustly limiting certain types of uses in that area and just have allowed the quality of them in the code enforcement procedure to just languish. So what I would do is I would like to try to protect those new developments. I thought I had a picture of an older residential property that's in that area. Maybe that wasn't uploaded. what I would like to do is, again, try to protect the residential property that's there by limiting the intensity of use that's there. And again, would like to make a motion to do that by approving the zoning to NRC, but limiting the uses to professional office use, nursery and daycare. Did I say a motion? Did I say I'm moving to do that? I'd like to make a motion to move from GC to NRC with limited use to professional office use, nursery and daycare, neighborhood retail, with additional stipulations added from the Planning Commission. Striking the second bullet, which limits the use to automotive use. And referencing the email from Clarice Barber Page, which adds the 2 additional stipulations for professional maintenance of grounds and landscape vignette to include mowing the grass, edging, removing of grass clippings from parking spaces, driveway curbs and gutters. And for signage to be limited to the building with occasional portable signage limited to no more than 1 week per month. No marketing or sales material permanently posted to fencing such as banners, flyers, product advertisement, and the similar concepts. Then I would like to also add in additional stipulations from the Mableton Improvement Coalition. They provided a letter dated January 28, 2015, removing the first bullet, adding that the driveway, well, I'll read their letter, adding that the,
I'm sorry, what's the date of that letter?
January 28, 2015.
Okay, I have a February 11th letter.
Oh, okay, then I may have a prior letter. I may see that letter, Chairman. Thank you. Okay, give me 1 second. I have
Sure,
my
take your time.
stipulations here. Okay, so referring to the letter dated February 11, 2015, adding that no additional buildings or paving will be allowed without a site plan amendment approved by the BOC. Striking now the second bullet, limiting the hours of operation from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. with no work on Sunday. Striking the fourth bullet. This next bullet refers to landscape, that the property be subject to the county's weed ordinance, would be the additional stipulations added.
And all staff comments are.
And thank you, and all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
Great. I'll second your motion. Any comments from the board? Commissioner Burrow.
Sure.
So do I.
Okay, well, let's start with Commissioner Burrow since she spoke up.
You mentioned that there were 2 residential homes next to that, older homes, but we didn't see pictures, and are they here today to oppose it, or are they okay with this, or what?
No, they're not here, and I haven't received, I'm sorry, if you can give me, I don't know if they're there to oppose it, and I should have taken pictures of them next door, and I didn't. I'm going to refer to Clarice. Do you have any signatures from residents next door?
I do, I have 3 signatures.
Would you give it to the clerk, please?
Sure.
Yeah, you said you were gonna be short and sweet. Yeah.
She's still sweet.
Thank you.
And then, the other question I had was, you also showed pictures of other businesses in the area, but we didn't see what this particular auto shop
That's
looks
Is
like.
there a way to get the shot of the business?
And if any measures have been taken, I mean, they've been there for years operating as an auto shop, correct?
They have, but they have also not been operating for years. And I think from talking to community development, the last business license was issued in 2008.
Okay, so it's been
It's
closed.
been for some
Okay.
time, yeah.
Commissioner Weatherford.
My question was that, I guess how long it's been since it's been operated as a automobile shop, and if the applicant intends to restore it as one. Is this a picture of it here?
That's not it. That's another commercial next door. And that's the challenge with this particular zoning is that the applicant, and I don't want to, please correct me if I'm wrong, desires to continue to use it as an auto mechanic shop, but would desire to do that upon sale of the property. So right now, it's not being operated, but it certainly is configured for use as an automotive mechanic shop.
And I believe by the way I read it, there are 4 garages there. Does that mean there are 4 bays, I assume?
There's bays on the site.
And so we're restricting a business that has 4 garage bays to office, daycare, et cetera? It seems kind of odd to me. I don't know.
And that, it is quite limiting, and I share that to comport again with the NEC. With the NEC is that when we have certain types of uses that our comprehensive plan does guide us to limit the certain types of intensity uses when you have that designation right next to residential. And that's part of the challenge when you deal with properties in District 4, is that they don't have the same type of transitional buffers that you see when you go to your district or to other districts. You have a lot of property owners who have to deal with uses that are not compatible with their uses next door. And the only way to address that is through processes like these, so we can start to have better transitions of uses by residential neighborhoods. So I understand this is limiting, this is not totally depleting the economic value of this property, which could be used for something else, but it's moving this area in a direction I think that will allow it to be able to start having a pattern of development that I think we expect for areas in Cobb to have, where they're more compatible patterns of development. You know, it's very frustrating to sit here as a commissioner and we debate putting in R15 or RA5 next to R20, but you put a mechanic shop right next to residential. I mean, if we can debate how something looks when you're looking out of one home and see multiple, and debate whether or not you see a bigger house or a smaller house, these people have to look outside of their homes and see this every day. And it's very difficult to be able to address it out. This is how you address it. You address it through land use and zoning. So while it's difficult for this particular property owner, I'm asking the board to help me make a difficult decision so we can start improving the pattern of development in District 4.
And I have to agree with the commissioner. I mean, this is an area that for a long time has been left to its own to either improve or deteriorate. And this particular corner is one that's been allowed to slip down a very slippery slope. And I think it's important that we, at this time, try to work to reverse that. If this business had been operating for some extended period of time, up to this point, I would have had may have had a different opinion. But I think what the commissioner is recommending is best used for this property and could aid in turning around this corner and perhaps will be the seed necessary to make this a very vibrant community. So I support her in that regard.
Thank you.
This is a tough corner, but we need to
corner.
start somewhere.
Yeah, I agree.
I guess the only thing I was unclear on is how long has it been since
Yeah.
it's been operating as a
Several
garage?
years is my
And I
understanding.
talked to community development yesterday, and I think according to the discussion, the last business license was issued in 2008.
And what?
2008.
Okay, then
Well, that makes a difference.
John.
Can I make one point of clarification, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners? In the letter from Clarice Barber Page, the one that we got this morning, Commissioner Cupid,
Okay.
the second paragraph, it talks about portable signage to be allowed once a week. The county code does not allow portable signage at all, so we could just strike that first sentence.
Okay, are you
Agreed.
comfortable with that?
John, do you have copies that you can pass around to us, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you pass that to John? Thanks.
Thank you.
So we have a motion, a second. Is there any other comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Next case, please.
And before we start the next case, can I get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z23? The zoning record will show that 11 people are here in support.
So we're at Z15.
Z15, sir.
Call it up.
Rezoning case Z15, Maria Fibrilio requests a rezoning from R20 to O&I for the purpose of a veterinary hospital in land lots 167 and 179 of the 18th district. The property is located on the south side of Veterans Memorial Highway, west of Nickajack Creek. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z15? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Would the applicant please come forward to be sworn in?
Good afternoon.
Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, we really have nothing to say. We are intending to purchase this property to build a veterinary clinic. We're both veterinarians. And we like the area. We see a lot of growth, and we're hoping for a state-of-the-art good business.
Okay. I see you were at the Planning Commission,
Yes.
right, and made your presentation, and they've made their recommendation to us. So is there anything you'd like to add to where we are? It seems as if you are okay with what the Planning Commission has recommended.
I think the only thing we needed to add was that we split the piece of property. We're just seeking for rezoning for a small part of it. A large part of it is floodplain, so we don't feel like we need to rezone that. I believe that.
We would have to zone the entire parcel as it's currently legally defined, but you would be restricted from building on a floodplain, so it'd be in perpetuity, it would be what it is. But it needs to be part of the whole parcel. We can't split a parcel, so we would go ahead and zone the entire parcel.
I think
Mr. Chairman?
we worked
What?
something out with.
Met with John Peterson.
They submitted a revised plan yesterday where they deleted a large part of the property.
All right,
That was
we
turned
gotta,
in-
we gotta do better at getting stuff in on time. So where is this revised plan? Do you have a copy of it? Does anybody have a copy of it? Would you-
I emailed it to Commissioner Cubita and John yesterday.
Okay, would you go ahead and get it?
I think that's it.
Never mind, then we have it here.
I think.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, came in yesterday.
Oh.
So we need to do a better job of finding it.
No, we need to get it on time. Can you put it on the screen, CP, please? And since this was submitted late last night, and I just found it 2 seconds ago, would you take us through what it is that you're recommending us to consider?
Sure.
Thank you. So let me, before they begin, Ms. Dance, my understanding is you can't split parcels like this. Is that true or not good? Or am I, got my necktie too tight like Commissioner Ott's saying?
But Mr. Chairman, the property can be split zone and part can be deleted out.
Okay, then my tie is too tight. Okay, you want to take us through it?
Sure. We're trying to purchase a roughly 10.5 acre piece of land. It was sold as a whole parcel, even though only about 4.5 is buildable. The rest, the remaining 6 acres, is floodplain. We are trying to put our veterinary hospital on the buildable portion, and we're trying to just zone the portion that's buildable, which is about 450 feet of road frontage, makes kind of a weird triangle back. But we don't, since we can't build on the rest of it, but we were required to buy the whole parcel of land.
Excuse me, Chairman, may I ask?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. If the applicants can talk about why the parcel was being split like this?
Okay, the reason we wanted to split the property is because a large part of it is unusable, unbuildable to us. However, we know that there's a sidewalk requirement in Cobb County, and we have a certain amount of money that we can spend for this veterinary hospital. It is a large sum of money, but if we had to put sidewalks on the entire frontage, which you could see there's quite a bit of road frontage there, it would just make our project undoable. So we're splitting the piece so that we can build sidewalks on a portion of it. The other part of it that's floodplain, we were hoping to work out something with the county to do some kind of green space with trails. Apparently this piece of property connects a bunch of property in Cobb County. So we're not going to use it. So we just need a little part of it.
Okay. The part of the reason, the unusable part is the floodplain property.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't see the lot line or the, where's it, point on the line, where is it? I see the, I can't hear you.
Okay, so we're going to show you the whole property boundary. It goes from here to here to here. Okay? Oh, that's your square right there. Can you see it right there? All right. The part of property, so this is all floodplain right here. As you can see, Nickajack Creek is running right through. The part of the property that we would like to build on is this property right here. It's approximately 4 and some odd acres, and this is road frontage right here. So this little piece is what we'd like to rezone. The line follows the floodplain across here.
Say it again? The line what?
It follows the floodplain right across, like that. Can you see that right there? Right there.
You're pointing to the buffer. If somebody help me with this, John. I mean, I see the 40-foot buffer. I see the floodplain. Where on this is?
Here's the new property line right here.
Okay.
Going like this.
What does that follow? What is this following?
It doesn't follow any line. It's a line that they picked that gets it mostly out of the floodplain and stream buffers. So all this is being deleted out right here. All they're zoning is this little piece.
Okay. I guarantee you, ladies, and I apologize for appearing to be somewhat of a difficult person to get along with, but I've been doing this long enough that in 8 months, someone's going to come up here and say, we meant this, we thought this, we said this, we pointed here. So unless we're very, very specific and clear now, believe me, a lot more time taken now is going to save us a lot of time and energy down the road. So I apologize. I'm trying to justify my fact that I wasn't able to understand this. So.
I agree with you. It's a little difficult to understand exactly what the line is.
Yeah, but I got it now.
We did have it revised by our civil engineer, supposedly went ahead and drew a line for us, but
I don't see it. I see it identified as a floodplain, but not as a property line or as a demarcation line. So, nevertheless, he's been kind enough to draw it in blue ink, so I got it. Commissioner Cupid, save me.
Okay, I'll try. This is a very interesting zoning. it looks simple on its face, but it has some unique characteristics to it. The parcel, or the part of the parcel that is in the floodplain, is actually desired by MIC to be used to connect to Nickajack Creek Trail and the Riverline Park property. And I guess with this property, if it's not used, it would allow for a connection between, the Riverline Park they're trying to develop out there, and the Henderson Road Park property, which is on the other side of the road. And because the site is basically not able to be used on that side, it just makes sense for us to focus on the usable portion of the property where the applicant would like to conduct business and limit their scope of their investment there, because certainly cost is a significant factor to them being able to operate. And if you look at where the floodplain property is, if we can zoom out a little bit. Most of that floodplain property runs along Veterans Memorial, and so most of the sidewalks that they would have to build along that entire parcel would be right in front of floodplain property. Now, I am the sidewalk queen, and I do appreciate, sidewalks and connectivity, but there's also a lot of support for this project, and a lot of people who are looking to see it come out of the ground, and I know that it would add tremendous value to the community there, and I'm certainly willing to work with the applicant and finding a creative way for them to be able to operate and still be able to put in sidewalks in the usable portion. Of interest, but I guess I'll note a mixed letter that they provide, and I hope I have the right letter this time. I have a January 28th letter for Z15. They desired for the flood use, or the floodplain property to be deeded or conveyed over to County Stormwater Division so that it would help to address needs of the applicant as far as sewer access, but also be used to connect the two county parks. I felt it was not my place to require a property owner to convey land, and I'm not saying that couldn't be a point of negotiation later, but as far as this zoning is concerned for the use that you desire, I wanted to separate that issue from the zoning case, and just felt it wasn't appropriate for me to request that as a stipulation. There was a concern that the applicant had that in case they were unable to operate as a veterinary clinic, that they also be open to professional office uses in that site.
Yes.
Is that something you still would like to do?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And that's appropriate for O&I, which is what you're requesting for this particular zoning. MIC also, in their letter, they brought in the stipulation which the Planning Commission provided that no banners would be allowed, and MIC provided a stipulation to allow banners for 30 days per banner for a total of 2 banners a year. I'm curious to know, John, is that something that would be allowable per
Yes.
code?
Yes.
Okay. And again, with cost being a concern of the applicant, they had a request that they not be required to put in sidewalks until after they were operating. And so to kind of clean up how that could work, wanted to see if a stipulation would pass muster to provide the applicant 12 months after the issuance of a certificate of occupancy to install sidewalks. Okay, and just want to follow up with somebody from DOT to see if that would be an acceptable stipulation for DOT. I see you shaking your head, or nodding your head, Eric, okay. Okay. Okay, bear with me one moment while I try to pull all this together. Okay, where's my Z15? Believe it or not, I had Z15 in front of me. Give me one moment. Okay. So I would like to approve Z15 to the O&I zoning category, Subject to the site plan received by the zoning division on March 16th, 2014, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. 15, I'm sorry. 2015, I'm a year late. Subject to planning commission comments and recommendations, except modifying bullet 8, where it states to limit use to veterinary hospital only, to limit use to veterinary hospital and professional offices only, and to also modify bullet number 10 to, and strike that bullet regarding no banners and replace it with to allow banners for 30 days per banner and for a total of 2 banners a year. And to add in a stipulation that provides the applicant 12 months after the issuance of a certificate of occupancy to install sidewalks. And subject this motion to staff and, or again, to staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict.
Okay. I've been second for the purpose of discussion. Commissioner Burrow, I think, has a comment.
I just wanted to ask if, rather than split the property, had you looked at rezoning? And I think in your motion, you just said O and I. You didn't include the R20 portion if you do want to split it. But had you looked at rezoning to O and I with the R20 piece that you want to, that's floodplain, to remain as an undisturbed buffer with, and make it clean, and waive the sidewalk stipulation for that parcel? Or do you want to keep this R20?
Due to the complexity of this, I've had to weigh significantly on zoning to give me guidance, so I'd much rather defer to them
Okay.
and their,
Yeah, and we want that piece deleted out of the application. We don't want to zone it.
Okay, so it would remain R20?
Yes.
Okay.
Especially after they spent 15 minutes explaining to me what it is.
Well, I know, but I just want, in your motion, you're going to want to,
No, it was clear. Go from
Okay.
Z15 O and I for the parcel delineated
Yeah.
on this.
okay,
site
yeah, I
map
wanted
thing
to
is
be
what
clear.
it is.
I specifically asked John to help me in crafting a
Sorry.
motion so that it would reflect what was requested. So if there's anything else I need to do, let me know. Okay. Okay. I don't have anything additional.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Any other comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
you got all
Thank
that,
you.
John? I mean, Mark?
It's not them I'm worried about, it's these two over here.
I know.
Okay, moving into land use permits on the continued case agenda. LEP 37 of 2014, Bonnie Phillips. Request a land use permit renewal for the purpose of weddings and receptions in land lots 572 and 613 of the 19th district. The property is located on the northwesterly side of John Petrie Road, south of Macklin Road. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is present.
Okay.
Is there anyone here opposed to LEP 37? Let the record show there are 2 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Oh, with me now.
I've seen snails that move faster than we're moving today.
Oh, no.
We spend more time. Yeah, that's kind of because it's in the What is that time?
No comment.
Just loosen the tie, will you? You didn't even wear green today.
My underwear's green.
TMI.
I see yours. Mine's missing.
Good afternoon. Thank you for listening to us. My name is Alejandro Dumas. I live on 2678 Beaver Creek Crossing. I'm one of the closest adjacent neighbors to Mr. and Mrs. Phillips. I have one small comment, then I'm going to go through my little 2 minutes of points I want to make. I'm truly sad that in the day and time when we have so much...
Hold on a minute. What's your name again?
My name is Alejandro Dumas.
Okay. Is Bonnie Phillips here?
Yes.
All right, Bonnie, you get to go first. That's all right.
Jeez. Okay, sorry.
So let's start our clock over.
Start over. So my name is Bonnie Phillips, and I am the applicant, and we're here for the purpose of renewing the land use permit. And so I would like to allow other people to come forward that have direct connection to the property, because of the issues raised were primarily about noise, and some comments were made in that way. So I feel that we followed all of the stipulations that were required for us, that we made every effort, have hired extra people, and I don't want to take up a lot of their time to explain how this all connects them with the community, because to me it's about the community and the service that I'm offering, not only to my community, but to the surrounding areas of Cobb and Atlanta. And so I respectfully would like to request that you renew my permit, my land use permit for the upcoming year, because we believe we followed the stipulations. And so is it okay for me to let them speak?
Sure.
Okay.
Now, you're speaking in support, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Go ahead.
Please.
The only comment I wanted to make is in this day and time with so much negativism going on in the world, that it's a shame that we're here to try to stop something that has nothing to do but with love and preachers and good ties. I attended the first meeting in 2013, and I missed the second meeting because of the fabulous experience of being on jury duty. I reviewed many of the points in the last meeting to TV 23 video 3 or 4 times, and Mr. Phillips was told in the first meeting that they had to build a parking area for the cars, and they have done so. There is no road running alongside of mine or Buckland-Linda's or Linda or Dot or Wendy. That road has been eliminated. My second point is on the weddings of June 7th. The picture Dot showed on TV 23 was in fact from a wedding in 2012, which can easily be proven through Facebook accounts, and of course the bride and groom can be witnesses. On September 20th, Dot, who did not follow protocol, which should have called 911 about the noise, called Mr. Porter about music. And when Mr. Porter arrived, he said he could not hear any music. Because, number one, the music consisted of an acoustic guitar that night. Number 3, Mr. Porter said he was getting calls from the neighbors. Being one of the 67 who is a neighbor and signed a petition stating that I had no problems with the weddings, which much respect to Mr. Porter, knowing that he's a busy man, I simply wanted to ask him, when did you come to my house? I talked to all the neighbors on Beaver Creek except for the opposing individuals. They didn't get a visit either from Mr. Porter, okay? Now, I'm concerned when an official of the government being paid by my taxes can make decisions about people's lives and well-being without truly being totally informed by all the parties involved. Dot talked about events that happened in July and August 14th. There were no events these months. My concern as a neighbor is that when she's through with Bonnie and Joel Phillips, who's next? Because I'm always having get-togethers because of my big family, 6 grandkids. She named 4 or 5 days. What about the other 360? About signs, Bonnie only puts them out shortly before the wedding for directions as a courtesy. I'd like to close with Mark 12:30-31. Love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind and with all your strength. The second is this: love your neighbor as yourself. There is no commandment greater than these. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before you leave, sir, have you guys got his name? Can we get your name, please, sir?
My name is Alexander.
Could you do it into the mic, please?
I'm sorry, my name is Alexander Dumas, like the famous writer.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Next speaker, please. And we're still in the pro part, okay?
I'd like to ask you to key that video, first one. Yes. Thank you very much. My name is David Rawlings, and I'm here in support also of Ms. Phillips. I hope to bore you guys to tears in the minute or two that I'm going to address you, because I'm going to play a video here. And what the video is going to show is a kind of loud party going on. Here it is. And if you listen carefully, you can hear the party, you hear people talking, and you'll hear Miss Phillips take her phone with the microphone on and walk from the party around behind the barn. You'll no longer hear the music, but what you will hear are birds singing. You'll hear her walking in the gravel. Could you key it for me, please? You'll hear her footsteps in the gravel, but you will not hear any music or anything from the party. You can listen to it right here. But this is key to...
And plus, what time is it, 8 o'clock?
Here we go. I think there is some confusion, however. I think that what the opposing ladies are hearing are music from McEachern, and since then, every time there's any kind of music at all, she is assuming that it's coming from the Phillips. It is not. It's probably coming from McEachern.
Side of the barn
Check this out.
and to the back of the barn.
Now the music's fading. You can just barely hear some voices. You hear the gravel?
Okay, now we're at our sound buffer, and this is the noise level.
You hear the birds? What you don't hear is the party. And this is right by the property line of the people who are
I think
opposed.
the cars and the birds are louder than the music, but anyway,
So this,
here's our sound
folks,
level.
is my point. It would bore you to tears if you had to go out there and sit and listen for any noise to be
This is the
opposed to.
sound level at the bamboo.
CP, can we either turn his mic off or turn this
Oh,
off?
people are laughing, they're making too much noise.
Okay. Okay. So CPA, let's stop the video, and sorry if you can continue with your comments.
Okay, well, basically, that's about what I've got to say. I think, again, the confusion is in the fact that there are other activities going on. There's parties going on the street. There's McEachern, who makes an awful lot of noise. It's a high school, it will. But I think that the opposing parties really are confused with where this disturbance is coming from. That's really all I've got to say.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions?
No, sir.
Thank
Are
you.
is there any other speakers? We got about a minute 40. Come up, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Wendy Casarella, and I live at 2688 John Petrie Road, right next to Bonnie's Farm, that we were having in discussion today. I'd like to submit, if I could, to the clerk, additional information for the commissioners. And these additions are additional signatures from the neighbors right across the lake at 2495 Hopkins, It is also a map of the new location of the music down towards Turkey House number 1, which is an additional 140 feet away from the eastern border. There's also a design for the Turkey House number 1 that is facing the lake view, which is at the complete western border of the property discussed. In addition, you'll find in there a Cobb County regulation sheet that the two families have to sign, that they understand and will abide by the regulations. And then also a sheet of the main points of Bonnie's request. Again, I'm Wendy Casarella, and I'm the neighbor that is the closest to the property in discussion today. The key points for this request: Bonnie Phillips is here to renew the land use permit for the purpose of weddings and receptions for 2015. She has implemented the stipulations that were required for her 2014 permit. Moving forward, there are extra buffers that are being installed on the eastern border in addition to what was already planted in 2014. The music involving the first dance is being permanently moved to the lower side of the number 1 Turkey House, which you have a drawing for, which is closer to the wedding tree beside the lake on the further western border for all paid events. The numbers were at and are well below 100 guests for 2014. However, she is requesting 150 for the year 2015 to compensate for a normal guest list, including both the bride and groom's families, as well as adequate staffing, supervision, and management to upkeep the stipulations that are placed upon her. 9 p.m. will be the bride and groom departure along with the guests. Vendors and workers will leave by 10 p.m. A Cobb County police officer will also be present for all paid events. And would like to indicate that the 911 records reveal that no calls were made to the police concerning noise on the property or in the neighborhood in 2014, as claimed in the December 2014 planning hearing for LUP 37.
Okay, could you bring your comments to a close, please?
The sound check video you just saw during the event reveals the noise level that was kept at a minimum. We believe that Bonnie's Farm is an asset to the public, and we believe that she has abided by and often exceeded the requirements for her 2014 land use permit.
Thank you.
We once again
Thank you.
received overwhelming.
You're about a minute and a half over the allotted time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am. Opposition, please.
My name is Linda Hooks, and I'm going to be really short and sweet because that has more information than I do. But to begin with, even though she's having these parties, during that picture, it was during the daytime. Most of the parties are at night. And the road that they show going where the old cars were, that's right behind my fence. Show the other one with the bamboo. My house is on this side of the bamboo. On the other side of the bamboo is where the cars were. So I'm hearing cars coming in and out from, and it's not maybe a road built there, but it's concrete. It's not concrete, it's gravel and stuff. And grass, and they pull up there, multiple cars right behind my yard. So really they are infringing upon our rights to have peace and quiet. And the ordinances of the neighborhood, and they could really move it to another location. You know, they could have their receptions and stuff, but put it on the other side. Can we have the map of the other one? Now, my house is on this side of the bamboo. The cars are on the other side of the bamboo. So I'm hearing this stuff coming day and night. This is my house, the 1, 2, 3 one, the third one that's right above, yeah. So you see where that bamboo was?
Ma'am, you need to
That's where
speak
the
in,
cars
you need
are.
to speak into the mic, please.
You see where the bamboo is and where my house is the brown house. And the cars run up and down there when they have the receptions there. Now they have all that property back over there. Why can't they put their reception, move the reception back in closer to, maybe even to the lake, not right behind my house? You know, I bought the house there in 1986. I didn't hear anything then because I worked all the time. I'm a retired lady now, and I like to have peace and quiet. I don't like hearing the traffic coming, and then I don't know what kind of people are coming in and out of there. And they're too close to my home. Something.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Dorothy Stewart, a homeowner in the Beaver Creek Crossing subdivision since 1979. I am opposed to the land use permit for the wedding reception venue. This property sits right behind my home. On the November 2013 hearing, land use permit was granted with many stipulations. Almost all of them were ignored. Still loud amplified music, live band, cut off time disregarded. Even though they might have cut off the time, people were still languishing around on the property. Large groups, and there should have been 2 events per month. This was the only year that they've had less than 10. I counted 10. Ms. Phillips stated that there were 7, but I counted 10 in the year. Zoning, just because we're, I saw R20 up there, I thought we were R15. Ms. Phillips, anyway, she was given the opportunity to operate her business, but she violated all the rules set forth. Development of this venue creates a lot of noise. Even in the development, workers start around 8:30, 9 o'clock every morning. This is 5 days a week with their backhoes or whatever. This is right near my property, right behind my house. So, sometimes Saturday, even sometimes on Sunday. Even more burning and construction in the development. This has been an ongoing project for over 20 years. There was a time when I wasn't bothered by the noise. Now I am. I am in the last really 6, 7 years. I have been. Prior to 2008, I was employed, very active outside my home, traveling, not home much of the time myself. I'm now a widow, retired, not traveling much, and at home a great deal of time. My life is much simpler now at this time. I love visits from my family, church friends, being outside, raking leaves, working in the yard, reading, just living life. I find joy in all these things. This venue is creating an environment that I shouldn't have to accept. The parties every other week, the noise is unacceptable. Another concern, Mr. Phillip has jumped over the fence on 3 occasions, over his fence into my yard. He's drove to my home once, confronting me about the venue. Large gatherings on the property, alcohol being served, to me that's a safety issue right there. I don't have a fence there. I don't want to put one there now because I now have the encroaching bamboo coming onto my side. This year I had to actually do something to try to not rid it. I hear you, it's hard to get rid of, but just to control it. I have pictures where I had that excavated there. I had storage buildings there. The bamboo was growing under them. I had to move them to the other side of my property. So now I'm in the process of cleaning my yard again. I have an old truck there that has to be moved. My son passed 13 and I'm getting rid of all that stuff, but I've had trees cut, trying to just make my property look even better. May 17th, party I just left home, June 7th, which Mr. Alex quoted. I called code enforcement and the planning commissioner asking him to document my call about the live music. He said he would email. After receiving the email, Mr. Phillips came over to my home, ringing the doorbell, banging on the door. I didn't answer him. I received a call back Monday from code enforcement advising me to just call the police. I have never called the police or even threatened to call the police. I've been trying to just work within. I'm not that hard-hearted anyway because I know these people are paying for those weddings. The bamboo property, everybody talks about how beautiful it is. I've seen pictures and I know it is beautiful, wonderful venue. But the property on the other side where I live, not so pretty. Mr. Phillips is a professional landscape designer. However, he planted it there because bamboo provides privacy. It's fast growing, but it's invasive, and that's what it's created. it is a challenge trying to just keep those things done, just ridding the bamboo now and just cleaning my yard. I would rather be spending my money on other projects inside my home. I do not plan to relocate. I've been there in this home and have enjoyed it for many, many years. And I just want to enjoy it, feeling safe, comfortable, peace in my own home. The venue should not be located there under those conditions. I just want peace and quiet. That's all I can say. I'm asking that this petition be denied.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers in opposition? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Commissioner Cupid, you want to lead our conversation, please?
It seemed like there were a lot more people who stood up than spoke, and was hoping to get a count of how many people are here in opposition and how many people are here in support.
All those who are in support, please raise your hands. There's 9 people in support, and there are 2 people here opposed.
Okay. And it's another piece of information I'd like to get before I assess the case. Can I get the addresses of or if the women who are in opposition can show me where their houses are depicted on the map? Are they those 2 houses, CP, where you're hovering over? Okay. Okay, I see those 2 homes. Okay. 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 I don't want to encourage debate down there, but I appreciate that because it is some relevance to that point. I wish the applicant would have spoken more about the application. I know you wanted to get people in to speak on support, but when you go before the Planning Commission, it isn't necessarily assumed that we know all the facts of your case, or we viewed it, or that everyone up here shares that same view. So I'm going to speak a little bit about the application itself. And I don't have all the history that you have, so I'm concerned about my level of inaccuracy, so I'm going to be very high level. There is a residential property off of John Petrie, which is the subject of this application. A very large property, a 9-acre tract. It abuts against a subdivision which is to the right, where we had some people speak in opposition and support, which is, I think, at the Beaver Creek subdivision to the east. I had the opportunity to visit this property, and it is a picturesque property. You could see why people want to have events there, and I believe this application was specifically to have weddings and wedding receptions on this site. So I keep hearing reference to parties, and it was my understanding that this was a permit desired for, and the applicant can just show by nodding, this is a permit for weddings and receptions. If I can get some clarification from the applicant, are you holding other events on this property other than weddings and receptions? Okay.
For the record, let it indicate Bonnie is shaking her head, she did this. Sorry.
Long day. Thank you. When we approved this permit, I think it may have come in on consent last year, there were a number of stipulations that were put on the site. And it is notable to observe that staff originally denied this request because of their concern about this type of use being next to residential, that it stated that based on their strict interpretation of the R20 designation, found that there could potentially be disruption to adjacent neighbors, which is what we're hearing today. I found it interesting, though, when I looked at the letter of support for the application last year, and I believe I met a neighbor who also lives in the Beaver Creek subdivision. Those in support, their property actually is closest to where the activity of this site is. If you look at the next street over, those 2 homes to the right, those are located at 2674 Beaver Creek Crossing and 2678 Beaver Creek Crossing. And they both signed in consent that they do not oppose the project. The two women who are here in opposition, their homes sit further north, which is further away from where the activity on the site occurs. And it's hard to see here because you have the yellow highlighted sign, but when I looked at my Google Earth program, the area that has the least buffer is where those two homes are. So if you come further south, oh, there we go. So if you, I guess, if you can raise that up north. Or I'm sorry, go the opposite direction. So looking at the trees and vegetation, and walking the property line, it's a little bit thicker here. And when I walked the property line with the applicant, I noticed that you can see some portions of the backyard of the women who are in opposition. So if you're looking at buffer as providing a sound barrier, even though there is bamboo there, by me visibly seeing their backyard, I could tell that there probably is a very loose buffer, if a buffer at all, that prevents sound. So in speaking with the applicant, I shared my concern that they probably would have concerns with respect to noise. And one of the persons in opposition had a recommendation that the applicant also offered, which was to move that activity to the other side of the property. The other side of the property being that side where, that's on the west side, on the other side of the barns. There's 3 I don't know what you refer to it, turnkey barns, but the receptions occur in between the barns, and this third one on the right, which is on the east side, even though it's covered and it has wood slats, it's kind of open. So if there's any noise or music there, it's going to bleed out to the property to the right. So the applicant suggested that she move the reception again to the other side of the barns, and that she would also fully soundproof the barn, so that if there's music played in there, and let me look at the stipulations that the applicant provided specifically, so I'm not speaking out of turn. Okay. So the applicant provided that she will create a plan for music located in the gardens behind the turnkey house that plays the noise at furthest location away from Mrs. Stewart, and that the turkey house, or you're calling it the turkey house, no, so not the barn, the turkey house will be sound insulated. Also, she has offered to have new buffers installed in addition to what the county has required in the space between the barn parking area and the Stewart home. So this gets back to that sound buffer that she would add additional landscaping. And what I would suggest is that we have the county arborist review a landscaping plan to ensure that the landscaping that is being installed reduces noise. Because bamboo, I guess I don't know the properties of different types of vegetation, but I'm assuming some has the ability to buffer noise more than others. There are some other concerns that are not just about encroaching noise, but encroachment of bamboo on the property. I don't know who the person was in opposition, but she claimed that the vegetation was actually going onto her site from your property. I would just ask that you help to, let me look at that you remove any of the buffer that's on your property that's going into the neighboring property, that you actually remove it off of that buffer, and that there be adequate measures taken to reduce that encroaching buffer. I do believe that, sound is subjective. I deal with people who call with respect to sound issues all day long, and it's like if the cops aren't there to hear it, it's one person's word against another. But I do believe having a strong landscape buffer will help. Moving the activity to the other side will help. The video that you showed was pretty compelling to hear that music at the property, and you walked away and you didn't hear it. But it's difficult to know, what the levels of music are when they're actual events. So I think it's very important to have a very good buffer. There's also a question about, or a concern about the applicant's husband actually going on to the neighbor's property. You know, I think that kind of falls out of the realm of land use and zoning. But there is a concern, though, that if there are a number of people visiting this property for events, how are you keeping them from going on to neighboring property? Is a concern that, yes, I would like to ask the applicant, how do you address that? Do you have a fence that's on your property?
Our weddings, when the people come, it's very short. I apologize, I'm not a great speaker. I'll try to explain as best I can. The weddings are short. The people spend their time either in front of that barn right there with a hand on it, or they are in the courtyard between those two barns in that area, because there's sort of a little setup or kitchen area in there where the caterers would set the food up. And so everything is on this side and contained. The vegetation is very thick, and there are even briars. There's a lot of Elaeagnus that is on that side. It's an old farm, so it's a typical vegetation that would be on a fence. There's honeysuckle. There's all kinds of stuff growing on the fence back there. But everything is pretty much fenced in. We have a couple dogs, and so I always try to make sure that they're not getting out, and so there's enough blocker there. And it's just, if you saw in the video, when you walk down the eastern property line, it would be very difficult to get through there. The area that my husband was when he talked with Mrs. Stewart, he was in the back field. He walked up to the fence, and there's an area, it's actually, she said she had a fence, and then she said she didn't have a fence. I don't know which it is. It's our fence. It was left over from Mr. Taylor. It's a rusty old wire fence. It's about that tall in that area. I go over there all the time when I take my Great Pyrenees out walking, and I pull that fence up because she wants to step over it. That day when he encountered her, since it was brought up, my husband is not rude. He stepped up there and he said, "Dot, do you mind if I talk to you?" And in the land use meeting, she actually said it was very cordial. He didn't leap the fence. He's 60 years old. He can't do that. It was a very small, rusty old fence. And he said, "Can I come over and talk with you?" And she said, "Sure, come over." So he stepped over the fence and went and talked with her. And in the land use hearing, you'll see that she proceeded to talk about things like McEachern causing her great distress. On our October 18th wedding, they had their...
Let's keep focused on the
Okay.
question.
Okay,
The
so yeah,
question.
there's fencing, there's a lot of brush there, and people stay together. The weddings are small, they're short term, people aren't wandering around. It's usually over by dark, because, in the summer, it's not gonna get dark early. So people aren't wandering around. The last two meetings we had, two off-duty, I had an off-duty policeman there, just as a witness for me, and also just to make sure that everything was in order, which I will do forever in the future if I'm awarded this permit. I think it's a good idea.
Okay, we're just
Okay, so-
gotta keep it narrow. We're talking,
Fence.
you had a very specific question as a
The
follow-up.
fence. Oh, okay, sorry.
What is the height of the fence?
The fence that he stepped over, probably 2 feet, 2.5 feet.
Are persons that are attending the receptions, are they traveling behind this landscaped area?
Never.
Okay.
If you come up to where you see behind that barn, see that line across there? That's where the people come in, and we made that parking as per the site that design that was required. The parking is right there, and then there is a fence, another old farm fence that goes all the way across, right there, all the way there, and continue on down to the western border. There's a fence all the way across there. So everything is contained, and it's, there's just not an opportunity for people to wander around. So,
Thank
the
you.
wedding.
Thank
okay.
you.
Okay.
Thank
Do you have any other questions for us?
I want to clarify some of the stipulations that you've offered, because I think they can help address some of the concerns from opposition as was shared. You're proposing that you're willing to move the operation of the weddings to,
Turkey House.
yeah, to
one.
to the other side of the turnkey farm, right?
It's the Turkey House. It's probably a
The
typo
turkey
on my
house, I'm
part.
sorry, I keep saying turkey house.
It's or people call them chicken houses, but it's a turkey house. The difference is a chicken house has a lower concrete area. Turkeys have to have a taller. So this was actually 2 turkey houses, is what it was because of the structure.
Bonnie, okay.
So
And-
that's it. That's
okay.
it.
Okay, so we have the music moving away.
Yes.
And you're gonna install an additional buffer along what
All
part of
the way
buffer?
around there. What he is going to do, has proposed to do, is pull everything this way. I'm sorry. I have the same problem you do. I guess it's. But anyway, he's going to bring everything as far as the landscaping this way and make it a lot thicker. Everyone likes to be able to have privacy, so it'll be privacy for us as well. And so all that's, you see where that whole curve, just the curve, yeah. There is going to have a much thicker buffer. I certainly think that would help with that. And then the other thing is, as you mentioned, we're going to move anything. The first dance for the bride will be in the first turkey house on this end. This whole end will be insulated. There's room to do sort of a patio outside where they can stand out there. And it'll be a minimum of 140 feet in addition away from that area. So there'll be a lot bigger distance. And
Okay.
we definitely we don't want to disturb anyone. We want to add to
Got
our
it, got it.
community.
Thank
Oh,
you.
sorry.
Thank you, thank you.
Any other questions?
May I address opposition?
Sure.
Okay, can I have,
Thank you.
yes, the first woman who spoke in opposition? Are you comfortable with that stipulation if she were to move the activity to the other side?
No, I'm not.
Okay, 'cause that's
Now,
what,
what she's talking about, they started doing some kind of work out there last week. So what they have on the picture might be from what they did last week. I haven't had a chance to go out there and look. But from where my bamboo is, you know where all those cars were in the video? They line up along, and where that, right there where that curve is, that curve is new. Because what they would do is go straight up that road and go back behind my
your
house
Okay,
for the parking. That's
Okay.
where they were parking.
I see.
And so that must have been new now where he's put that curve in there. And if, unless they really just move, build something else and put it over on the other side, now, we might not hear the noise then, I'm not sure. Because it's
Okay.
never been moved, it's always been there. So I don't know if that's gonna stop the noise either.
I'm almost gonna throw up my hands.
And then, like I
okay.
said, you know, I hate to bring this up, but Joel.
Okay, we're not gonna bring it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
This
She-
is what-
This is a
Okay.
question and answer
Yes, thank
follow-up
you.
Okay,
to
that's
the
it.
testimony given earlier, so.
Okay, yes, if I
That's-
can make
that's
a
where the
statement and
cars-
then find a way to
When you
move
see
this
the video,
forward.
that's where the cars come in.
Thank you.
And now, I don't know if it will solve it or not.
You know, part of the reason why land use permits have challenges is because there's a certain level of expectation that people have in their residential area. This is a beautiful property, and I could certainly see value to it being used the way that it is. When I looked at the residents and the addresses of those who are in support, the 2 residents closest to this site are actually not in opposition and are in support. And you have support from 20 residents. I'm hearing some very valid concerns, though, from these two property owners that sit further above north. When I'm listening to them speak, I'm hearing them not completely opposing this. I'm hearing them saying certain things, certain measures need to be taken to make sure that this is not impeding my ability to enjoy this property. I would prefer not to deliberate that up front here. I think if we can somehow have a or if you can have a conversation with the neighbor to find out specifically what they're looking for, I think you might be able to come up with a compromise that is easier for me to assess. That's what I would like to suggest, is just giving you like 30 days to do that. Some of the things that you provided me, I think, are helpful, but I think a conversation needs to take place. Also, because there were some concerns with are things being done the way they should or not being done the way they should, based off of last year's permit, I would be very leery of providing a 2-year permit. I would still look at a 12-month permit to make sure that the concerns that the neighbors have are being addressed in a new package that you can bring forward. So my request would be for us to, for us to hold this for 30 days, for the applicant to communicate with, no?
Wait a minute, don't listen to them, please. They shouldn't be talking while you're talking.
Okay, and this is my motion, so we can move to this for discussion. Is that,
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that not right?
At the
Okay, so we can
appropriate
move for
time.
discuss, but I would like, I think there's opportunity for compromise. I just think that, so I would like to hold it, let you two, let the opposition and the applicant speak, and then come and see if there's something else that can be provided for the commissioners to assess in 30 days.
Okay, we have a motion to hold for 30 days. I'm going to second it for the purpose of conversation.
I've been listening to all the comments back and forth from the two neighbors complaining about the noise. And what I see, and I remember this case from last year, there's kind of two different things going on this property. It was a farm. There's a lot of, can we look at the top of the slide? Yeah, you can zoom in on the top part. You know, when you look at this part here, there's obviously a lot of activity going on up here because you can look at the dirt and all that. I think, and that area is closest to the two neighbors complaining about the noise. Now, if we look in the bottom part, one of the ladies in opposition actually pointed out the fact that the configuration now is different. So it appears to me that the applicant has made an effort to address their concerns, because the noise, what we were told, was coming from cars driving back and forth, because the one lady, and I forget your name, talked about how it was gravel, and she could hear the cars going back and forth every day, anytime there was an event. Well, that's not gonna happen anymore based on this aerial photograph, and I don't even know when this was taken, but it wasn't taken in the last couple days. So this has been in place for quite a while, and so it's my belief that the complaint that I've heard discussed from the two neighbors about the noise is no longer possible to happen. So I would prefer to move forward on this. If you don't have a problem with the use, I think we should approve it for a year. I agree with you, not to do 2 years, because clearly there's been some growing pains over this last year, but it just appears to me that what I heard from the opposition, the noise, clearly in this photograph has been, there's been an attempt to deal with it.
Commissioner
And
Burrow.
also the moving the crowd to between the barns and away from the residences is also an indication that, that they've made concessions to accommodate the noise and the neighbors. So I would be in favor of that for 1 year. You'd be in favor.
Sorry, Chairman, if I may
Sure.
address the commissioners. So the two commissioners would be in favor of moving forward today with allowing a permit based off of what you see as efforts being made to address the issue of noise, for 1 year, but for 1 year. And I'm not opposed to that as much as I don't know if these two ladies have confidence in that without a discussion. I'm curious to know when Have you had an event since these, I'm sorry, to the applicant, have you had an event since these improvements have been made?
Yes, since the curb was put in.
The curb was put in after your last event? Or bef-
All of that was done.
Commissioner Weatherford, did you have something to add?
Yes.
I concur with Commissioner Ott that I think we need to move forward with it with a year stipulation and see how it works out for another year. I think their efforts have been made in good faith, and obviously they have plenty of people in support. So.
Sure. So Commissioner Cupid.
Yes.
It appears that the consensus of the board, at least in the majority, is that we move forward with approving this for a year, adding the stipulations that you articulated about, that we discussed about moving everything as agreed to by the applicant, doing it for a year, and encouraging everyone to work together out there
Okay.
and see where we're at. So if you
Okay.
want to consider a revised motion.
Yes, I'm inclined to support that, but let me do this. There was also a request by the applicant to modify the time so that the event ends at 9, but people are off the property at 10, which I think is reasonable, because sometimes it takes people time to pack up and leave. So I would hate for somebody to be out there at 9:01 and saying that there's a violation. So I'd like to add that. And also, there is a request to increase the number of people that can be allowed on the premise from 100 to 150. I'd like to seek the commissioner's feedback on that based off of what you heard, because
I would agree with that if we're gonna limit it to the 1-year renewal
okay.
and
And
the
the-
time.
and- okay. Okay. So what I will put in is a soft request, okay? It's not gonna be part of a stipulation that the applicant still communicate with the neighbors about what you're doing. I still think you guys are both there, they live there, this is activity, is an optional activity that you make a concerted effort to address their concerns and see if the stipulations that are being offered today do address the noise issue. And what I will do then is make a motion to grant LUP 37 for the purpose of weddings and receptions, subject to the following additional stipulations: to have a completed drawing of a new plan for music located in the gardens. I'm pulling this language specifically off of the email from the applicant. To have a completed drawing of the new plan for music located in the gardens and behind the turkey house that places the noise at the furthest location away from Miss Stewart. Also,
Go ahead, I was just correcting you.
oh, okay. Also that the turkey house will be sound insulated. That new buffers will be installed in addition to what the county has required in the space between the barn parking area and the Stewart home. That activities on the site are to end at 9 p.m. with all guests to be off the property by 10 p.m. And for a maximum of 150 guests on the property. And I want to revise that motion for this to be a land use permit for 12 months. And subject, and also with all prior stipulations remaining in place that are not in conflict.
And all staff comments, right?
And all staff comments and recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, I want to second that motion as a revised motion to the first motion. Is there any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
All right.
So let's move on to Z1.
Zoning case Z1, 4 Star USA Real Estate Group Incorporated, request rezoning from R20 OSC and R30 to R15 OSC for the purpose of a residential subdivision in land lots 186 and 195 of the 20th District. The property is located on the west side of Mars Hill Road, south of Camden Lake Parkway. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z1?
Any opposition, please come forward.
Let the zoning record show there's one person opposed.
How many folks are opposed to Z1? Raise your hand, please.
Two. Let the
Two.
zoning record show there's two people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good afternoon. Seems like it's late afternoon.
Nah, it's early.
For the record, my name is Parks Huff of the law firm of Sam Larkin Huff in Valley. And also for the record, we do not have any chicken houses or turkey houses on this property. This is a zoning that was heard by your planning commission a couple weeks ago and recommended approval to this board. Let me begin by orienting you to the property and letting you know the specifics about the surrounding area that lend support to the staff recommendation for approval and the planning commission recommendation for approval. As you can see from this aerial photograph, the area in red is the subject property. It's on Mars Hill Road, which is an arterial road. The property behind us, there's 2 units of Brookstone that are directly adjoining the subject property. They are zoned PUD, planned unit development in the Brookstone community, and those are developed at 2.0 and 2.08 units per acre. The property to the north is a PRD, and that's Camden Point subdivision. It's also zoned at 2 units per acre. The lot sizes in that subdivision range from 13,000 square feet to over 20,000 square feet, but the units count is 2 units per acre. The subject property is bounded by those properties, and across the street is also another PRD at 2 units per acre. So you can see kind of a trend there. When we originally filed the application, we were seeking 67 lots. That was reduced after a public to 65 units, which would be at 2 units per acre. We had a public participation meeting that we voluntarily gave to meet with the surrounding residents. You can see we pared down the opposition to one adjoining neighbor who doesn't like the proposal. And we met with all the other adjoining neighbors and hopefully addressed their concerns as shown by their lack of attendance today. The number of lots that we're proposing now is 57 units. That's 1.75 units per acre. Staff recommended 1.92 units per acre. The other important thing to understand is that this is an OSC proposal. And if you look at the OSC layout, as we've show it here to you today, you can see that this is an excellent example of how to use an OSC. If you look on our western property line, you can see the lots that are lined up on the Brookstone community. They're lined up in order, all up and down along that property line. When we came in to the public participation meeting, a lot of the homeowners in that area were complaining about drainage concerns because they had some erosion as a result of the drainage that comes into their property there. You can see by the topography on the center of our western boundary line, that's all been removed from lots because it's steep topography. So what we're doing with this OSC plan is removing the areas that are most sensitive in terms of drainage and such, removing it from the lots. So we won't have the problems that you'll see there. And you can see there are 26 lots that adjoin this property. And I want you to put yourself in the position of these property owners that are selling this property for this proposed development as they watch their property get surrounded by 2 units per acre. And now they're coming forward and say, I've got someone who would like to develop at 1.75 units per acre. As an OSC, we have a great opportunity to actually create some buffers and separation. And I'm going to get right to the gentleman who's opposed to this application lives in the Camden Point subdivision, which, as I said, is a zone PRD at 2 units per acre. And when Camden Point was developed, you have 6 lots that were adjoining my seller's property. They had a large tract and 6 lots were put there. When we came in and did an OSC plan, we've got 5 lots adjoining their property. The gentleman who is opposed, and we've met with him to see if there's anything that we could talk to him about and compromise on. His lot's 16,700 square feet. Our lots are 10,000 square feet. We have over 3,000 square feet outside of our lots, which are buffer area. Their lots directly adjoin the subject property. All the Brookstone, all the Camden Point properties went right up to the property line and adjoin these lots. And what we have done is being able to use the OSC ordinance is encapsulate our lots and surround it and create a buffer. So there's a 30-foot undisturbed buffer between our property and the gentleman's property who's opposed. We are totally in character with the area. In fact, we're lower at a density of 1.75 units per acre. The subdivision, one of the other questions and concerns had to do with the fact that we do not have an amenity package. It is a subdivision that, given the size of the 57 homes, is not going to be able to support an amenity area. And our target market isn't a family that wants an amenity area. If you wanted an amenity area, you move into the Brookstone community. Our target market is someone who may be a member of the country club at Brookstone and doesn't need a separate amenity in their subdivision. They may have children that are older and would not use the amenity package anymore. So that's our target market. So we do not need an amenity package, and that is not part of the buyers that we would anticipate to buy here. Not to mention there's a Y almost directly across the street. This is a property that is just north of the Brookstone commercial area with a Kroger and a Publix and restaurants and other shopping right there. So it's an active area. And what we have been able to do is come up with a plan that is supported by your by your staff recommendation that we, as I said, initially filed at 67 lots at an R15 OSC. We heard from the community. We revised that to an R20 OSC, and it's now at 57 lots, which is 1.75 units per acre. Your OSC planner has reviewed the site plan and has approved it. We submitted a letter of agreeable stipulations dated February 23rd that deals with the mechanics of how this subdivision will work. Most important is that 11.4 acres of this site is going to be set off as green space. That is not an insignificant amount of property. It's 11 acres of this site will be set off as green space under the OSC. And that's very important in this area where you are having developments. And I think we've been very sensitive to come in with a development that is sensitive to the adjacent properties, and certainly more sensitive to the adjacent properties than they were when they were zoned and built their lots directly adjacent to my property. So I want you, as I start out saying, put yourself in the position of my property owners. And all they're asking is treat us similar to the way we were treated when we got Brookstone and Camden Point put on top of us. And they actually have a developer in Four Star that has a tremendous track record in this area of building quality developments and building quality product. And that they have come up with a plan using the OSC ordinance that respects the adjacent property owners and creates this buffer. So at a minimum, there's a 30-foot perimeter buffer, and that gets obviously larger in other areas. So I greatly appreciate your time and consideration of this application, and I am here to answer any questions you have. Also, representatives of Four Star are here to answer any questions that you have regarding this application. But
Parks, let me ask you one question before we get going. Exhibit B as part of your stipulation letter, which is the site plan dated 2/23/15.
Yeah.
Is that the 57 unit plan?
I believe so. Mine's blurry on my copy here. Yeah.
That's my question.
Yes.
Thank you. Opposition, please.
You're welcome. My name is Robert Hawkins, and as Park so eloquently said, I'm opposed. Now, much of what he said, I found not to be true. Many of the lots in Camden Point are 40,000 square feet. My lot's 17. Nevertheless, that what I would like to see is that the minimum lot size for this development be 12,000 square feet. I would also like to see the buffer be, rather than be 30 feet, be 45 feet. And I would like to see the number of homes knocked down from 57 to 55 or thereabouts. I feel as if, an interesting story, at the very first meeting, the four-star representative, Chris Smith here, he told me, I said, Chris, I'm going to look out my back window and I'm going to see 2 and maybe 3 homes built right on my property line. And I said, how would you like that? He looked right at me and he said, I'd love it. And I got to believe that he wasn't being completely sincere. And really, I'm not against the development, but I would really appreciate the committee considering some small changes to make it more amiable for the residents. And one last point in closing. He made the point that I'm the sole person against this. That is absolutely not true. There were almost 100 emails submitted to your committee. Everyone in the Camden Point community that I've talked to is not for this development as it stands. So there are a great many people, some of which you may know and probably have been contacted by. I know James Clark contacted Commissioner Cupid, and I'm sure that others have as well, I know. So there is opposition. It's just for a working community of voting Americans, it's difficult to make, a meeting like this on Tuesday. So someone has to speak. The president of the Brookstone Homeowners Association has a blood sugar problem. He's sitting in the back of the room. He cannot speak on their behalf, but he is here. And I thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to my concerns. And hopefully you can move the needle slightly in our direction to make it more amiable for the residents of Brookstone and Camden Point. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just for the record, is there any other opposition wishing to speak? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Commissioner Weatherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having spoken with staff in planning and zoning and knowing that this particular development has evolved over the time that it's been in the process, originally, as Mr. Huff said, came from 67 homes, and I believe at one time there was 65 being batted around, and staff was recommending 62. And now we're at 57, so I believe there's been good faith by the developer to reduce the number of homes and increase the number of lots. And the stipulations that were put on by the planning and zoning and staff appear to be, to me, in order and realistic and in keeping with the surrounding area. So, having heard Mr. Hawkins and his concerns, I personally have not been contacted by anyone regarding this that I know of. I did read the emails that he submitted, I believe, at Planning and Zoning, and took a look at those as well. But I believe that the OSC and the area and the number of lots and units is appropriate. And I would like to make a motion to approve this as stated by staff, P&Z, and in the stipulation letter dated February the 21st, is that correct? Yeah. 23rd, my mistake, thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna go Z1.
I'm
Sorry, thank you, Commissioner Rott. So we're gonna go, Z1, we're gonna go RS, we're gonna go to R20 OSC.
What's 57 units?
Staff, with staff recommendations, comments, and planning commission recommendation comments, which includes the 57 lot Exhibit B site plan. And there's a second, any other comments?
I just have one
Sure.
question, because I don't have the February letter.
Okay, what would you like to know?
What is the minimum square footage in the stip letter? Park? Mhm.
Why don't you come on up here, Parks? We haven't seen enough of you today.
The minimum, let me,
Probably gonna have to look at the site plan behind your Parks to get
the
that.
minimum lot size is 10,000 square feet. If that was.
I mean the square footage of the house.
Of the house.
That's stipulation number 5, which says a home should be a minimum of 2,500 square feet, climate-controlled space with a range up to 4,500 square
Okay.
feet.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anytime I can be of help.
Okay,
Any other comments?
that's it.
Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. So that takes us to Z11.
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z11, Destiny Development Corporation. Request rezoning from R80 to R40 for the purpose of a second single-family lot in land lot 101 of the 17th district. The property is located on the north terminus of Timberland Drive, north of Hallmark Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z11? Let the zoning record show there's 2 people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Parks, want to come get your site plan? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Richard Tooley Jr. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, my uncle, Richard Yancey, to rezone this lot from 2 acres to 1 acre. It will remain in the same land usage category, which is very low-density residential. In a day full of controversy, I did not expect to have controversy over seeking a 1 acre lot, but we do have disagreements with myself and a neighbor. As per the zoning ordinance, we've notified all the neighbors within 1,000 feet in every direction. Sent out over 125 letters, met with several neighbors, spoke to several more on the phone. I met with all of the neighbors that are contiguous in the Old Paper Mill neighborhood, and sat with them, agreed to add stipulations to our requests that met their needs. I've met with Mr. Feinberg and his wife, who live across an easement, an access easement here. and we were not able to come to an agreement over the situation. What we are proposing, I believe, meets with, by all standards of fairness, everything that surrounds the property. We'll have two 1-acre lots on in an existing house, plus a new house to be constructed on this 2-acre parcel. I've not had any opposition regarding size, square footage, materials. I think largely what is at issue is that we are seeking to develop on an access easement, which is owned by my uncle, which was formerly owned by my mother, who lived in the Feinberg's house. I grew up in this neighborhood and grew up in East Cobb, a lifetime resident, and I seek to do best by this neighborhood. It's my childhood home. And so I've created a stipulation letter that was approved at the Planning Commission meeting. The staff has recommended approval of this project, and I think what remains at issue is providing access to the Feinbergs and their family, and to make sure that this access easement is constantly clear so that they can get to work and go about their duties, and that is our intention to do. I have created several stipulations to that effect and intend to be a good neighbor. And and I'd like to read the stipulations that we submitted to Mr. Peterson. I'm specifically going to read the ones that address the Feinberg's concerns, and we created several others as well. The first stipulation that was amended by Mr. Terry of the at the Planning Commission was, applicant agrees that all construction and worker vehicles and material delivery vehicles shall be parked in the subject tract during construction and build out of the new home and not ever on Timberland, Hallmark, or the private access drive. We've agreed to that. We've agreed to work hours consistent with Mr. Terry's proposal. And I have agreed to post signage in English and Spanish and implement a fine system for any workers that should park or block this access easement. I've also agreed to stake out the easement on the Feinberg side of the property, so there's never any concerns about whose property's where. And coincidentally, this access easement is 50 feet wide. At the entrance to the easement, I think it's approximately 19 feet wide, this driveway. And then it does narrow down to about 10 feet, but that's past where the entrance to my home, the proposed driveway would be. I've agreed to widen this to the standards that the fire department would need for a private driveway, of being at least 12 feet and able to support the fire trucks. I've agreed to submit my property to plan review, which is kind of excessive for a single lot, but I want to do that to make sure that their concerns are heard. I've also agreed to safeguard their utility connections, and agreed in advance if anything is damaged that I'll repair it in a timely manner. And I have agreed to take care of the shrubberies and bushes. Anyway, I'm just here because I'm trying to build a house on a property that's owned by my family. This project has been contemplated for years. It is in the deed of easement that actually grants Mr. Feinberg's access. It is actually said that Mr. Yancey intends to subdivide his property and that the owner of the parcel will not oppose the zoning. On that basis, I would like to read into the record our opposition to Mr. Feinberg being allowed to oppose the zoning. Not that I don't expect him to be able to speak here, but that is a term, and it may come up if there's an appeal or something of that nature. You know, with that having been said, I think this is a straightforward case. You know, we have to abide by the law and provide him access to his property, and at the same time, he cannot deny access to our property. I respectfully submit that you approve Z11, and in homage to Alexander Dumas today, I do intend to be a good neighbor and love my neighbor, and hopefully we'll end up being friends out of this somehow. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Opposition, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Feinberg. My wife, Judy Feinberg, is here. Was also asked to speak on behalf of our neighbors at 1090 Timberland. I reside at 1080. Excuse me. I also have the same allergy problem. But we have every reason to expect, based on what happened during the road resurfacing project that took place in this subdivision last summer, that we will get blocked in, notwithstanding Mr. Tooley's best efforts to prevent that from happening. And it really only needs to happen one time for it to have devastating consequences to us. As you can see, this is really an isolated area at a corner, basically at a dead end. And to quote Commissioner Cupid, this is an area where there's not going to be robust enforcement of the requirement that they park on the lot they're intending to build. And frankly, the configuration of the lot as it is right now makes it impossible for them to park on that lot. They just can't do it. I don't know how they're going to get there and park on that lot until they cut down a whole bunch of trees and level off the terrain. And they can't do that while parking on the lot. So their stipulated conditions necessarily fail before they even start. So they're totally meaningless from our perspective. But there's only one way in and only one way out, and you know, our livelihoods depend on being able to get in and out in a timely fashion, and it didn't happen this summer. We didn't complain because it was a road surfacing project that benefited the whole subdivision. That was for the greater good. I'm all for that. This benefits one person to the detriment of others. We're being asked to take all the risk. They're the ones who stand to get all the reward. But more importantly, I wanted to focus on my legal arguments against why this application, frankly, cannot be granted. Well, first of all, I'd like to address Mr. Tooley's comment that the owner of 1080 is prohibited from contesting the zoning application. Yes, indeed, that is what the joint maintenance agreement provides, that our predecessors entitled the rights agreed that they wouldn't oppose Mr. Yancey's attempt to rezone this property or request for a variance. What's interesting to me about that is that that agreement was signed in 1998. Mr. Yancey is a lawyer, and in 1997, the Georgia Court of Appeals specifically addressed a provision that prohibited someone from contesting a zoning ordinance. Specifically, dead on point. And the Georgia Court of Appeals said that was unenforceable as a violation of public policy, as a violation of a person's constitutional rights to free speech and to address their, petition their government for grievances. And it was in violation of the Georgia Anti-Strategic Litigation Against Public Participation Act. That provision is absolutely as unenforceable, and it was unenforceable at the time Mr. Yancey put it in his agreement. And he's a lawyer. He presumably knew that and took advantage of these unsuspecting people anyway. That provision's unenforceable. Secondly, it's a personal covenant of the rights. A covenant runs with the land only when it touches and concerns the land to which is being transferred. And what was being transferred to the rights was the easement. The property that he's not agreeing not to contest was not transferred to him. It doesn't touch and concern that land. It's a personal covenant only. It doesn't run with the land. The subsequent owners take it free and clear of the personal covenant. We have every right to be here. That provision is illegal. I have every reason to believe that it was intentionally put in, and it's now being used to intentionally mislead this board. But beyond that, as to the substance of the matter, it's my view that you legally cannot grant this variance. As you know, there's no public road frontage whatsoever. So in order to split this R40 lot into, or R80 lot into two R40 lots, you have to grant a variance whereby the second R40 lot no longer is required to have 75 feet of public frontage, but it would have 0 feet. The Cobb County ordinance and the laws of the state of Georgia, and the rest of the country for that matter, are absolutely clear that you cannot grant such a variance or a variance at all except upon a showing of a unique hardship. That generally, courts have determined, means that the property becomes worthless or essentially worthless in the absence of the variance. And that's far from the case here. The property without the variance, without the rezoning, the property as it is right now is conservatively worth $500,000 and is more realistically worth $800,000. So the property is far from worthless. There is no hardship. There is no legal basis upon which you can grant this variance. And the reason, I mean, obviously zoning code has a purpose. And if you grant a variance without the legal authority to do so, the exception swallows up the rule and zoning ordinances in general become meaningless. And that would be happening here. Anyone could come forward after this and say, I can get in a variance. It doesn't have to comply with the code because you granted it to Mr. Tooley. Therefore, you're denying me equal protection under the law. It's unconstitutional. I'm entitled to have my variance, and anybody could do anything. There's no basis in the code or in the law of the state of Georgia which would allow for the granting of this variance. Moreover, it's an accepted principle that a person cannot self-create their own hardship, and that's exactly what happened here. Mr. Yancey, the only reason that property has no public road frontage is because Mr. Yancey and the prior owners, his father and his sister, the deed from his father to his sister and from his sister to him specifically provides that easement property cannot be used as a public roadway to paper mill and can only be used for private access to 1080 and 1070. It doesn't say that it can be used for private access to a third portion, but in any event, it's a self-inflicted condition that has no public road access, and they're not entitled to come forward and say, I'm entitled to exception from a situation that I created. And in addition, the condition that it only be used for private access to 1080 and 1070 is in fact a covenant that runs with the land. That's a restricted covenant, or sometimes called a negative easement, that does run with the land, and we are entitled to enforce it because this is an area of land that was developed from a common grantor, and that restrictive covenant runs with the land, and they do not have the right to grant a third person access to our easement. That's a misstatement by Mr. Tooley. Mr. Yancey owns the underlying property. He owns the property. That's the Servian estate. We own the easement. That's the dominant estate. The only way you can access that property right now is by traveling over our easement. And by doing so, you'd essentially be taking away our property and giving it to a third private property. That's absolutely unconstitutional. If the county wants to take our property, they have to do it by way of a condemnation proceeding or an eminent domain proceeding. and they can only do it for a public purpose. They can't take our property and give it to another private person. And that's exactly, it's tantamount to a taking of property without due process of law and without just compensation, and that's unconstitutional. In short, I'm just asking you to follow the law. It's clear. I'm asking you to follow it. Frankly, if the board is unwilling to abide by its own ordinances and the laws of the state of Georgia, I'm perfectly willing to ask the Superior Court to order you to enforce the law. I have a proposed complaint that I brought with me that I'll walk over to Superior Court when this is over if necessary. I hope it's not necessary. I'm asking you to deny the petition. In the alternative, I'd ask that you table it or adjourn it so that your legal department could review my proposed complaint if you feel so inclined. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other opposition? Seeing and hearing none, the public comment period is closed. Commissioner Rott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, I am very familiar with this since this is my neighborhood. It is around the corner from my house. And I think just for the board's sake, there are 3 access points, or there's 1 access point to the neighborhood, but there were actually contemplated to be 4 when the subdivision was built in the early 60s. This particular connection was initially intended to connect up to Paper Mill Road. The main entrance is on Terrell Mill Road, and then the street I actually live on, along with the street next to it, were intended to go up into where Wildwood is today, which was all part of the initial plan for the subdivision. As the subdivision was being developed, the 2 access points down on Pebble Creek Road and Bolingbrook were closed off as a result of the creation of Wildwood. And then this, I guess if you want to call it restriction on the extension of timberland, was put in place to prevent any connection up to Old Paper Mill before it was built. So that's kind of how we got to this situation. I have a question for Mr. Tooley, I guess. I read the different documents that were sent, and I just have a question. Who owns the access easement?
My uncle, Richard Yancey, and it was previously owned by my mother. And
so the 50-foot right-of-way, you're the owners of that strip?
Yes, the applicant is the owner of the 50-foot strip.
Okay, all right. So if you'll take a seat, Mr. Feinberg, if you'll come up. Because it was not totally clear to me when I read your letter. There was a whole lot of cases in there. I fly airplanes. I don't read legal stuff. But so what exactly is it that you are telling us that you own?
The easement.
Okay, the easement across the property that Mr. Tooley's family owns.
And the
Okay.
easement, and
Sir,
Okay, that's okay. That's all I needed to know. Okay, Ms. Dance, this is in your court here. Got a couple questions. The right-of-way is 50 feet, which is similar to the rest of timberland. Tell the board about how, I mean, we have an access easement that goes across a right-of-way. The right-of-way, or, well, it's not really right, I mean, it's, the access there is owned by one party, but there's an easement that goes across it owned by another. Could the owner of the not the easement, but the owner of the strip there, can they improve it as long as it does not interfere with the access easement? Because right now what happens is it's 50-foot wide, okay, it's basically the width of a road, but my understanding of what I read was that the actual access easement is 10 feet. And that seems to be, in what I read, to be the issue, because with it only being 10 feet, the issues that Mr. Feinberg wrote about in his letter, I think with his daughter not being able to get to school and some of the other issues were a result of the fact that it's only 10 feet wide. And having lived in the neighborhood for over 20 years, my understanding is the reason it was kept like that was so that there was never any discussion about extending up into Old Paper Mill. So my question is, as part of trying to address the opposition's concerns about not being able to use their access easement. Is it possible for Mr. Tooley or Mr. Yancey to improve the strip to be wider? Because right now it's not fully paved on the width that's available, because the 50-foot right-of-way is owned by the Yanceys, but it basically, like I said, it's like a road. So the question is, as part of, say, a zoning, can this board require that of the owner to improve that? We improve.
You're asking if the owner of the land could improve his land?
Well, but how
essentially?
does the
That-
easement across it, how does that affect the owner's ability? Like, for example, if I put a stipulation in here that prior to the issuance of any land disturbance permit, that the owner of the easement will improve it so that the width is 40 feet.
It's nothing that would obstruct the access. So, I mean, it's an
So
access.
can I do that?
Correct.
And so then, the access easement that the Feinbergs own would still be located as it's described in the legal documents. The property that Mr. Yancey or Mr. Tooley owns would still be owned by them, but by forcing the improvement of it, you know, making it closer to the width of a road, I address their concern about the access easement. The county is not granting access to their easement that they own for an additional property, because if it's widened, you see what I'm asking?
You're specifically asking if, as a condition of this zoning, you can.
I can do that, yes.
Require the owner to do so.
And, all right,
yes.
well, while you're thinking about that, I'll explain why I'm doing that.
Can I, just for the sake of clarity, my understanding from what I hear you saying is Timberlake Drive is X number of feet wide.
It's 50, it's a standard county
No,
road.
the road is 50 feet
Yes.
wide. So when it gets to this,
Yeah, it's not, it's a standard road. county
okay,
road.
the standard road, when it gets to the property owned by the gentleman, the applicant, it narrows down.
Basically to a driveway.
To a 10-foot about wide driveway.
Exactly.
And that 10-foot wide driveway is basically the easement that the other gentleman has over that property to get access to his
Correct.
house.
But he
What's your
shares
rec-
that easement with the other house.
Correct. But
Right.
what you're recommending, what I hear you saying, which may have to be the complete opposite of what you actually are saying, is that you want to know, can you require that the owner of that property strip take that 10-foot pavement and widen it to allow for, maybe make it 25 feet or make it the same width of a regular road?
Correct.
Up to its farthest points, so that you basically are putting in a
private
road, putting in pavement the width of an actual road, which will still, it'll encompass the access agreement from the opposition, but it would also make improvements so that you could have more than one car pass at one time.
Exactly. And the whole reason for this being done the way it was, and if we look at the little, we just had it up there, the little triangular piece was to prevent access into Terrell Mill Estates from this, at the time, was undeveloped old
Yeah.
paper mill.
We got a couple
That is
houses
no longer going
stopping
to happen
that,
now
right,
because
right,
there's houses.
right.
So it seemed to me, the way to address Mr. Feinberg's concerns, as I understood them, and to allow, and I'll get to the zoning part, to potentially allow the subdividing of this lot into two R40 lots would be basically to take this strip and make it into a de facto road. Okay, and I just want to know if I can do that. So while you're thinking about that, the R80 zoning and there was some question about, first off, Mr. Feinberg, you were allowed to contest the zoning today, so you're concerned about not being allowed to contest it. You were given that opportunity, okay? And the board did not prevent that. All of the zoning in this neighborhood, in some regards, was arbitrarily done in 1972 when the county instituted zoning. Prior to that, when this subdivision was built, there was no zoning. Okay, so a lot of the discussion that was about variances and everything else, all that did not exist when this was built. The rules about what you have to have accessing 2 or 3 homes on a private drive and everything, that came into effect. And so I would contend, I'm not a lawyer, remember, that this property, and whether we say 1 property, 2 properties, has a variance because it's grandfathered with access that was not described prior to 1972. And the whole reason, like I said, that we got into this situation was something put in place to prevent access outside of the neighborhood. So I think it's very difficult to try to equate current zoning law to law that was not in place when this was built. I'm having a hard time. The number one thing, though, that I want to point out is that this board, and we've said this numerous times, cannot deal with covenants. So, you know, Mr. and Mrs. Feinberg, if you believe that something is a covenant, and maybe it is, maybe it isn't, this board, it's a civil matter, we cannot deal with that. All we can deal with is the zoning issues. And so that's where I kind of get back to my question about this right-of-way and whether or not I can make it as a condition of zoning to widen it.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
Okay. I make a motion to approve Z11 to the R40 zoning category, subject to the site plan submitted on December 4th, 2014, subject to the correspondence from Mr. Richard Tooley Jr. dated February 27th, 2015 on file in the zoning office, with the changes made by the Planning Commission. Allowance for no public road frontage for 2 lots, provided that, and Ms. Dance, correct me if I'm wrong here, provided that prior to the issuance of any land disturbance permits, the applicant improves the road to a 50-foot wide, or whatever the width is of timberland.
It's 20 feet wide.
Okay, so prior to the issuance of land disturbance permit, that the applicant improves the strip, and because I know it has a name, to the comparable width of Timberland Drive where it adjoins this strip. And then subject to zoning division comments and recommendations, fire department comments and recommendations, water and sewer division comments and recommendations, stormwater management division comments and recommendations, and Cobb DOT comments and recommendations, and a final stipulation that prior to any of this work commencing, that the Feinbergs be given 30-day written notice as to when the work will be done so that they can appropriately plan. Go ahead.
No, it's not when it will be done, when it will be.
I'm sorry, yeah, when it'll be started.
Right.
Well, when I said done, I meant work.
I know what you
Yeah,
said, but
right.
it's.
So, right, so the work started.
Right.
All right, does that work for you?
And I'm gonna second that. John has his finger up.
I have one clarification, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Ott.
Okay.
As far as widening the road as wide as Timberland Drive, can we say that that's up to where the Y is, not the entire easement length?
That's fine now, but I don't want to prevent, if Mr. Tooley decides that he wants to go up past there, so that
Okay.
if he wants to change the driveway, because it may be, I don't want to, I basically don't, I don't want to limit it to that.
So no shorter than the.
No shorter than the Y, but they can go all the way to, because it may be that down the road that the Yanceys want to change their driveway and come straight out.
Right.
So, all right, so what I said, prior to the issuance of land disturbance permits, the road be improved.
And that surface would be concrete or asphalt?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And so no shorter than the Y, but it can go all the way to the property line. You have a question?
If I may.
Sure, come on up.
That's my
All right,
job.
sorry. Hey, I tightened my tie there.
Is it possible that the improvements could be no shorter than to the access to the new property?
No.
Okay.
No, I basically, I want to deal with their access issue. I want to go at least beyond that.
Okay. The reason I ask is because I think according to the maintenance agreement, the Yanceys are always allowed to improve their easement if they desire to go farther.
You said he could go to.
No, I think I would prefer just
Okay.
where the Feinberg's driveway, touch it, the northern edge of the Feinberg's driveway, at least to the northern edge of the Feinberg's driveway. Okay? That would be my motion.
Okay, I'm gonna second the motion. I got one question, just out of, you can have a seat, sir. Thank you. I almost hate to ask this question, but the DOT standards, and what about stormwater issues that might be created?
Not to DOT standards, because I'm not considering it a private road, I'm considering it more of a widened driveway.
Okay.
Because I think that would be a little bit onerous to widen it, or to do it to DOT standards. I'm not gonna say they can't.
Yep.
But
I
I'm
just,
not gonna require it.
I think you may want to consider having whatever his improvements are going to be made, be reviewed by staff, so it's not to create.
Yeah,
any
I'm fine
kind
with
of-
having whatever they do reviewed by staff.
Yeah.
Part of my concern, and I'm familiar with this because I live there, this drive that they all use is somewhat secluded. And so what I don't want to do is I don't want to come in here and just clear it all out
Right.
also, because I think that'll take away from the property.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to
Balance.
balance between what I hear the Feinberg saying that their concern is about getting it out, but at the same time not totally destroy the character. I mean, because these two houses back there are a little bit different than the rest.
Yeah, my only thought was that by increasing impervious, you may create a stormwater issue, and that somebody needs to at least put a
Yeah,
map
well,
on it.
and, well, actually, Richard said that he was gonna go to plan review, so
Okay.
they're gonna pick both of those things up.
Perfect.
All right.
So we have a motion second. Any other comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. So, Z23.
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z23, Windsong Properties LLC.
Before you call the case, I've been asked for a 5-minute break. So let's take a 5-minute break, which means we come back in 5 minutes. Okay, we are back at this Board of Commissioners zoning hearing for March 17th. Mr. Rhodes, who is our CIO for the state of Georgia, has got a commitment tonight, and he has asked us to consider OB7 as the next item, which I will accommodate. So if we can go to other business items, number 7.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is John Peterson with the zoning office. Item number 7 is to clarify and give staff direction for Rivers Call subdivision regarding rezoning application Z39 of 1999 for property located on the northeastern side of Wildwood Parkway and at the intersection of Rivers Call Boulevard and High Trail in land lots 1004, 1005, 1036, 1037 of the 17th District. By way of background, the subject property was rezoned to R15 with stipulations in 1999 for a residential subdivision. Development of the property began in 2000, which included an attractive entrance with a gatehouse. The original development representative, as well as many of the original homeowners in the subdivision, were under the impression that a gatehouse approved in 1999 included gates being placed at the gatehouse to monitor traffic coming into the subdivision, since the subdivision is located near high-rise office buildings and other commercial development. It's not clear to staff whether or not this was the Board of Commissioners' intent. Staff would like to receive clarification and direction from the Board of Commissioners pertaining to allowing entrance gates for the subdivision. The Board of Commissioners' decision is attached, and we would ask the Board of Commissioners to conduct a public hearing and consider the proposed request.
Thank you. We'll have a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak for or against other business item number 7, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this point. I actually brought a couple of items, if I could hand them out.
Sure,
to you.
absolutely. CP, just give them the clerk right there.
I'm Calvin Rhodes, resident of Rivers Call, and I've lived in the community since 2003. And several months ago, we received a warning notice from code enforcement indicating there was a problem with our gate. So the gate was put up almost 14 years ago. So of course we were shocked that all of a sudden that we had an issue, and I wanted you to see from some of the marketing material that helped influence many of us who purchase homes in the neighborhood, that it's always been described as a guarded community. We have a very nice gatehouse. If you'll notice on the second page of what I gave you, shows actually a rendering of the coach house So you've got traffic that flows in on the, I guess that would be the east side of the building, and on the west side is where the traffic flows out of. And so we've always operated under the understanding that if the gate was closed, the house had to be staffed. And so that's been the rules we've operated under, and really haven't had any issues up to we received the warning. And so I think, again, as it says, I guess the main heading there on the front page where it says set your mind at ease. So it's definitely been a solid marketing component of Cousins. We've worked with them on this issue, trying to make sure we understood when this was originally done, what was intended. And so we actually have someone here with Cousins who was part of those discussions that can speak to the commission and let him know that those is what went on. The gatehouse is shown on the plat, and so again, just wanting to voice the concern of our neighbors, and as we've been trying to work through this for several months with the county, you know, we've not had the gate closed, and of course, being a member of our board, have received a number of phone calls from our neighborhood residents concerned about that. So, Bruce, you want to?
Next speaker, please.
Bruce Smith, 1920 Hazelbrook Way. I live in Rivers Call. Apologize, I'm a little rusty since my retirement a few years ago from Cousins. I also happen to be the guy that developed Rivers Call. And one of the things that now when you look at Wildwood, you see a great mixed-use development, but back when Rivers Call was being planned, it was the first residential development done in Wildwood that was zoned for 10 million square feet of office. When we did Rivers Call, there was about 2.6 million square feet of office. So obviously that 10 million was not going to happen. At one time it was going to be Indian Hills #2, but that's another story. When we came up with this plan, we needed a transition area to go from office to residential. So when you look at the entranceway coming off Wildwood Parkway, you'll see that we came in, the walls got very close to the back of curb. It split for the reflecting pool and then went around the guardhouse and into the subdivision. There were a lot of issues with that part of the road in that the walls and guardhouse were very close to the curb. And so what to do about it, should it be public or private? And the staff, after a lot of discussion, said, well, just make, instead of us having an easement over a private road, we would prefer it just be public, so we made it public. And that was probably about, the discussions were really started in '99, so it was probably somewhere 14, 15 years ago, and then that plan was built. And since then, the guard gate has been operated at night with a guard, and because of the public road situation, anybody who actually requested to come in was not prohibited from coming in. And we as Cousins and we as a homeowner there operated under that way. And every annual meeting, that guard gate was talked about and made sure everybody understood the operating rules that was agreed upon by staff. So I'll answer any questions.
No questions. Thank you, sir. Any other speakers? Public hearing is closed. What is staff's recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, this is a little bit different than most other businesses because we're asking the board for direction on this issue.
So you'd recommend that we answer and give you direction?
That's correct.
Okay. Commissioner Ott.
All right, like the last one, I'm very familiar with this because this one's behind my house. This is the other end of my neighborhood.
How many places you live?
Hey, you can, where's Bruce? You can blame him for me being up here. This is the zoning that started it all.
We all have ours.
Well, and your name's on there too, Mr. Chairman. You were on East Cobb then. didn't say you to thank him. And I think both Bruce and Calvin kind of made the point that, when it says gatehouse, kind of the assumption is that a gate is there, and it never really got put that way. And I think if you were to look at the stipulation letter for this, the Rivers Call subdivision, which was prior to the RA5, which is off to the right, it was only basically 1 or 2 pages. It's not like the stipulation letters of today, or even the one that was written in 1999. So I think the assumption was made, and as you saw in the marketing material. So it would be my contention that what the previous board intended or understood was that there would be a gate as part of the gatehouse. So my motion would be that the board directs staff that our interpretation of the previous actions of the board was that a gate would be included as part of the gatehouse. And then second part of that motion would be that anytime the gate is closed, that the guardhouse will be manned. And then all other stipulations and conditions of the previous zonings would remain in effect.
Second.
There's a motion and second. Is there any comments?
Yes, just some question.
Yes.
I'm sorry if I was just zoned out for a moment. I'm sorry, long day. But how are you basing the intent to have a gate at this location?
I'm basing on the amount of time and that when I participated in the zoning and the meetings, and what was basically portrayed to us as a community. Also in the meetings that I've had with the folks that live in Rivers Call, and discussions with Bruce, basically it was marketed as a gated community. And except for the fact that the stipulation, like it would today, doesn't say a gate.
Okay.
The plat does show gatehouse.
Okay.
So that's kind of what I'm basing it on.
Okay. Chairman, may I ask John a question?
Absolutely.
Sure, thank you. John, I'm curious why this will come to code enforcement's attention. Does it have to be stipulated in a development that there would be a gate?
It normally does have to be stipulated that
Oh,
there would be
okay.
a gate there.
Okay. Okay. No
Any other
additional
comments?
questions.
We have a motion and a second. Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. So we're gonna go back, and we're gonna pick up at Z23.
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z23, Windsong Properties LLC. Request rezoning from R30 to R-Cell for the purpose of non-supportive residential senior living in land lots 381 and 382 of the 19th District. The property is located on the east side of Bullard Road, north of Mackin Road, and on the north side of Biscayne Circle. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z23? Let the record show there's one person opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Parks Huff, the law firm of Sam's Larkin Huff and Valley, and I represent Windsong Properties in relation to this rezoning application before you today. This is a great example of a community that initially stumbled, and then when Windsong was able to take it over, was a great success, and now they want to build on that success. Earlier today at 1, we had a head count, or about 1:30, had a head count of the people here in support. We had 11 people that were here in support of the application. Planning Commission meeting, we had 25 people in support of the application. I attribute the difference being that the weather is significantly better today. And so that's the reason why we had a few less people today. But there is a significant amount of support for this application. If I can get the aerial photograph showing the area, and let me give you an idea of the subject property and how it relates to the proposed zoning. As you can see, there's an RSL community right at the bottom of your map there. That's Bel Air. It was originally zoned in 2005, and it was initially developed and started, but then unfortunately with the economy and other issues failed. In 2012, it was brought back as another business agenda item by Four Star Communities to revisit the development and get that development going. And they were able to redevelop the area or reinstitute the development, and were able to sell the RSL lots to Windsong, and that has been built out. I think there's 2, maybe 3 lots that are left in that community, and it sold out really, really quickly in a very tough market. It's on Macklin Road, on the north side of Macklin Road, going out past Lost Mountain, past the Kroger, and past that commercial development. And it has been very, very successful. And when Windsong hates to see this vibrant community that has been the top seller in terms of volume and in price points in this area, not be able to grow. And the market for RSL, for senior development in this area, is obviously there. And so Windsong looked at going directly to the north and being able to acquire some property and punching the existing community and just take it northward. And initially had that property under contract to do that. But in meeting with the residents, he found that they have a real big concern, and that is the Bel Air community currently accesses Macklin Road. Its only access is on Macklin Road, and right now Macklin Road is being four-laned. And so they are very, very concerned that that's going to make that in and out very difficult for them, especially when you consider the speed of the traffic coming from Paulding County. It's already bad, and when it's four-lane, it's even going to be worse. So that was an opportunity to acquire additional land and create an access point on Bullard Road. And so you see the triangle piece of property right there that was also added to the application that gives us contiguity with Bullard Road and gets us an access point on Bullard Road. So now this community will have another access point out of the community. It's very important to understand that Macklin and Bullard Road will be a signalized intersection when the Macklin Road improvements are done. So not only will it give another access point out onto Bullard Road, which is a collector, it will get you to a signalized intersection. And so it is a great relief to the community. That's one of the reasons why you had so much support for it. There was another group. There were 3 families that were here and raised their hand in support of this application, and that's some of the directly surrounding property owners. They have all sent emails. You all should have received those in support of the application. And they do so because when you see these folks show up, you realize that the RSL, an active adult community, they're an engaged community. They create a great community for the area. They're vigilant. They understand what's going on in the area. And so the neighbors like them there. Windsong Properties is owned by Steve Romine, and he specifically went to each adjacent property owners and made sure they understood. So we have support from all the surrounding community, all the surrounding residents for the application. The request is for 3.1 units per acre, which is about 83 homes, and that's what we have on this site plan right here. And if you can see how we've lined up the Bullard Road access and lined it up with a subdivision street across Bullard Road, consistent with DOT requests. We have buffering on the north and the south that we've agreed to with those adjacent property owners. And as an RSL community, we're very quiet to the adjacent property owners. These are low, single-story ranch homes. They are nestled against each other with a courtyard between each home for the living. So we're a very quiet neighbor. The only question has come up that the property is very low density residential in the land use plan. And based upon some feedback from that, the Planning Commission recommended a density of 2.5 units per acre, which results in if you're talking just raw land, of 66 homes. And there's a couple things that happen when you limit this development to less than the requested 3.1 units per acre. Number one, this has been, although it is not inexpensive housing, it's on the lower end of senior housing in the area. They're selling 260s up to $399 in this community. So it does have being able to offer RSL very, very high-end home at a more moderate price. So if you cut the number of units, you're only going to push that up. The other thing is, as a separate pod to this existing Bel Air community, it's going to have its own community clubhouse. And so you have to share those expenses of the clubhouse, maintenance of the common area amongst those homes. So every time you drop units, you're going to increase those costs to the community as they have to maintain these common properties. And the third thing that you're going to do is the market is there. This community sold out really, really rapidly. So if you limit the number of RSL homes in this community, you're guaranteeing additional RSLs elsewhere. So I've heard some chatter in some other cases, oh, we've got too much RSLs sometimes. You're guaranteeing more RSLs if you limit this RSL community to less than what we request. The precedent in the area, there's an existing RSL on the south side of Macklin Road called Arbor Glen. It's 4.6 units per acre. It's at Macklin and West Sandtown Road. The other RSLs off of Dallas Highway are 4 and greater units per acre. So at 3.1 units per acre, we're on the lower end of an RSL non-supportive. It's a very low end, low intensity scale of that. Traffic, we know from looking at all the RSL communities that our traffic generated by this significantly less than if this were developed as a single-family development. I wanted to give you an idea of the streetscape. This is a Winsong community, Heron Pond, that's off of Highway 92, and it shows you the streetscape and how the homes orient to each other. You can see on the top picture how they're nestled against each other, and the space between the homes is the living area. Install wide sidewalk, and there in the bottom picture you can see between each home is where you create the courtyard living for the homes. Most of these homes have a courtyard that's centered in the house or sometimes towards the back, and that courtyard area is gated or has a gate at the front and the back or low fencing, and that's the private area. The area outside of it's typically maintained by the homeowners association. So this is a product that has sold very well. That has been a bright spot in this area off Macklin Road. It has been a top seller. It has been a top volume seller, showing that the market is in great need of this product. So we ask that you not limit it at the 2.5, which would be, and I don't want to get into number densities as much as number of units. The Planning Commission was 66. We're asking for 83. We ask that you follow our request of 83 lots, recognizing that will be able to allow us to build a reasonable priced home, have reasonable assessments for maintaining that common area, and allow this great success story. How many times today have you had contentious cases? Today we've got one person in opposition that represents a community organization. The neighbors, the surrounding residents have all sent emails saying, we embrace this community. You had 10 people here in support, and those represent not only existing residents who are very pleased that we were solving a traffic problem, but they're also the large property owners that surround us that know that we are currently a good neighbor, and we will be a good neighbor. My time is up.
Appreciate your courtesy. Opposition, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Gambrell, and I'm with People Looking After Neighborhoods. Plan is opposed to Z23 as presented, as the property in question is located in very low-density residential area. The RSL that Mr. Huff mentioned on Macklin and West Sandtown is adjacent to the Mud Creek Sports Complex and is also located in low-density residential. The existing Bel Air RSL development had been presented as 2 separate rezonings, which is misleading. The 38-acre parcel was rezoned in 2005 with a maximum density of 2.5, but included supported and non-supported RSL. The justification used at that time was that it was adjacent to it was across the street from the church. If you remove the 9.05 acres that appears to be where the original supported RSL was to be located, the density is 2.02 units per acre for the site, which is in character and keeping with the underlying BLDR land use designation. The 2005 letter of stipulations contained language that the developer was to pay $40,000 for a traffic signal upgrade. In 2012, it was determined that the signal upgrade was not warranted, but may be in the future. As an alternative, the developer could donate right-of-way and easements per the preliminary right-of-way plans for the proposed State Road 360 Macklin Road project. The new developer, Windsong, was agreeable to donating such, and the letter of stipulations was modified to reflect this. Are there plans to install a traffic light at this location, which would also serve the church across the street? The planning commissioner acknowledged that the RSL should transition into the existing neighborhood. While we support residential senior living developed per the guidelines established in the code at densities that are in keeping with the surrounding area, the proposed 3.1 units per acre nor the recommended 2.5 units per acre achieve this step-down transition to this area. Established subdivisions in this area range from 1.25 units per acre to 1.88 units per acre. However, there are also several single-family homes that sit on multiple acres as well as in the immediate area. A density at or less than 2.0 would be more in keeping with the area and provide the transition from the existing development on Macklin Road. The Planning Commissioner also recommended changes to the letter of stipulations, item number 10, to strike in its entirety and replace with, quote, "The district commissioner will approve the final site plan," end quote. This change denies residents and the entire Board of Commissioners the opportunity to review the plan. While there are 11 people in support and 25 the other day of this application, the question needs to be asked if they were residents of the existing RSL development that would benefit from this application by gaining a safer means to accessing Macklin Road. As we have heard, the Bel Air subdivision is a success story, one of the highest selling in the area, with residents looking to relocate here. However, is the demand high because the area is not overdeveloped and contains open space that is becoming ever so difficult to find in other areas of Cobb County? Changing the land use plan should not be the end-all to answer to achieve development. We supported the initial application and changes throughout. We are not opposed to residential senior living. While the county code does not allow for RSL in very low-density residential, we believe that seniors should have the option of living in an area that is designated for very low-density with green space. We ask that you deny Z23 at the requested 3.1 units per acre, encourage development per RSL standards while upholding the VLDR density requirements under 2.0. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other speakers? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is closed. Commissioner Weatherford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is has been stated by both the applicant and the opposition that this is by all intents and purposes, a very successful development. And to me, I have visited the place, and it has the look and feel of a much less dense area, the way it's laid out in the green space that is dedicated to it. Very high quality, and as was stated, it is completely, if not almost, sold out. I think what we're running into here, and we had some of these earlier today, is the term intensity versus density. I think the intensity here is less than it would be with the amount of density being requested, and also less intense than it would be at a lower density for a residential subdivision that might have primarily school-age kids and more vehicles. So I believe this is the trend for the future. We need to find locations that are affordable so that seniors can find some place to live that has the look and feel that they're looking for with less intensity to the surrounding areas. I've had probably 50-plus calls and emails in support of this. And it's one of the few that has been that way here in the last few weeks, which is somewhat refreshing. The applicant had started with 83 homes. I believe Planning and Zoning had requested it go to 2.5. I am inclined to approve a slightly larger than that and less than what they approved, and I'm ready to make a motion at your.
Please do.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to rezone R23 to RSL non-supportive with a 2.9 density yielding 77 units, subject to staff and P and Z, except stipulation number 1, which will change from P and Z to 2.5 to 2.9, and subject to stipulation letter dated 2/23 from Sam Larkins, Parks, Huff and Bailey.
Is there, Parks, is it 223 or 225?
Excuse me, my mistake, 225.
225. All staff's comments and recommendations as well, right?
Right.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I have a second, but I.
Second. Thank you. Are there any comments? Commissioner Ott?
I have two concerns. One is RSL and very low density residential. We had a lot of discussions about RSL this morning. And, you know, I know we talked about density and intensity, but it's crossing a line with where RSL can go, and I just have concerns about that. And also, although the densities may be in line with the RSL code, it's significantly over the future land use map. And I want to look at the setback variances. It just, the whole thing just seems to be really packing it in.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrow?
Yes. Commissioner Weatherford, you're saying 2.25 units per acre?
No, 2.9.
2.9, which is the 57 homes?
77 homes.
77
I mean,
homes,
77 homes.
23 acres.
And the, okay, because the, the initial phases of the other Bel Air are, the highest is 2.29. And this was originally 3.45. Where, I'm reading the staff recommendation.
Originally at 83, it said 3.45, but it was, I believe, 3.1. I'm not sure where that came from.
And I have the plats in my file. The Bel Air, current Bel Air was actually platted in 3 different phases. One was 1.8, one was 2.29, and the third phase was 3.54.
Okay.
So average it out, I guess.
Any other questions?
I have one other question.
Sure.
Is this in, a transition area that could, for the land use map that Philip, I guess, and you guys can, could be considered for LDR in the future?
Philip Westbrook, Cobb County Community Development. We can take a look at it.
Well, you
And-
will anyway with the zoning, but I mean, is it in a transition area now that's?
It is
zoned by
VLDR there, and then along Macklin Road, it's low-density residential. And I wouldn't consider it a transition other than LDR to the south, and it's pretty much surrounded by very low-density residential further north along Bullard.
Okay. But the current Bel Air, the phases in Bel Air are all LDR.
Correct.
Any other questions? Thank you. Call a question. Motion carries 3-4-1. Commissioner Ott in opposition. So that takes us to other business.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. The first item that we're going to consider for this other business session is item number 8, and that's to consider amending the zoning stipulations for Mr. Sam Baskins Jr. regarding rezoning application Z32 of 2011 for property located on the northwest side of Austell Road, northeast of Chamberlain Circle, and land lot 85 of the 17th District. The subject property was rezoned in 2011 for a thrift store. The thrift store has gone out of business, and the owner would like to use the property as a printing business and for an historical tour company. The tour company would be for the administrative offices only. No buses would be kept on the property. The building and parking lot would not be altered and would remain as is. If approved, all previous conditions would remain in effect. We would ask the Board of Commissioners to conduct a public hearing to consider the proposed stipulation amendment.
Thank you. Is anyone here wishing to speak on item OB08, other business number 08? Come on forward, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Sam Baskin Jr., and I'm requesting this so that I can continue my business. And it's a two-part thing in the historical. One part is a nonprofit, and what I need is office permission for office space. That's what I'm here for. At one time, it was zoned for an LRO where you had light office, and that's what I'm asking now. And to have the other business, I've been buying a business license for 3 years, and it wasn't zoned, but I was sold a business license. And that's all I'm asking for, to continue as an office now. And I have to be very truthful. I did buy one bus. It's a very 14-passenger bus. I don't have anywhere else to store it but on the property. There won't be any giant buses that's there. We just want to do seniors and things with a 14-passenger bus with a lift. And that's all I'm asking. But I do need an office. I need 3 business licenses for offices, because one needs to be for a nonprofit organization, TCSI, and then historical bus company, and then the business that's already in there, which is the printing office.
Okay. Thank you. Is anyone else wishing to speak? Seeing and hearing none, the public comment part is closed. What is staff's recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, the staff would recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the request for a printing company and for administrative offices. Also, subject to Cobb DOT and stormwater comments and all previous conditions not in conflict.
Thank you. Commissioner Cupid.
Yes, I'm curious to know how the request to keep a large bus on site changes what the request is, because what we have before states no buses were to be permitted.
That's correct.
So
It
what is
w-
staff's recommendation with
When
respect
that
to
was
that?
written up, Commissioner Cupid, excuse me, the buses that I had envisioned were the large coach-type buses. A 14-passenger bus shouldn't be any problem.
That's
on this
like a
property.
van.
Yeah, it's not that big.
Right, okay. And if I can understand, I'm trying to understand what's on the property. Is it a printing company? Is it a nonprofit?
There's a
Is
printing company currently on the property and part of the house.
Okay. So the use being requested is what's reflected here in this statement.
That's right.
I didn't hear.
It's for a printing
anything else in
company and
contradiction.
for administrative offices for the bus companies.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to amend the zoning for Z32 of 2011 as requested, keeping all other previous stipulations in effect, not otherwise in conflict. Also, subject to staff comments and recommendations, not otherwise in conflict.
Thank you. I'll second the motion. Any other comments? Call the question. Carries 5-0. Other business item number 9, please.
Item number 9 is to consider amending the rezoning stipulations for the Providence Group of Georgia Custer Homes LLC regarding rezoning applications Z24 of 2013 and Z41 of 2011 for property located on the westerly side of Spring Hill Parkway near Mount Wilkinson Parkway and at the eastern terminus of Vista Way in land lots 772, 812, 813, 843, and 844 of the 17th District. The subject property was rezoned in 2013 for subdivision as a result of a rezoning case and a lawsuit. The applicant has developed the property and is in the process of building houses. The zoning stipulations allow for a reduced lot size down to 5,250 square feet for some of the lots, and 7,000 square feet is the requirement. Just to have the basic things on the lot, which is the house, and per zoning conditions, the minimum house size is 2,250 square feet. The driveway and the front walk, the porch, and the rear patio, the impervious surface would be approximately 57% per lot, and the code maximum is 40%. The applicant is requesting that the impervious surface for each lot be increased to allow the houses to be built on the smallest lots. The hardship for this request is that the open space to the rear of the property exceeds 14 acres, and that pushes all the development towards Spring Hill Parkway, which in turn makes all the lots smaller. If approved, all previous conditions would remain in effect. Staff would ask the Board of Commissioners to conduct a public hearing to consider the proposed stipulation amendment.
Thank you. At this point, we'll open a public hearing for other business item number 9. Is there anyone wishing to speak for or against this item? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is closed. Staff's recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, the staff would recommend the board approve the request, subject to the stormwater management comments, and subject to stormwater management approving the impervious surface for each lot.
Thank you.
And all previous conditions on conflict.
Thank you. Commissioner Ott?
I'm going to make a motion to approve other business item number 9. I just want to make sure that the applicant understands what exactly stormwater has directed. Because it could be significant requirement or changes required by stormwater. It is a challenging piece of property, but as the other business item says, there's 14 acres which are in green space. This was part of a settlement of litigation, but also worked out with the community that's behind it. So I think that as long as the stormwater issues that stormwater management may have, as long as those are dealt with, I think it's okay. So I'll make a motion to approve other business number 9 as recommended by staff, all other conditions and stipulations to remain in effect.
Multiple seconds. Any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0.
I'm pretty articulate, aren't I?
I like the way you did that.
That's your best presentation ever.
The problem is, he talked for 20 seconds, but he's billing his client for being here all day.
Mr. Chairman, item number 10 is to consider amending the zoning stipulations for Black Builders LLC regarding rezoning application Z33 of 2013 for property located on the west side of West Sandtown Road, southwest of Dallas Highway, and land lots 22 and 23 of the 19th District, and land lots 331 and 332 of the 20th District. The subject property was rezoned in 2013 to R20 OSC and R30 OSC for a residential subdivision with 28 lots. There is a zoning stipulation that states that the property would revert back to the R20 and R30 zoning districts if the property was not developed with at least one construction permit within 18 months. The 18-month reversion takes effect on March 18th, 2015, which is tomorrow. The applicant would like to have an additional 18 months in order to develop the property. If approved, all previous conditions would remain in effect, and the staff would ask the Board of Commissioners to conduct a public hearing to consider the proposed stipulation amendment.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to speak for or against this item? Please come forward. Other business number 10. Seeing and hearing now, the public hearing is closed. Staff's recommendation.
Mr. Chairman, the staff would recommend the Board of Commissioners approves the request, subject to extending the reversion clause 18 months from today. And all previous conditions not in conflict.
Perfect. Commissioner Weatherford.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with staff's recommendation and will propose a motion to approve item OB 10 as presented by staff.
A motion and a second. Any comment? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Other business item number 12.
Item number 12 is to consider amending the zoning stipulations for Rockland Homes Incorporated regarding rezoning application Z61 2006 for property located on the east side of Veterans Memorial Highway, west of Buckner Road, and land lots 68 and 69 of the 18th District. By way of background, the subject property was rezoned in 2006 to RA5 for a residential subdivision, subject to having brick and stone on the fronts of the houses. The applicant has purchased the lots and wishes to offer more of a choice than just brick and stone on the house facades. The applicant is asking to also allow shake, cement board siding, ephes, and a board and batten on the fronts of the houses. And there are several drawings attached to this other business item which shows the different house plans. If approved, all previous conditions would remain in effect. The staff would ask the Board of Commissioners to conduct a public hearing and consider the proposed stipulation amendment.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to speak for OB 12? For or against? Seeing none, public hearing is closed. Staff recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, the staff would recommend that the Board of Commissioners approve the request, subject to the renderings received February 10th, 2015 for reference only, and all previous conditions not in conflict.
Thank you. Commissioner Cupid?
Yes, so moved.
Any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Item 13, please.
Item 13 is to consider amending the site plan stipulations for CRP Oakmont Hartman Road LLC regarding rezoning application Z16 of 2014 for property located on the northeast side of White Road, south of Factory Shaw's Road, in land lots 684 and 702 of the 18th District. The subject property was rezoned in 2014 to heavy industrial for a 617,370 square foot office warehouse. At the time of rezoning, only one driveway was requested by the applicant, which was approved by the Board of Commissioners. The applicant would like the ability to add a second driveway so the building can be divided into 2 users, which would allow each user to have their own private shared driveway or secured entrance. If approved, all previous conditions would remain in effect. The staff would ask the Board of Commissioners to conduct a public hearing and consider the proposed site plan and stipulation amendment.
Thank you. Is there anyone here wishing to speak for or against item other business 13? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is closed. Staff recommendation, please.
Mr. Chairman, the staff would recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the request, subject to the site plan received February 10, 2015, with the District Commissioner approving minor changes and all previous conditions not in conflict.
Thank you. Commissioner Cupid?
So moved.
Second.
Any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. Number 14, please.
Item number 14 is to consider amending the site plan and stipulations for O'Dwyer Properties LLC regarding rezoning application Z35 of 2014 for property located on the northeast side of Jamerson Road, west of Wheelie Road, in land lots 48 and 97 of the 16th District. Subject property was rezoned to R20, site plan specific, in 2014 for a 26-lot subdivision on 15.17 acres. Since the rezoning hearing, certain aspects about the sale of the property have changed. Specifically, one of the sellers is not going through with the sale part of the property, which reduces the area to be sold to 11.84 acres, which would have 22 lots. The density of the original plan was 1.71 units per acre. The density for the new plan is 1.85 units per acre. The entrance road will be moved to the east side of the property. The Stormwater Management Division has expressed concerns in their comments that five of the 22 lots do not have stormwater detention, and another detention pond may be required in the area of lot 22. If approved, all previous conditions would remain in effect. The staff would ask the Board of Commissioners to conduct a public hearing and consider the proposed site plan and stipulation amendment.
Thank you. Is there anyone here wishing to speak for other business item 14? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Staff's recommendation, please.
Mr. Chairman, the staff would recommend the Board of Commissioners approve the request, subject to the site plan received February 10th, 2015, stormwater management comments, and District Commissioner to approve the final site plan after stormwater management review, and all previous conditions not in conflict.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrow.
There are just a couple of things that I want to make sure are included, and one is that the 20-foot landscape buffer, tree save is included. Because of the reduction of lots and acreage, we have another entrance issue, and we don't want contractors or construction vehicles on the road, on Jamerson Road, or using the private drive of the neighbors. And we did discuss this with the applicant and their attorney. So, and then with the stormwater management, when it goes through plan review, that they will decide if they need to lose a lot to gain detention or not, and the final the final site plan will come back to the district commissioner for final approval. So, John, can you include all that in your recommendation? Or do you want me to repeat my motion?
I think the main thing I heard that was different was the inclusion of the 20-foot tree buffer along the north and east property lines.
Yes, we want
That's
that
currently
to
in the
remain.
conditions, and that's going to carry through to the new conditions,
Okay. And all other
all the previous conditions.
previous commissions remain in effect.
Okay.
Second.
There's motion and second. Any comment? Call the question. The motion carries 5-0. Item 16.
Yes, sir. Item 16 is to consider a site plan approval for J.M. Williams and Jeff Sullivan regarding rezoning application Z7 of 2011 for property located on the north side of Ernest Barrow Parkway and on the south side of Auto Park Drive in land lots 172 and 173 and 209 of the 20th District. The subject property was rezoned in 2011 for a Rooms To Go store with shops on the south side of the parcel. The north side of the parcel did not have any development plans shown on the plan, so the Board of Commissioners stipulated that these tracts would be brought back to the Board of Commissioners for final site plan approval. The northwestern tract was approved in 2013 by the Board of Commissioners as additional parking for the applicant's cars and trucks. This request is for the northeastern tract, which the applicant needs to park additional new cars and trucks. If approved, all previous conditions would remain in effect. The staff would ask the Board of Commissioners to conduct a public hearing to consider the proposed site plan approval.
Thank you. Is there anyone here wishing to speak for or against OB 16? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing is closed. Commissioner Weatherford.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. Staff's recommendation is?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. That's what
Mr.
staff.
Chairman and Commissioner Weatherford, the staff would recommend the board approve the request, subject to the site plan received February 11th, 2015, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications and all previous conditions not in conflict.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move that we approve OB 16 as presented by staff.
Any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 5-0. 17.
Item number 17 is to consider granting a special exception for backyard chickens, as recommended by the Board of Zoning Appeals from their February 11th, 2015 variance hearing regarding variance application B24 Jonathan Smith. In accordance with the zoning ordinance amendment adopted by the Board of Commissioners on February 26, 2013, and amended on March 11, 2014, Section 134-94-4, the Board of Commissioners shall consider granting special exceptions for backyard chickens as pet food source after approval by the Board of Zoning Appeals. The variance analysis is attached for review, and the Board of Zoning Appeals considered this appeal at their February 11, 2015 variance hearing and recommended approval for the special exception. At this point, we would ask the Board of Commissioners to consider granting a special exception for backyard chickens as recommended by the Board of Zoning Appeals for variance case B24 Jonathan Smith.
Thank you. Commissioner Cupid.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
I didn't hear her.
So
You said so
moved.
moved.
Thank you. Any comments? Call the question. Motion carries 4-1. Commissioner Burrow in
Oh,
opposition.
wow. Excuse me.
If it was,
Senate subdivision.
if it was turkey, she would have been for
Turkey,
it.
you would have done it.
Senate subdivision, I can't support that.
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
Where were you?
They're a long way away from you. 18.
Mr. Chairman, item number 11 is to consider amending the site plan and stipulations for Booton Lake LLC regarding rezoning application Z88 of 2014 for property located on the north side of Booton Lake Road, west of Shiloh Road, and land lot 57 in the 20th District. By way of background, the subject property was rezoned in 2014 for a senior living development. There are 3 stipulations that the applicant is requesting to amend. First, the applicant would like to amend the stipulation that states no variances for RSL code, so the developer can have 10 feet between houses, 15 feet is required. Second, the applicant would like to amend the reversion clause from taking effect on December 16, 2015, to the reversion clause taking effect on March 17, 2016. And third, the applicant would like to amend the stipulation regarding the decel lane and left turn lane from review of the district commissioner to notification of the district commissioner. If approved, all previous conditions would remain in effect, and the staff would ask the Board of Commissioners to conduct a public hearing to consider the proposed site plan and stipulation amendments.
Thank you. Is anyone wishing to speak for or against item OB 18? Come forward, please. Mr. Sams.
Yeah, I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Garvis Sams with Sams, Larkin, Huffin, and Valley. We represent Wooten Lake, and of course, we're here when the zoning was approved back in December. And John's wording was such that we seek an amendment. Actually, what we seek are minutes that actually reflect the intent of the board and the intent of the district commissioner at the time. So what's being handed out now is just the second page of the other business application that was filed. So it's not so much us seeking to change anything, it's us seeking to clarify the minutes so it's clear what the board intended and what the district commissioner intended. So that being said, I don't think we've got any opposition here today to that.
We'll decide that.
I know you will, sir.
Does anyone here like to speak additionally? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Staff's recommendation, please.
Mr. Chairman, the staff would recommend the board approve the request, subject to all previous conditions not in conflict.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrow.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. We do have a few things to clean up on this one. There, again, has been some opposition with emails and letters and meetings. The chairman and I met with a representative from the Wooten Lake neighborhood. And I would like to just clear up a few things before I make my motion, if I may. When this was approved as Z88, the applicant had on the site plan, on the legend, and also in the stip letter, the variance for the 10 feet between houses. When we approved this, we had approval of the site plan and also no RSL variances. So there's definitely a conflict there. After looking at the Planning Commission tape and our meeting, I believe that it was our intent to approve the variance with the 10 feet between houses, as was stated up front. And if you go back and listen to the tape, in the Planning Commission, it was stated, there was some discussion about the variance, but when the motion was stated, it was that there be no variance to the landscape buffer requirement in the RSL ordinance. So, and the applicant did put the landscape buffer requirement back in the stip letter, the most recent stip letter. So I think we can remove the no RSL variance and then from the minutes in the stip letter or the stipulations on the permit. And then the stipulation for the landscape buffer, which is a separate stipulation, will remain. So that takes care of the first request. The second request is the reversion clause. And if I can go to the minutes. What I would like to do on the reversion clause is make the reversion clause to begin 12 months from today's date, March 17th. And if any extensions are requested on that, the applicant will have to come back before the Board of Commissioners under other business, but I will not unreasonably withhold a request. And that's I don't want to use all this language right here.
With-
As is.
Okay.
So you want to keep
Yeah,
it
let
as
me,
is?
guys,
I haven't gotten to that.
Let me guide it. I know we all want to get out of here. Take your
I'm-
time. Number
Please.
3.
Okay, oh, and number 3, the only thing I would like to do is add, with notification to the district commissioner and review by the district commissioner. So I'm just adding with notification and review by.
Okay.
That doesn't give me approval over DOT.
Right. So what I heard you say is that you're going to approve the request as presented with one caveat as it relates to this amendment number 1, and that's to make certain that there are no variances to the RSL code as referenced as it regards to the buffer, but that it is site plan specific as presented at the initial zoning. Number 2, she gave you very specific language, which I no doubt we'll have to go back and review that. And number 3, the notification to the district commissioner and review by the district commissioner as it relates to the turn lane recommendation from the DOT. Mr. Sams, thoughts, comments?
I'm just curious about your comment on number 1. I don't believe I understood, and John looked back at me as if perhaps he might be a bit perplexed as well. So if you could maybe.
Sure. So it's site plan specific, which includes variances that were
shown site plan.
shown on the plan. But the commissioners just made a comment, there was discussion of, and we want to make certain that the buffers are protected as per the RSL ordinance.
Yes, sir.
Discusses, and that's what that's what we're agreeing to. Commissioner Ott.
Are we not going to get in the same situation because, and I think this is where the perplexity, I'll use your word. If it's site plan specific, if the buffers are not consistent with the RSL ordinance, then we're going to be right back where we started.
But the last plan that's submitted was.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm just asking
Yeah.
because that's how we got to this place the first time.
Right.
And also in the minutes, all we're doing actually is striking the no variances from RSL ordinance. And then the next stipulation says, no variances to the landscape buffer requirements in RSL ordinance.
Right.
Good, John? Is that good? Okay.
And we talked to all other staff, all other, what do you call it?
Remain in effect with the exception of
Right.
the other 2 we're changing. And just for purposes of clarification, the stipulation reads, if land disturbance permit is not issued within 12 months, then property will revert back to R20 zoning category. And I would change that to if land disturbance permit is not issued within 12 months from today's date, March 17th, 2015, the property will revert back to the R20 zoning category. Any additional extensions for requests for extensions will have to come back under other business to the BOC, and I will not unreasonably withhold.
The board will not unreasonably
And
withhold.
they will not be unreasonably withheld. How about that?
That's fine. Thank you.
We okay?
That's good.
That's a motion?
That's a
You good
motion.
with that motion, John?
And all other staff comments, recommendations, and stipulations remain in effect.
You good with that, John?
Yeah, who was the second on that?
Well, we'll make one up.
Okay.
Who wants to be second?
I will second it, so we can
Second.
all-
Any comments, call the question, motion carries 5-0. So, anything else for us to consider today? Good
No,
job,
sir.
staff, thank you very much.
For dinner?
We ain't break for dinner till tomorrow morning.
Do it.
He's got it.